Thank you. We're waiting for the screen to come up here. And so, okay. I'm going to give it a minute because I need to acknowledge our remote member as soon as the screen is available. I can't see it. It's in a place that I can't see. If I stand up, I can't. Okay, there we go. I see that 10 of our 11 members are present in person here today. And I understand Vice President Glover Woods is participating in the meeting from a remote location. Consistent with recent changes in the laws governing our meetings, I must ask, Vice President Glover Woods, would you confirm that you are present?
Yes, I am present.
I see you. And can you confirm that there's no other adults in the room from where you are participating remotely?
There is no one in the room, adult or otherwise.
All right, great to see you. Seeing that all of our board members are now present, I hereby call the November 2025 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:36 a.m. And let me ask if we're going to have trouble with the big screen, if somebody could move that smaller screen back a little bit so that it will be visible and I can be sure to call on the members who need to be called on. Great, thank you. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Rodriguez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are going to get rolling with our prelude to the meeting. On the consent calendar, the proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 14. The proposed regular consent items are items 7 through 14. There are 2 public hearings on the agenda. One, item 17 is the 2025 mathematics adoption of K-8 instructional materials, and it will be the Instructional Quality Commission recommendations. Item 20 is the proposed formation of a new Greenfield United School District from Greenfield Union Elementary School District and the corresponding portion of South Monterey County Joint Union High School District. We will reopen item 1, SBE priorities, later in the morning to take up the SBE president's report and the superintendent's report. We will reopen item 1 twice tomorrow to take up the State Board of Education Screening Committee recommendations. And again, towards the end of the meeting tomorrow to take action on the preliminary report of actions, the draft September 2025 meeting minutes, and to report on our liaison assignments. Item 15, guidance to support the 2026 English Language Arts, English Language Development, Instructional Materials Follow-Up Adoption has been moved to Thursday, November 6th. It will be taken up after item 17, the 2025 Mathematics Adoption of K-8 Instructional Materials, and there will be no closed session today. With respect to public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they're following the live feed to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder has had separate pages for each item number, and this ensures that the staff are able to track the in-person speakers for each particular item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Spanish speakers will have 2 minutes to accommodate interpretation. Item 21 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. We'll now take up item 1, and I'll turn it over to State Superintendent for his report. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mrs. Woods. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to report on the 2025 mathematics adoption of K-8 instructional materials. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Good morning. Good morning to everyone here and those following online. We want to start with some good news and to acknowledge that we have announced several recipients of the 2026 Teacher of the Year program, and we're excited to celebrate them. It was an honor to call them and tell them. They always thought that I was someone calling to sell them something. And they were very excited to share their ideas. And I've asked each of the Teachers of the Year, as they join the Teacher of the Year family, to become advisors to us in the work that we do and to help share what they've done to have success with their students. How do we replicate that and find ways to help other students to have that same success? I'm pleased to share with you that in each of these counties, we have selected Teachers of the Year. In Kern County, April Runginden. In Los Angeles County, Renee Romero. In Santa Clara County, Christina Krisha. And also in Los Angeles County, Heather Pavanel. And in San Diego County, Corina Martinez. And so congratulations to all those Teachers of the Year. They will be welcomed into a family of teachers. I also want to acknowledge those who were the runner-ups and thank them for their hard work. Also in Los Angeles County, Monica Heidi Duque. We have in Imperial County, Diana Gomez. In San Diego County, we have Gregory Hinschiff and Maddie Hutchinson of Los Angeles County. Let's give those extraordinary educators a round of applause, and congratulations to our Teachers of the Year, who you'll have a chance to meet soon. As you know, we also recently, the state recently announced and released CAPS test scores. I'm pleased to tell you that in every category, California students have shown some progress and are moving forward. In some places, the progress was modest. In other places, larger. But the good news is that in every category, students are showing performance. In ELA, an increase by 1.8 percentage points, and also 1.8 percentage points in math, 2 percentage points in science. This year, as we released those results, we decided to also visit school districts that in many ways exceeded even statewide averages. We wanted to have a chance to highlight the bright spots of many of the districts, and it was an honor to visit with Los Angeles Unified School District and San Diego Unified School District and Pittsburgh Unified School District. In the case of Los Angeles Unified, they have made gains in every single category and every grade 2 years running. And we were excited to spend time with them and to talk about what they felt made a difference for them. And they talked about fully enrolled TK programs. They talked about the reading coaches and specialist grants that have been provided. They talked about community schools. And so we're grateful to see the progress at LA Unified School District. San Diego Unified School District has made national gains and is recognized nationally for the achievement of students in 4th grade and 8th grade. And similarly, the superintendent and her team talked about the importance of cultural competence of their educators, having educators who reflect the diversity of their students. Their heavy emphasis on dual language immersion programs and bilingual education, and it was exciting to spend time with them. In Pittsburgh Unified, Madam President, you'll be pleased to know that there were many teachers who have participated in the residency programs that we've helped to increase the stipend for. And they talked about how that has provided a direct benefit. And they have said thank you for the community schools program in particular that they believe has helped them to see the progress that they're seeing. And they said thank you for the community schools grants and please send more. Again, we know that there's a lot of work that we need to do as we address issues like increasing our state's graduation rate and reducing chronic absenteeism. But we think it's very important to acknowledge the hard work of educators of every stripe all across the state, of families and of students to help our students to achieve. And California students will continue to thrive and grow. And let's give them a big round of applause. And all the educators, thank you for your work. This state has done more than any other state to help students bounce back from the pandemic. $6 billion to have broadband, billions for the Learning Recovery Block Grant, expanded learning opportunities, coupling that with community schools. This state has a blueprint for how to help our students achieve. And you will hear us in the weeks and months to come talking about the importance of reading by third grade and a plan that we intend to unveil to help California achieve reading competency and proficiency for our students by third grade, building off of TK, building off of community schools, building off of the assessment programs and the reading coaches, all of the things that California has put in place, in how we will strive to work together as a state, helping the state reach this important benchmark for students all across our state. So you'll hear more about that. I want to give you just an update on some legislation that we had shared with you some weeks ago that was designed to protect our immigrant students and families. We mentioned to you the bill AB 49 that says ICE has no place on our school campuses and that data about students cannot be shared. The governor has signed AB 49 into law. We thank Assembly members Mirasucci for his authorship and Senator Lena Gonzalez for her authorship of that bill, as well as SB 98, a bill that focuses on education in both the pre-K through 12 space and higher education, and calls for institutions to provide notice to families when ICE is in the vicinity so that families can be safe and can make arrangements. And so we're very pleased that both of these laws have been signed into law and that we can provide additional benefits for California students. I want to mention a little bit about the SNAP program, the Supplemental Meals Program that has been in question and until recently has been in question, and the courts have ruled that the federal government must provide some contingency funding to help families who are supported by SNAP. There are 5.5 million Californians who utilize SNAP benefits. 2 million of them are children. And while the courts have ruled that SNAP benefits must be provided, in the month of November, those benefits will only be half of the amounts that families typically would receive. Our schools, once again, are continuing to help fill the gaps and to support many families. Many of our districts are having extra breakfast programs, providing grab-and-go meals. They're providing additional dinner time programs and snack programs. And the districts that have nonprofit partners like an Ed Fund are raising dollars to help families directly with additional donations and support. Our office has put out some guidance to school districts to help them have examples of ways to blend programs to offset the impacts of the reduction in funding for SNAP at the moment. And we'll be putting out additional guidance as the situation continues to unfold. In the meantime, we encourage any family to use 211 as a way of finding resources in your community where you might utilize resources from the food bank or from other programs in our state as this situation continues to take place. Finally, Madam President and board members, I wanted to acknowledge that we have announced the California Blue Ribbon Schools. This is a program that was a national Blue Ribbon Schools program that was cut by the federal administration. We've made the decision that we're going to continue to honor and recognize those schools, bless you, that reach the distinction of being a national Blue Ribbon school. These are schools that have both public and private that have demonstrated incredible work to close achievement and opportunity gaps, and where students demonstrate especially high levels of academic success. We have put out a press release acknowledging the 31 schools in California, and we will be forwarding the Blue Ribbon Schools program into our annual Distinguished Schools Award celebration so that there will be a formal celebration for all of our awardees. And so that's it for my report, Madam President. I'm happy to submit to any questions from you or members of the board.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate it. We have as you know, a very full 2-day meeting of the board, so we're going to try to be expeditious in our next couple of days. I want to join Superintendent Thurman and congratulating the 2026 California Teachers of the Year, who represent the most important people in our state, the profession on which all other professions depend. Just to note that they represent a wide swath of grade levels and areas in the state. April Ragundan, who's a first grade teacher in Bakersfield City School District. Renee Romero is an 11th and 12th grade International Baccalaureate Language and Literature teacher in Covina Valley Unified School District. Crizia Della Rosa is a 9th grade math teacher in the Eastside Union High School District. Heather Povinelli, a 2nd grade teacher in the Monrovia Unified School District, and then Karina Martinez, a kindergarten teacher in the Escondido Union School District. You know what they say, everything I ever needed to know I learned in kindergarten, and that is often the case. So we appreciate, and in Escondido, right? We appreciate all of these educators, and we appreciate all of the educators whom they represent, and we're so grateful to them for their hard work and their dedication. Indeed, November is National Gratitude Month. We have a lot to be grateful for, even since yesterday, in terms of what's going on in our state and in our country. And it is a great opportunity to remember to take time to reflect on all we have to be grateful for. I'm grateful to be surrounded by so many wonderful state board members and determined educators and families and policymakers in doing this important state in the great state of California. I know we've had many opportunities to be grateful for being Californians, and we have more of those right now. Also grateful to see the results of some of our collective efforts, some of which have just been recently announced. As Superintendent Thurman noted, we do have assessment results that were recently announced, which do show real progress. Our schools do appear to be turning the corner with the gains in English language arts, math, and science for every grade level and for every major student group in the state. And this has happened even as the proportion of students in California who are socioeconomically disadvantaged has been increasing from about 58% to about 65% just over the last few years. And the number of students who are experiencing homelessness, who are students with disabilities, has been increasing, and nonetheless, we see strong progress. The percentage of students meeting or exceeding the proficiency standard, which is the 3 on our 4-point scale, which represents a thorough, or in the case of advanced A, sophisticated level of mastery of the grade level standards, increased by about 2 percentage points. The gains were about 4 times as large as last year's gains in ELA and science, and about twice as large as last year's gains in mathematics. So it feels like there's a sense of momentum. We have a long way to go. There's much work to do, but we are experiencing, I think, some momentum in that process. And these results are even more promising when you realize that proficiency on California's Smarter Balanced Assessments is a high bar, both because of where the standards are set at a high level, but because our tests are more rigorous than the tests in most other states. The Smarter Balanced tests in ELA measure more higher order thinking and critical thinking skills. Most states just have a reading test, mostly multiple choice questions. We measure reading, writing, research, and listening. Even at 3rd grade, our little students are doing research essays as part of their assessment with open-ended essays and tasks. And similarly in math, California assessments are more sophisticated than those in most other states. They measure math concepts and procedures, plus data analysis, problem solving, how well students communicate their reasoning through additional performance tasks in which they have to solve a complex real-world problem and communicate their reasoning directly. So the theory of action behind these assessments, which 10 states participate in and several territories, is that when you give that kind of rigorous work to students all along the way, they will be gaining more skills and demonstrating those, being college and career ready. And a recent study in Washington State really reaffirmed that students at level 3 or 4 in high school, 70–85% go on to college successfully. Even at a level 2, most students go to college without remediation successfully and graduate. Even at a level 1, a third of students go to college without remediation and are able to be successful. So the skill set that students are acquiring in schools is a robust skill set. While our standards have not changed in any way for reporting or for accountability, we are now reporting more transparently the proportion of students scoring at each level, at the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4, so that we're paying attention to all students, not just the bubble kids who are close to getting over the line for, proficiency, and ensuring that we're focusing on all the students and on our progress in reducing the numbers of students scoring at level 1 who are not consistently meeting grade level standards, as we did in each subject area this year. So we want to be paying attention to all of our students and then making progress across that entire continuum. As Superintendent Thurman said, we have gains in districts which serve some of the state's most vulnerable students, which were even larger than the statewide gains. And encouragingly, across the state, some of the strongest improvements were seen for Black students and Latinx students. So we are beginning to close achievement gaps, although there is still a very long way to go. Those gains are due in part to the investments and efforts to target inequities in life circumstances and educational opportunities made by this administration. Of course, as you know, we've got now transitional kindergarten fully online this year, expanded learning programs, literacy coaches and reading specialists that work in the highest need schools, the equity multiplier, which is targeted to high poverty schools, as well as community schools in more than 2,500 schools, or just about 2,500 schools. And we'll hear more about that today. But with what is happening on the federal front, and I appreciated Superintendent's recognition of the challenges with SNAP and all of the other programs, with threatened withholding of nutrition supports and healthcare supports, the work of community schools is becoming even more important because they are providing that safety net. And we have evidence that it's paying off. We had a recent study that showed that our first cohort of community schools experienced significantly larger improvements in chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, math and English language arts achievement than comparable schools that had not yet received the community school funding. And on the very same day that the assessment data were released, the governor also signed AB 1454, which is a very important literacy bill that will help ensure educators and students have access to the tools and training and resources needed to help students become stronger readers. We will be discussing the criteria for that set of professional development opportunities later today, and the guidance for new materials adoptions tomorrow, building on the most current knowledge from the science of literacy. And to augment these data, next week the state will release data from the 2025 school dashboard, which includes the latest data on graduation rates, suspension rates, test scores, English learner progress, college and career indicator, chronic absenteeism, and local indicators. We expect we'll have more good news to share. We'll also be looking carefully at the college and career indicator this year. There's been a lot of proposals for ways to make that indicator of whether kids are ready for their futures even more robust and well-rounded than it is now. So that's going to be an important area for us because at the end of the day, that is the point of all of this. So before I close, I want to also celebrate the fact that November is Native American Heritage Month. And it is a time for us to celebrate the diverse and rich culture and history and traditions of the first Californians. And the observance is also, of course, a time to educate everyone, to raise awareness about the struggles Native people experienced in the past as well as in the present. And I hope we can find a lot of meaningful activities opportunities this month to engage and learn about the trailblazers in our state across California. We have good news to share close to home with new members of the state board team. Audrey Buchever, I don't know if she's here, there she is, she's waving to us, was recently appointed by Governor Newsom to serve as a senior policy director. She will be filling Sarah Piotrowski's former position. She'll be working on accountability. She brings a wide range of experience and research expertise to the team. She's been a lead of workforce development and career pathways at First in Family since 2023, and a researcher at the California Education Lab at the University of California, Davis prior to that. So welcome to Audrey. And Lindsay Valley, is she here? There we go. Was recently hired to fill Rick Ray's former education administrator position. She's been a valued colleague in the school fiscal services division in CDE and a leader in launching and implementing new programs and providing policy and analysis in areas such as charter schools and school district reorganizations. So we're happy to welcome Audrey and Lindsay and to jump into our agenda, as I know we're all looking forward to hearing reports from our student advisory board members. So with that, we will transition to our first item, item 2. Item 2 is the recommendation of 3 finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. And the State Board of Education Screening Committee recommends that we approve the 3 finalists for the position of 2026-27 SBE student member. And it will be presented by the Screening Committee Chair, Vice President Glover Woods. Please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, President Darlingham, and good morning, board members. So good to see all of you. I am excited to present this item to you. As you know, the selection of our student State Board of Education member is always a highlight of the work that we do. And we had an amazing group of applicants this year. I have to tell you, we had a record number of applications that were submitted, 93 applications that represented our students from all different backgrounds, areas of our state, and a truly representative group of applicants that represent all of the 6 million plus students we serve. Just a little bit of information about the process that we utilized. First and foremost, the applications were paper screened by our screening committee, and those 93 applicants were narrowed down to 12 semifinalists, and that was done on Thursday, October 9th. Those 12 semifinalists attended the Student Advisory Board on Education conference, and they made presentations to the student delegates at that conference. Those student delegates selected 6 from that group of 12 that would come forward for interview with the screening committee, and those interviews took place yesterday evening. I was excited to participate in those interviews with members Escobedo, Lewis, McQuillan, and Ejike. And I have to tell you, as I probably say every year, we were beyond impressed, and it was such a difficult task to narrow down those applicants to the 3 that we will be recommending to you shortly. Do note that if our recommendations are approved by you, the names of those 3 finalists will be submitted to the governor's office for consideration, and then the final selection of 1 student will be made at that level, and that will be the student who serves the 2026-27 student member of the State Board of Education. So I would like to acknowledge the 12 that were brought forward from our group of applicants. And first, I'm going to acknowledge the 6 students who were selected by the screening committee as semifinalists. Students, as your name is called, please come and receive your certificate at the podium from board member McQuillan. So these students are, first I'd like to bring forward Diego Harris. Diego is from High Tech High in Chula Vista in the San Diego County Office of Education in San Diego County. Congratulations, Diego. Next, I'd like to bring forward Astrid Ling. She comes from Carlmont High School in the Sequoia Union High School District, which is in San Mateo County. And I'm sorry, he comes forward, my apologies. Next, I'd like to bring forward Ryan Park. Ryan comes from the Science Academy STEM Magnet in Los Angeles Unified School District, which is located in Los Angeles County. Congratulations, Ryan. Now we'd like to recognize Sophia Rodriguez. Sophia comes from San Marino High School in the San Marino Unified School District, which is in Los Angeles County. Our next semifinalist that we'd like to recognize is our Ariandi Tesis from Piedmont High School in the Piedmont Unified School District in Alameda County. And I do apologize if I mispronounced your name. And students, please accept my apology ahead of time. If I did, and if I do mispronounce your name, I do give you my greatest apologies for that. Our last semifinalist we will recognize is Avery Updike. Avery comes from Cerritos High School in the ABC Unified School District, which is located in Los Angeles County. So congratulations to those 6 semifinalists. Outstanding job. Now I would like to acknowledge the 3 candidates who were identified as candidates that we interviewed. So I would acknowledge Anali Borjorquez, my apologies, Anali, Yuri Kim, and Juliana Garcia. All 3 of them were identified as candidates for the 2026-27 student board member position. And I'm going to ask them, I think I saw one that already came up, Anali, if you would introduce yourself at the podium and tell us where you attended school and the name of your school district. So first we'll go forward with Anali. Thank you.
Yes, I'm from. Hello, I'm Annalie Bojorquez. I'm from Long Beach Polytechnic High School in Long Beach, California.
Congratulations to you. Now I'd like to bring forward Yuri Kim. Yuri, would you please tell us where you attended school and the name of your school district?
Of course. Good morning. My name is Yuri Kim, and I attend Arnold O. Beckman High School in Tustin Unified School District.
Congratulations to you. And now I would like to bring forward Juliana Garcia. And Juliana, again, please tell the name of your school and the name of your school district.
Yes. Oh, is it this one? Good morning. My name is Juliana Garcia. I go to Grace M. Davis High School, which is in Modesto City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Again, outstanding job. Lastly, it is my pleasure to announce the 3 finalists. They are Elizabeth Flores, Ayan Hanif, and Justin Petty. Again, these names, if they are approved by the State Board of Education, these 3 applicants will be recommended to the governor's office for consideration and the final selection of the 1 student who will serve as the 2026 student member of the SBE. So at this time, I'd like to ask our 3 recommended finalists, Elizabeth, Ayan, and Justin, to introduce themselves at the podium, tell us where they attended school, name of their school district, and any other brief remarks they would like to give. So let's start first with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, would you please come forward?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Flores. I currently serve as the student board member for the Sweetwater Union High School District in San Diego County. I am truly honored to be here today to be able to extend my passion for advocacy, and I hope to continue to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Congratulations. Now I would like to bring forward Ayan. Ayan, please come forward.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ayan Hanif. I attend Monte Vista High School in the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. I work very closely with my local government as well as with state legislators to represent students all over. I also just wanted to really quickly say thank you to the entirety of the state board as well as CASC for setting up this really great process. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final finalist that we would like to bring forward for recommendation is Justin Petty. Justin, come forward, please.
Good morning, everybody. I feel so honored and grateful to be here. I go to Del Oro High School in the Placer Union High School District. I'm currently serving as our student board member. And I, again, want to thank you not only for this process, but just for having this role. No matter who gets elected, I think it is so valuable for our state and education policies. And I truly thank you all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And thank you again to all of the applicants that had an interest in this position. And President Darling Hammond, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much. It's just wonderful to meet all of these students from across the state. I know you guys have had a very difficult job trying to sort out a way to move us forward on our student board member, given all the talent that we have. We're going to open the phone line for public comment. Those who want to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the participant access code shown on this slide. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask other screening committee members Lewis and Escobedo and McQuillan, as well as student member Ajike, if they have any initial comments.
Thank you. I would just like to add to comments that have already been made about how wonderful this process is and how exciting it was to read through all of the 93 applications that were submitted by the students. And thank you to all of you for doing that. And as already been stated, it's a very difficult process because we have some outstanding young people in our schools, and it is so gratifying and pleasing to know that one day they're going to be the future leaders in education and in other occupations that are going to take care of us and take care of this country. So thank you to all of you. And good luck to the 3 finalists.
Member Escobedo?
It truly is heartwarming to know the civic engagement, 93 applications. I think it's a record number of students throughout California willing to serve in this position. And for me, reading through the applications, hearing their thoughts and the accomplishments, you know, those GPAs, wow, and just what they've done already in their local communities is transformational. And this year has been amazing. And it just continues to get better. And thank you, my colleagues, for making this an amazing experience. Definitely one of my highlights as a board member.
Yes, I would like to agree with the board members here. It was a fantastic process. I think all of the students should be very proud of themselves and their preparation, hard work, and representing us here in California so well, and your fellow students. It's been an honor to read your applications and be a part of the screening. One of the highlights of being on the board is to interact with the students here, so thank you very much.
Yes, it was such an honor to observe all the SBM candidates and learn more about them throughout the conference. Every day, whether it was through their speeches or when they were answering questions from the delegates, I was just so astounded at the work that they were doing to better the lives of others in their communities. And it really made me reflect on the work that I'm currently doing as the board member, how I want to serve my community and how I want to serve the constituents, which are the students. And so I just wanted to really thank all the SBM candidates for inspiring me and re-energizing me. And I know that they're going to continue to do amazing things in the future, and I can't wait to support them throughout their journey. So thank you for the opportunity.
Terrific. Do we have any comments, either in the room or on the phone?
We do not have any comment in the room.
There is one caller in the queue. Caller with the phone number ending in 1014. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I'm sorry. I'm not. There's no comment for this tab.
Okay, thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right, so we have an opportunity for board discussion, and Member Roscoe Gonzalez, you want to kick us off?
Good morning. I'm so excited about just the pool of applicants that we had as a classroom teacher and former ASB advisor. I've seen how important it is to keep students engaged after they take this first step. So when my students ran for office, we always looked for ways to keep their leadership energy going. So I'd love to see something similar here, maybe going through student advisory networks connected to LEA boards and county offices of education. I would like to see their leadership invested and harnessed.
Any other comments or a motion? Yeah, Member Rodriguez?
I just want to tell all of the students how proud I am of you and just how much I loved walking into the building this morning because I missed the energy of my high school students and you recharged me. And I'm very proud of all of the work that you're doing and all of the example that you're setting for other students to get involved. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Okay.
Love to motion to approve the finalists that will be forwarded to the governor for his consideration and appointment as the 26-27 State Board student member.
Great. A second from Member Rodriguez. Okay. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Absolutely, yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez. Yes. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Aye.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. I want to thank Vice President Glover Woods and the screening committee members, all of you, and to all the students who took time to apply and participate in this process. And we're going to take up item 3, the 2025 Student Advisory Board on Education Conference. So we are blessed with lots of opportunities to see our students from across the state today. This item will be presented by the student representatives who participated in the 2025 Student Advisory Board on Education in their annual conference. The item has an addendum, which is the 2025 SABE Conference Report. First, I'd like to ask Board Member McQuillan and then Student Board Member Ajike as this year's liaisons if they have any comments to share.
Yes. I had the pleasure of giving feedback to some of the delegates regarding the proposals, and so I'm super excited and enthralled to see them in their final form. And that concludes my report.
Yes, I think we're in for a real treat hearing the presentations from the students. I agree with what was shared earlier by Member Gonzalez that we really should harness that energy and the input of the students more. The student reading through the applications, the students have fantastic input on all of the current issues, from cell phones to the achievement gap to all of the issues students are facing in California. So I appreciate that, and finding ways to harness that input is important. So thank you.
Terrific. We do have various presenters for this item who will introduce themselves. We will have a brief introduction by Fia Nicolescu, who is the Education Policy Director of the California Association of Student Councils. Fia, do you want to join us at the podium? Here we go. Please begin.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and other esteemed members of the board.
My name is Fia Nicolaescu, and I'm currently a senior at Bella Vista High School in the San Juan Unified School District here in Sacramento. I'm also serving as your 2025 Student Advisory Board on Education Conference Director. On behalf of our delegation, we'd like to really thank you for taking the time to not just listen to, but really consider student voices when it comes to the issues that really shape the education system we live and grow in every day. For more than 70 years, our organization, the California Association of Student Councils, has been a nonprofit dedicated to uplifting student voices and empowering the next generation of ethical leaders. Now, 75 members of the delegation have spent the last 3 days coming up with solutions and speeches on the 7 issues they've deemed to be most prevalent in the education system, and they'd like to present them to you today. Without further ado, I'd like to present our first speaker, Ava Messer-Vistone, delivering a proposal on budget transparency.
The District of Santa Rosa City Schools is currently in a $20 million deficit. By April, their district is in danger of a state takeover, meaning schools within their district could be consolidated or completely shut down altogether to save the money, which is already happening with the recent merges of the middle school and high school campuses in the Santa Rosa City Schools. This shows the impact of lack of transparency of the LCAPs because they are undigestible for students and parents due to their complex structure, emphasizing on the fact that the knowledge gap is far too wide between the district and its people. The lack of knowledge in our community reflects how students and families are unable to advocate for funding changes and have a say in the issues, as they do not have the proper resources to understand these documents, which contributes to the continuation of financial issues as the general public cannot step in. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Ava Messer-Vistone. I'm from Torrey Pines High School in San Diego, and I'm here to represent our solution on behalf of the Transparency and Budgeting Delegation. It is an honor to be standing here before you today. The root problem surrounding California's budget transparency is the density in information and its complex format in the LCAP, which makes comprehending these documents difficult. Because of this, there is a lack of coherent awareness about the money distribution among the community. The public has the right to easily understand where their money is going and how their students are affected by this education. LCAP reports are often hundreds of pages long, filled with jargon and detailed data tables that are difficult for most people to comprehend, including myself. Furthermore, the length and unclear format of documents lack consistency across districts, placing a huge administration burden on the school districts. Students and parents remain in the dark on how their money from the LCFF is allocated and utilized in the LCAP. They are unaware of how their money is actually being spent towards a student's education and whether it's being responsibly distributed. As students, we see that understanding what areas of school are financially struggling can help us and the community advocate for changes. To address this issue, we need to look at the 8 pre-existing state priorities of the LCFF, as those priority standards set the standard for the LCAP and other plans to follow. We propose to add a sub-point to the 3rd priority, which is parental involvement, because it's relevant to bridging the community gap between communities and the district, thus granting the general public to understand the LCAPs and giving them the resources they need to engage. The sub-point will be called Comprehensible Fiscal Information and Awareness, that will aim to ensure that LCAP documents can be understood by all parents and students. The ability to adjust this priority gives a unique accommodation towards the district's specific community guidelines and capabilities. Furthermore, adjusting within the pre-existing LCFF principles allows the effects of the new standard transparency to trickle down to the schools and the districts. Through the compliance under these rules, it is ensured that all transparency will be reflected in all districts because the LCAPs must reflect all 8 LCFF priorities. The adjusted priority is flexible so schools can adapt and respond to the priority to the capacity each individual schools can achieve. 2 successful examples of districts which have worked to increase transparency funding is the Placer Union High School District, which has its Board of Trustees to recently approve an exemplary initiative to help their community understand the salaries made by employees, teachers, and administrators through the district. And the Los Angeles Unified School District, the biggest district in our state, is another example of the California district that has noticed of the importance of transparency in the LCAP funds. managing $18.8 billion in the 2025 to 2026 school year, they implemented an executive summary with big charts and graphics to make it easier for students and parents to understand. Due to the transparency that the executive summary has provided, the district was able to receive 18,000 comments of feedback by students, parents, and the community partners. This feedback has made the district accountable, making provisions the better match for the schools and making cuts where necessary, based on the circumstances of their school, showing how it can be addressed through transparency to meet the third priority. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board, we urge you to edit the LCFF Priority 3 to add the subpoint comprehensible fiscal information awareness to promote transparency on understanding the documentation of the LCAP. This proposal aligns exactly with the intent of the LCFF to foster equity and community engagement, flexibility, and promote stable funding. Thank you.
Right. We really appreciate that. We're always looking for ways to get good advice about the LCAP. And we appreciate this. Vice President Glover Woods, did you want to lead off with the questions?
I sure can, President Darling Hammond. Thank you very much. And thank you for that very well thought out proposal to increase transparency. My question is in relation to the student engagement. How could you see this additional transparency aspect increasing the student engagement in the LCAP development process? What might that look like?
Thank you for your comment. So we address that as students, we feel like we have a lack of understanding of how our money is being spent. So we can't actually create effective change because we lack the understanding to do any change that we see fit. Therefore, we think that adding transparency, which everyone can understand, will motivate students to promote their voices, because I know, especially at my school, a lot of money is being spent in different areas, but that can lead for a lot of imbalances. And as a student who wants to get the most out of their education, we hope to create change as we see fit to benefit our education, and hope that engagement will go up as students are more aware of how their voice matters and how they can create action.
Thanks so much.
So I'll ask another question. It's ironic, the LCAP has become longer and longer as people have sought more and more transparency about more and more details in the ways in which districts operate. And so I'm curious about how you might think about balancing the desire for detail with the simplicity that makes something understandable, that is likely to accompany any recommendation, that we make for greater transparency.
We did acknowledge this, and we did find that it would have to be depending on the school, because obviously we acknowledge that all school districts are different. And so in making it more comprehensible for everyone, there are different ways that we recommend to meet these priorities. However, it's up to the schools to implement in their own, because we do acknowledge every school district is different. So we would recommend that, as seen through the Placer Union High School District, they implemented theirs to have 2 pages, which is pretty sufficient in the fact that I can read that, but I'm not going to read 70 pages of an LCAP. So we've seen through there that was efficient, but we acknowledge that not all schools have the same resources. So therefore it'd have to be specifically on like some different recommendations or how other schools wish to address this.
All right, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. As I say, this is a popular topic, and we appreciate recommendations on this important issue that we struggle with every year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Next up, we have Opportunities and Awareness in Special Education presented by Gianna Kim.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Brooke Miles, and I attend Vista High School in Richmond, California, an alternative education school which is categorized under the Special Education Department. I've had an IEP 504 plan for dyslexia, dyscalculia, ADHD, and OCD since I was 9 years old. I've dealt with the firsthand experience of being underserved in the special education community. During this time, I have personally seen and felt what it's like to be treated negatively in comparison to my peers. This initiative is important to me because I have seen the change from going to a public school system that hasn't fulfilled the needs of special education students to now to school that fulfills the needs of special education students involved. I truly feel that this initiative from this proposal will serve my community in ways that the system has failed to do in the past. But I often struggle with public speaking. For this reason, I'll now hand over the floor to my co-speaker, Gianna Kim.
Thank you, Brooke. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Gianna Kim, and I'm a junior at University High School in Irvine, California. For the purpose of this speech, the term neurodivergent is used to include students who have 504s, IEPs, and are part of the special education program. Approximately 13% of California's public schools students have disabilities. While the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act states that students with disabilities should be educated with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate, many districts still struggle to provide fully inclusive classrooms, often placing neurodivergent students in separate settings instead. Students educated in inclusive settings show better academic outcomes, higher graduation rates, and stronger social development. Furthermore, they foster empathy and collaboration among all students, which are critical to healthy school culture. Our proposal provides guidelines for the following 5 topics: arts and humanities, science and mathematics, athletics, world cultures, and school spirit. We suggest that the California SBE create a comprehensive guidebook for student leadership to follow with the help of adult advisors. Our main goal with these guidelines is to establish programs at school that help integrate and foster bonds between neurodivergent and neurotypical students. These initiatives will help break stigma and decrease bullying and harassment of special education students. These guidelines are not mandatory, but rather a list of best practices for schools to follow. It'll provide each Californian school district with a set framework to use as a strong foundation to better serve the neurodivergent students attending schools in the state. We highly encourage and expect schools to adapt activities, rules, and expectations to best fit the needs of all participants. We urge these initiatives to be student-led to foster a deeper connection and incentive for student leadership, and by proxy, the general student population to participate in said initiatives to stop reinforcing barriers. In Conejo Valley Unified School District, similar initiatives have proven to show results in improved attendance, test scores, and participation in campus life and surrounding community. Additionally, the implementation of these initiatives should be relatively cost-free, as the materials required are already available in most schools for the general student population. While we're not requesting to pass this proposal as a legislation, nor are we mandating for anything to be implemented, it's imperative that this proposal is considered to better the educational experience for all neurodivergent students in the public education system. Our vision is to create a school environment where students truly understand and value inclusivity for peers in special education. By teaching the student body about neurodiversity and fostering genuine awareness, we can build a culture of empathy and acceptance that extends beyond the classroom. Special education students should have the same opportunities to learn, participate, and connect, whether through integrated classes, adaptive sports, or extracurricular programs that strengthen social and life skills. We aim for every Californian student to leave school not only academically prepared, but also compassionate and ready to support an inclusive community. We implore that the California SBE endorses integrative initiatives for neurodivergent students, following the provided structures as best practice recommendations for Californian schools, and readily provides access to the framework to Californian school through the California SBE website. Thank you.
Have comments? Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Thank you. Good morning, Brooke and Gianna. Thank you for your presentation today. And Brooke, I just wanted to share the first time I had to speak publicly when I was a teacher. I cried the night before. It was very scary for me. So opportunities for public speaking are just great opportunities to develop courage and to practice. And it goes on for a lifetime. So congratulations to you both. I did want to say ask a question about the guidebook a little. If you could elaborate a little bit more on the guidebook and how, if it were to be created, how you would see that being implemented with school sites and districts.
Yes, so Our proposal proposes that we provide guidelines for 5 topics mentioned in the speech, which are arts and humanities, science and mathematics, athletics, world cultures, and school spirit. And what we would do is we would set guidelines for student bodies and student leadership to follow in order to implement these and adapt certain activities to best fit their student population in their given school, because student bodies are generally the people who know their school and community the best.
Thank you.
Others? Yes, Member Lewis?
First of all, thank you, Brooke, for sharing your personal story. Thank you so much for that, and you did a great job, by the way. And thank you, Gianna, for your presentation as well. So with regards to the inclusive opportunities that will be available for the students, how would you recommend that a district or a school measure the effectiveness, that if these initiatives are implemented, how would you suggest they measure whether or not they're doing what they're supposed to do, or it's being effective?
So studies have shown that integrative measures have better academic outcomes and higher attendance rates. So measuring those can definitely see the effectiveness of this proposal, as well as this is essentially what our proposal is asking for schools to implement, for integrative measures for special education students to regularly interact with general student populations as well. So we can measure the academic outcomes and the attendance rates as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really a very important topic. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We're going to, great to see you. We're going to take a small break so that students who need to come in for the next batch can come in, and those who have been here in the first part of the meeting can exit.
So break.
All right. So we're going to continue with our student presentations. And Fia, would you like to introduce the next one?
Yes, next up we have AI in Education presented by Serena Kangura.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. We are living in the future. In the blink of an eye, we can get answers to anything that we desire due to tools like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and more. This tool offers immense possibilities, whether it is used for studying or as the key to a breakthrough in medicine. Yet, with the uneducated use of it, we are damaging the effectiveness of our education system. Honestly, it's scary how fast AI has integrated into our lives. But rest assured, this speech is 100% human-made. Hi, my name is Serena Kangura. I'm a freshman attending Royal High School in Simi Valley, California, and I am the speaker representing AI, Artificial Intelligence in Education Group from the Student Advisory Board on Education. Work that once took hours can now be produced with a single click. Because of this overwhelming convenience without proper regulations, many students fall into a consistent habit of academic dishonesty and a misunderstanding of how these tools actually work. Without proper guidance, AI creates entire generations of future leaders who can take the technology but cannot retain the intended subject. On behalf of the AI Literacy Group, we recommend that the State Board on Education incorporate artificial intelligence literacy content into the ELA and ELD curriculum from grades 4 to 8, when the framework is next revised. We would do so by building on top of the existing AI literacy content introduced in California Assembly Bill 2876. The bill, which was passed in September 2024, incorporates AI literacy content into mathematics, science, and history social science curriculum frameworks, but not ELA and ELD curriculum. To students like us, this seems surprising, as some of the most prevalent misuse of AI occurs in English classes, where the most creative and original thinking is required. This misuse makes it clear that AI literacy should be included in the curriculum within ELA and ELD classes. Our approach follows the same structure used in Assembly Bill 2876 for incorporating AI literacy content into the framework upon its next revision. We are not creating a new system from scratch. Instead, we suggest applying the same treatment to ELA and ELD that mathematics, science, and history are already receiving, adding AI literacy content generated by the IQC to each framework during its next scheduled revision. Since this model has already been legislatively reviewed and approved across multiple subjects, adapting it for ELA and ELD ensures that the expansion is realistic, consistent, and feasible. As time goes on, AI grows increasingly prevalent. It is essential that as students learn how to use it to our advantage, but to establish a fine line so that it's not something to depend on. The introduction of AI literacy content into grades 4 to 8, ELA and ELD curriculum can significantly increase students' academic performance. 4th to 8th grade is a valuable time to start, as these are the most crucial years for cognitive development and knowledge retention. Establishing a foundation of how to navigate the usage of AI in formative years, creating a skill students can retain for the rapidly growing technology. Our proposal requires minimal fiscal costs due to the fact that our only true expense will be on the development of the AI literacy curriculum within ELA and ELD into the existing framework. But the impact that this small amount of funding will bring is tremendous. This solution addresses the root cause of misuse before it becomes a larger issue by teaching students how to use AI responsibly rather than restricting or banning it. AI is now an integral part of our society. Rather than pushing it aside, we must adapt to it and use it to maximize our capabilities of learning within the education system, just as we have with all the other innovative technologies that have enhanced our classrooms. Most importantly, integrating AI helps reshape the narrative around this technology, transforming it from something feared and misunderstood into a tool that students can use responsibly. By educating rather than eliminating, This proposal ensures that California students are prepared not only to live in a world shaped by AI, but to lead it with knowledge, creativity, and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. What a timely and important topic. Who would like to ask questions? Member Olken?
Thank you. Thank you, Serena. That was incredible. And you said you're in 9th grade?
Yes, I am.
Wow. So I really appreciate your group's approach to thinking about AI literacy and incorporating it into existing areas. And I wrote down a few key phrases: educating rather than eliminating, and knowledge, creativity, and integrity. Those are really, I think, hitting at the heart of where the opportunity is. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And my question is about, I really appreciate the idea of focusing on AI literacy. And based on what you've already shared, my sense is that students perhaps are more AI literate than their teachers are. And so I'm wondering how you think we might address the AI literacy gap between students and instructors.
Yes, we definitely acknowledge this within our brainstorming topic. As we saw, we've seen that teachers have had staff development days where they have learned how to integrate AI into their classrooms. So within these presentations and the literacy content that the students will learn, it will also help teach these students how to navigate through this, as some teachers have different types of curriculum that they would agree with AI. Some of them approve of it, some of them would not like to use it whatsoever. So by integrating this into the AI literacy content within ELA, we can teach students more about how to use it properly.
Thanks, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
And Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Serena and Member Olken, you asked pretty much my question. And when I was listening to you, Serena, I had written down ideas about your perspective of how schools help teachers and students learn to use AI as an advantage, but of course responsibly and while encouraging still that creativity. But then you said something interesting right now that kind of shifted my question around PD. I wonder, as I'm always a champion for teacher-led professional learning, and I'm thinking of AI, I wonder how we can incorporate students in that professional learning. Maybe students helping teachers learn. As I think when I was first entering college, the internet was new. And I've always felt that the students who are in my classroom are native to technology, as I am native to a second language. And now this is, I feel, even an additional language for students, that you are so proficient in this topic, more so than any teacher or outside consultant. And I would wonder how you can partner with schools, LEAs, or to encourage students to become part of that model of part of teachers and students leading professional development. What do you think about that?
Yes, I definitely agree with that. I think that as students become more literate with AI, it's similar to other technology that we have experienced. I know that I have definitely helped some teachers with technology within classrooms. So I definitely think that could be something considered within this. As students learn this through their classrooms, I believe that they will become more literate with AI, and that will allow them to teach more with students and or with teachers as well. So we could kind of go hand in hand with that. But thank you for sharing.
Very good. Yeah, we look forward to this actually happening in real life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Civic Education and Engagement presented by Arlene Ramos.
Good morning. My name is Arlene Ramos, a senior from Golden Valley High School in Bakersfield, California. The push to incorporate civic engagement through student advocacy in California schools has been existent for many decades, and luckily our state is consistently working on mechanisms to integrate student voice into our educational system. For example, the CDE Task Force on K-12 Civic Learning establishes the standard for civic education curriculum in K-12 public schools. However, despite the remarkable success that California has made, there is still no student representation in the K-12 Civic Learning Task Force. And therefore, there is little to no input from student voices to influence decisions that affect their daily lives. To combat this, the SBE would provide a recommendation to the CDE to include representative students to the task force by adding 3 students on the Civic Engagement Task Force, 1 student from rural, urban, and suburban areas to maximize diversity and fulfill all student needs in the state. The group would gain a firsthand experience from youth. As for the election process, students would fill out an application that includes written responses, and there will be a space to describe their qualifications and motivations. Further, finalists will go through an interview to ensure authenticity. Because we want to make the student leader positions inclusive to students, the criteria for this position consists of these points. The student must be a high schooler, grades 9 through 12, with a minimum 2.0 GPA. Information regarding the position would be distributed through the CDE website with resources provided to LEAs via email, counselors, and teachers. These voices speak for all students in California and will serve a 1-year term. It is a great advantage that this position requires little funding and can be directly implemented on a panel that already exists without the need for excess change to the ways of the task force. Therefore, the Student Advisory Board on Education delegation has identified that while there are many civic education and advocacy opportunities available to students across California, there is a significant lack of awareness and promotion of these programs in schools. This disconnect prevents students from engaging with valuable resources that will strengthen their understanding of government, law, and civic responsibility. As a result, many students remain unaware of how to participate in advocacy with local and state initiatives, leading to an underrepresentation of youth voices in civic spaces and missed opportunities when resources were provided. To challenge this, the 3 student positions on the CDE task force would bring new perspectives, issues, ideas, and energy to make real student experiences become voices of action. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Board members? Member McQuillan?
Thank you for your presentation. Very important topic. Do you have any other recommendations on the selection process for the 3 students, or maybe if the students would be staggered in any way for their terms, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and so what my group was discussing was that, so we would have possibly like 1 student from North, 1 from Southern California, Central California, where all these areas have different subgroups like urban, suburban, and rural, to get like a different perspective on how civic education curriculum is actually being implemented in their schools.
Thank you.
Member GK?
Hi, Arlene. First of all, I just wanted to say phenomenal presentation. You have a very powerful voice. I really felt that energy. My question was pretty similar to board member McQuillan, but I was wondering, just out of curiosity, just in your opinion, like what qualitative responsibilities or pre-existing qualifications you think the representatives on the task force should have outside of the GPA and stuff?
Yeah, we want a student who's very outspoken. And the reason why we did have the GPA set low was so that this different students from not just the same students with this perfect 4.0 GPA, like the same type of student is getting involved consistently, but we want to hear more voices. Maybe that 2.0 GPA isn't receiving enough support at home, and we want to hear how we can support them through civic education in the schools.
Terrific. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great one.
And at this point, I think we're going to take another small break so that the folks who are here can go out and the folks who are going to present next can come in. All right, I think we are reassembled and we're ready to continue with the next student presentation.
Next up, we have Closing the Opportunity and Achievement Gap, presented by Keegan Beecher.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Keegan Beecher. I'm from Walnut High School in the Walnut Unified Valley School District. Samreen Sandhu, a fellow delegate of mine in my small group, was sorted into classes with native English speakers when she first entered the California school system. Only she could not speak English. Her mother, not understanding the gravity of a simple form sent home in the Holmes language survey, checked a box saying that Samreen spoke English. A checked box turned into 3 years of misplacement in public school systems. English learners make up 1/5 of our public school population. The achievement gap between English learners and native speakers is an issue that the state has invested significant resources in addressing. In fact, the LPAC is a standardized screening that assesses student progress in English language development with the end goal of moving students into regular classes. Ultimately, however, the classification of English learners is first decided by the home language survey. The root of the disparity lies in our misclassification of English learners through said survey. My SAVE group focused on making a targeted change to the way English learners enter our schools. For more than 60 years, Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act has dictated the way that children are sorted into ELD programs. The home language survey has parents self-report their child's proficiency in English. A single checked box is a difference maker in a child's academic future. A single checked box cannot measure fluency. It cannot measure understanding. A single checked box is what sorted Samring into the wrong class, leading to years of inefficient learning. It is easy to imagine a newly immigrated parent from abroad misreporting their child's English proficiency on the home language survey. A study conducted on all 50 states by the University of Virginia on the validity of the home language survey determined that the survey consistently misreports the accuracy of children's learning ability. The inclusion of an objective screening would reduce the margin of error present in an ultimately subjective survey. SABE proposes a fair way, a comprehensive, developmentally appropriate proficiency assessment diagnostic taken in kindergarten so that placement reflects ability. We believe in a diagnostic assessment designed to identify children who require participation in ELD programs, in conjunction, of course, with the home language survey. Every child deserves placement into programs that determine their education based on a clearly defined set of rules, including an unbiased diagnostic and parent-led conversations through the home language survey provides a factual basis of the sorting of young learners. It is imperative for the SBE to ensure the proper placement of children in classes to close the gap for young Americans who need ELD help. If a fifth of our students are English learners, a fifth of our students depend on getting this issue right. Making sure that ELD programs are sorted correctly at the onset of students' education allows for students to find themselves in classrooms that genuinely cater to the needs of the student. We want to build off of the existing tools through the present in the screening for risk of reading to provide screening assessments as an additional safety net for English learners. We seek to support the platform provided in the 2017 English Learner Roadmap to more accurately utilize the resources rolled out by the program for the children it's designed to serve. Further, our proposal differentiates itself from the LPAC by creating assessment which, regardless of the home language survey, commits to an earnest reporting on English language capabilities. I can no more call myself an American or a Californian for the fact that I speak English and that young Chinese boy in my third grade class did not. The same is true for that young Mexican girl in my kindergarten class on the brink of finding her words. The group that encapsulates any society, the spirit of any society, is its children. And the child that encapsulates the spirit of our society is that young girl learning what it means to be a human while learning the language written on the document, which guarantees her freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. Yes, Member Escobedo.
Thank you for the presentation and really appreciate the amount of research you've conducted and the validity of home language surveys. So I'm curious to understand further. So you're articulating that we should combine an assessment similar to the LPAC or revising the LPAC along with the home language survey?
Correct, yeah, thank you for your question. Currently, the LPAC serves students who are already identified as English learners. So we want to work in conjunction with the home language survey to include parents in those conversations, of course, when we have them fill out that survey, but also give them a fair and a facts-based assessment diagnostic taken when they enter a school system. So the LPAC currently has an initial English proficiency test, which is only administered to kids who have been already identified as English learners. So if we could use that platform already rolled out by that program and kind of expand it to all students, I think that is what we're looking for.
I see. So you're looking at combining these two instruments to really have a clearer picture of the ability and the assets that the student already has.
Yeah, because of course we don't want to take the parents out of the conversation when it comes to, you know, how they feel about their child's proficiency.
Thank you. Thank you.
Others? Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned the home language survey and the LPAC results. In my experience, the family and the parent voice is very important in that. And so I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on how you or school site leaders should support parents and families of being informed of the process and also the results.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. Really the end goal is to kind of alleviate maybe the pressure that's put on parents to, and provide a safety net, right, for kids that, you know, might be misidentified as English learners or might fall through the cracks of the system, right, and spend years in the system without being in the classes they need to be. And of course, we don't want to remove the parent's voice from that conversation, but we want to include a more objective, facts-based approach to how we identify English learners in the first place. So like to work in conjunction with the systems already in place.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have mental health awareness presented by Addison Luong.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. I wish my parents knew that I had no one to talk to. I wish my teachers knew that how much I was juggling outside of schoolwork. And I wish my family knew that their mental health experiences don't reflect mine. These are just a few of the heartbreaking truths we hear resonating with students throughout our communities. I've seen everything ranging from lack of understanding of their everyday stresses to even suicidal ideation expressed. As a whole, students' wishes reveal the great opportunity that California has to prevent student voices from slipping into mental health policies they can't identify with. My name is Addie Luong. I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High School and a student board member for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Today, my mental health council group and I bring before you a call for progress, a step toward a future of student representation and mental health policy. According to the CDE, nearly 1 in 5 youth experiences a diagnosable mental health disorder. Additionally, a recent study conducted by UCLA found that 45% of Californian adolescents between the ages 12 and 17 struggled with mental health issues. Increased behavioral incidents, absenteeism, and academic decline can all be attributed to the silent struggle of unaddressed mental health issues. Despite this data illustrating the detriment of students' lived experiences, mental health policies are created, approved, and adopted by adults, merely attempting to aid youth struggles. Without a true understanding on how relevant the policies are, how helpful can they truly be? Being directly affected by policy changes, youth voice is vital at the forefront of mental health policy. This is why a mental health youth advisory council under the State Board of Education should be created. Members of the council will be chosen via a lottery system that draws from a pool of opted-in student board members interested in addressing mental health disparities in their communities. Students' terms will be 1 year long and meet virtually biannually. Each council member will present in the beginning of the meetings, sharing mental health issues they deem prominent. Feedback on existing policies and demonstrated need for new ones will advise the board on how mental health policies can best alleviate and support struggles of students. With successive cohorts, the Mental Health Youth Advisory Council will continuously shape mental health policy for generations of California students. SBE will be forming a coalition distinctive from former youth advisory councils, such as the California Youth Empowerment Commission and Tony Thurman's Youth Advisory Council, which have shown the effectiveness of youth voices at the forefront of impactful change. Both councils have successfully pioneered student-led initiatives and have prospects of continually shaping the California public education system. However, the SBE's Mental Health Youth Advisory Council would specifically focus on how SBE's academic standards, curriculum frameworks, regulations, and assessments directly affect student mental health, unlike the other councils that focus on a more broad spectrum of student issues. With power to create policy, not just adopt it, we can incorporate student voice at the top of the policymaking chain, shaping an education system for students by students. The people in this room are proof that California's education system has the power to produce impactful change makers. But these very change makers currently lack the platform for having productive conversations with policymakers that influence their everyday lives. Should the State Board of Education intend to continue producing relevant and engaging mental health policy, we believe it's imperative they tap into this previously untapped resource of student voice to continue shaping this policy. With students working in collaboration with the State Board of Education, we can turn students' wishes into reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members. Member Patillo Bronson.
Thank you for the presentation. That was really powerful and incredibly well delivered as well. I wanted to ask a question about how you see it interacting, this advisory body interacting with the work of the State Board of Ed. I think you named curricular frameworks, and then there's obviously accountability systems, which were part of the LCAP presentation earlier. Are there any particular examples that you might want to lift up as to where you feel like student voice would most squarely intersect with the purview of the State Board?
I don't think I have any particular policies in mind that they could interact with, but I know that previous councils, such as Tony Thurman's Youth Advisory Council, they have subcommittees that work on AI and stuff like that, and I think that these youth voices could be I think yeah, I think honestly any policy that is brought up, I feel like students from throughout these school districts have valuable perspectives that would be unique to their school district that they can incorporate and give input on oh, maybe students would think that that particular policy in regards to grading or whatever would actually be more detrimental to students than it would be beneficial, and just things like that for them to consider, I think would just be very valuable for them to think about.
Terrific. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. You sort of answered the question that I had as well. And I also want to comment on how wonderful your presentation and the insightful and poignant remark about how different our adults, right, our mental health issues are than the ones that our young people are facing today. How do you see this committee interacting with the Youth Empowerment Commission?
Well, the Youth Empowerment Commission is works with the governor. So I think that we actually envision this council to be more unique because it works directly with the State Board of Education that has the power to create policy. I think having student voice at the very top of the policymaking process before it even goes down to the down to CDE to be adopted, it'll be very powerful for students to actually be able to tell board members that this is what we think about these things that you're working on currently. Whereas I think the Youth Empowerment Commission is specific to the governor's policies, and they it's the similar group of 13 students, I believe, that that will work with the governor, and they bring more minority voices into the conversation. So I think they serve a different purpose than this one will, and I think this one will be unique because it also specifically focuses on mental health issues.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an important topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
we have one more presentation? Okay. Oh, we're doing another break. Thank you. We're ready for our next presentation.
Last but not least, we have post-secondary preparedness presented by Jacob Garcia.
Good morning, Board President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Jacob Garcia, a student at West Valley Early College High School of the Anderson Union High School District, just south of Redding, California. It is an honor to stand before you today. I am speaking on behalf of my amazing delegate group focusing on post-secondary preparedness. I have had the privilege of experiencing firsthand what strong, supportive, and unbiased counseling can do for a student. My own counselor once encouraged me to apply for the position of student board member for my county's Board of Education, an opportunity that completely changed the course of my journey. Through that experience, I discovered and deepened my passion for education. And thanks to my board support in sending me to SABE, I now have the honor of speaking before you today. But I also recognize, unfortunately, that this story does not hold true for all students across California. Many students do not have access to a counselor who truly believes in their potential or takes time to help them explore the possibilities beyond high school. Counselors are the groundwork of student success and are expected to assist in class scheduling, provide mental health support, and encourage success after high school. But high caseloads can limit counselors' ability to find ways to individualize and unbias their amazing support, which is proven true by the College Career Indicator within the 2024 California School Dashboard that finds that only 45.3% of 2024 high school graduates were prepared for college and careers. Now, to be clear, many counselors make the best effort to care and support for their students. However, there is a lack of prioritization to carry out effective, essential, and ethical school counseling across all California school districts, which is where exactly us students need your help as the California State Board of Education. We encourage you to add a new reflective prompt to the Local Control and Accountability Plan template. The adoption of a new prompt to the LCAP template would hold school districts accountable for post-secondary counseling as a part of a movement for a more equitable student opportunities within California. With these requirements, school districts are required to transparently reflect their actions regarding their prioritization of equitable post-secondary counseling in order to uphold this new LCAP prompt. The prompt would include descriptions of how schools are equally promoting all secondary opportunities to students, such as military scholarships, vocational training, trade school, or direct employment. And although many professional organizations offer standards and outlines for ethical practices that school counselors should abide by, counselors aren't necessarily mandated to follow these practices. So essentially, our proposal holds districts accountable to prioritize equitable post-secondary counseling within their schools by requiring them to reflect on a new LCAP prompt. And to clarify, this is not a mandate to follow existing guidelines from external agencies. This proposal specifically focuses on adding to the LCAP prompt to further incentivize counselors using fair practices. Therefore, SAVE delegates gathered one vision that we hope districts implement into their counseling. The vision that all California school counselors prepare every student for post-secondary success, beginning early and continuing throughout high school. Counselors should provide equal access to information about all pathways, whether that be college, trade school, military, or the workforce, in order for students to be informed and confident about their future and success after graduation. And above all, this proposal is one that does not require much funding or new infrastructure. It is simply about clarity and the encouragement for statewide prioritization of equitable post-secondary counseling within all our school districts. The cost is minimal, but I can assure you the impact this new LCAP addition can have on students is profound. And with that, our delegate group is dedicated to transforming my experience with an exceptional counselor into a norm for all students across California, where the LCAP prompts districts to reflect on equitable and inclusive practices. That is why this proposal matters, because we believe every California student deserves the opportunity to imagine their future, to dream big, and to rise above every challenge. By integrating a new reflection prompt within the LCAP, districts will be held accountable to promote counseling that empowers students to graduate high school with not just a diploma, but an understanding of the world and the opportunities within it. Students will have a belief in their success because someone, a counselor, believed in them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, Member McQuillan?
Thank you, Jacob, for sharing your experience with a great counselor to guide you, and I appreciated all that you've put into this. A question I have is, if the standards were adopted, what does the LEAs and districts and state need to do to make sure counselors meet the standards?
Are you asking what guidelines that we can have in place? Suggestions, guidelines?
Yes.
When we were researching our topic, our delegation group found under the ASCA, the Association of School Counselors, they have already a framework in place for counseling practices, and they also have a division within California, but the California Association doesn't specify that framework specifically. And what us students are trying to bring is for us to hopefully incentivize districts to provide their way of promoting equitable counseling for students. So by adding that prompt, I think that it would be beneficial for districts and the counselors to the students.
Wonderful. Member Escobedo?
Thank you so much. It's such a critical topic, as we're looking at redesigning high schools. Having that critical adult is so important. I'm really interested to know is, what do you see which of the standards that you propose seem to be the most critical, knowing full well that we're in a world of significant change. You heard about AI and how that's changing the landscape. How are these standards flexible enough to meet those changes, and which one do you think is the most critical one?
The most critical that I believe within the standards that the students, that the vision that they have, I believe that the standard is the equitable advertisement that there are other post-secondary opportunities other than college, like the military, trade school, and workforce. As a state, sending our students to every single opportunity is crucial to having a beneficial state and having a successful state. So I think that if we emphasize counselors to counsel in a way that emphasizes every single opportunity, I think that's the most important.
Thank you.
Well, we thank you so much for sharing about this additional important topic. What an amazing panoply of issues you guys have tackled. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And we do want to allow the public to comment, so we're going to post the public comment slide. Thank you. If you want to call in for public comment, you can use the phone number and the access code shown on this slide. Are there any public comments in person, for starters?
There's no public comment in the room.
All right, and we'll give it a minute to see if there's any public comment on the phone.
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Well, I all want to, I think, appreciate all the work and thinking and negotiating and debating and weighing and balancing all the evidence and arguments that went into these presentations. We really appreciate the engagement around them and the ability of folks to sort of respond to the questions and to really take it to a deeper level. So thank you. You are such great exemplars of education in this state and of the commitment of our students to our civic betterment in the education arena. Thank you so very much for all of this. And this concludes this information item. We are going to take an actual break at this point for 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene by 11:45. Thank you. We are all assembled. We're going to continue with item 4, which is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. We're going to get an update on the program activities. This is an information item only, and it will be presented by Mao Vang and Dr. Kelly Botcher of the CDE and Tony Alpert of Smarter Balanced. Mao, there we are. Please begin. Good to see you.
Roberson, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and our esteemed board members. I'm Mao Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. And to assist me with this item, we have Dr. Kelly Bacher, our Education Research and Evaluation Administrator of our Psychometrics Evaluation and Data Office in the Assessment Development and Administration Division. We also have Tony Alpert, who is the Executive Director from Smarter Balanced here. And the item before you, as mentioned, is an information-only item. Today's presentation will cover the 2024-25 test results public release summary and the federal peer review update. And as well as we have a treat of bringing the mathematics performance test micropilot to you. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Kelly Bacher to present the item on the results of our student performance on our statewide assessments. Kelly, I'm going to turn it over. Oh.
Perfect. Good morning. Dr. Kelly Bacher of the Assessment Division here at CDE. And I have the privilege, thank you, Mao, for giving me the privilege of sharing very happy news with you today to announce the release of our 24-25 assessment results that just occurred about a month ago, and to share with you some of the highlights of our results data. So on October 9th of 2025, the CDE publicly released our 24-25 CASP and LPAC assessment results. And so in the next few slides, we will walk through the statewide results, highlight some of the key trends that we noted in the data, and discuss how California schools and districts are making progress for students. So let's begin with the big picture. California students made meaningful gains in English language arts, mathematics, and science statewide. We saw a 1.8 percentage point increase in students who achieved the proficient or advanced level on the English language arts assessment. That may be known to some as level 3 and 4 on the test. We also saw a 1.8 percentage point increase in mathematics at those same levels, and a 2 percentage point increase in science. So increases across the board in students achieving a level 3 or a level 4. Also, compared to last year, we saw an increase in the average scale score for ELA, math, and science across all grades. And in these post-pandemic years, we have been seeing student scores trend upward, and that was particularly true in our results this last year, seeing the greatest improvement we've seen thus far. So we feel these results reflect a continued progress in academic achievement and the impact of our collective efforts across the state. And then we look at specific student groups. It's good news again. So nearly all student groups showed improvement across all 3 subjects. This includes groups defined by race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status, English language fluency, and other key demographics, underscoring California's commitment to opportunity for every learner. And of note, male students, Black or African American students, and Hispanic Latino students had larger than state average improvements for most grades in both ELA and mathematics. I'm very happy to see that. So these figures here show the percentage of students scoring at each achievement level over the last few years. So we have been seeing steady progress in student achievement across ELA, math, and science. And when we look at the percentage of students who have scored at level 2, 3, and 4, those upper 3 green, we've seen those percentages gradually increase from year to year. And the percentage of students scoring at the minimal or level 1 level has progressively gone down. So that is indeed a happy trend to see. We feel that this trend underscores the impact of California's long-term investments in rigorous instruction, educator support, and student-centered learning strategies. And as I mentioned at the intro, we saw ELA increase to 48.8% in 24-25. Mathematics increased to 37.3%. These are students at level 3 and 4. And science also increased to 32.7% in 24-25 of students scoring at proficient or advanced. And also with science specifically, and very encouragingly, I think, the science results have now surpassed pre-pandemic levels by about 3 percentage points. And when we look again at gains by student group, the story is even more encouraging. So student groups of Black and African American students, Hispanic Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster youth, and children of armed forces service members all showed year-over-year gains in the percentage of students reaching proficient or advanced. And again, this is in ELA, math, and science. These improvements reflect our ongoing commitment to closing opportunity gaps and ensuring every student has the chance to succeed. And when we look at these groups in particular, we're encouraged to see this momentum building, which are the trends we hope to see in achieving, closing those gaps, ultimately. If we look particularly at the blue bars on our graph here, these are our Black or African American students, and the green are our Hispanic or Latino students. The increase in the proportion of students scoring at level 3 or 4 outpaced the increase of students scoring at level 3 or 4 for all other students. So again, this rate of increase is exactly what we'd hope to see to close achievement gaps. And other student groups, including our yellow bars here, which are our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, also not noted here, but our foster youth and English learner student groups also made improvements compared to last year. These are the results for our summative English language proficiency assessments for California, or our summative LPAC. This is our assessment that's given annually to English learners. And we can see here that the performance levels and the percentage of students in each is fairly consistent across the last few years and tends to be fairly stable from what we're seeing. It is important to note that interpreting the summative LPAC slides here is a bit different than the academic achievement slides I showed just a few minutes ago, in that the composition of the EL student group is changing every year by nature of reclassification as students exit. It's not the same group of students taking this assessment every year. So just an important caveat in interpreting this. And by seeing it consistent is no reflection of student growth or a lack of growth for that matter. So for anyone who would like more details on our results, who would like to slice and dice the data perhaps by school district or student group, we encourage you to visit our test results for California assessments websites at the URLs noted here. And I will note that all of our 24-25 assessment results are there with the exception of the California Spanish assessment, which we expect to be added into these sites in December, so just about a month from now. And this is just a one-time delay because of the expansion that we did to the California Spanish assessment. It required a little bit more time to get those posted, but just for this 1 year. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick pivot here to give you an update on something called the federal peer review process. So federal peer review is an evidence-based process where each state is expected to submit to the U.S. Department of Education evidence to demonstrate that its assessment system meets a set of established criteria. And in particular, every state's assessment, including California's, should demonstrate evidence of validity, reliability, and fairness as established by the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. So as new assessments become operational, states are expected to provide additional evidence for peer review covering each summative assessment that is required under ESSA. And this is often an iterative process where states are submitting additional evidence to meet the requirements as it becomes available. So for the past few years, our team back in the assessment division has been submitting documents to the U.S. Department of Education for our summative assessments under ESSA. So these are our English language arts assessments, mathematics, science, and English language proficiency. There are 4 possible results for peer review when we get graded, if you will. These are meets requirements at the top, substantially meets requirements, partially meet, and does not meet. And those top 2 categories, meets and substantially meets, are considered passing results for peer review. So just this summer in August, California received results from the Department of Ed that we are very happy about, confirming that the following 4 summative assessments meet all requirements according to ESSA in their review. So that's our Smarter Balanced ELA and math assessments. In particular, the adjusted blueprints that we have been using for a few years now did indeed get approved. The California Science Test, the summative LPAC, and the summative alternate LPAC. California's other 2 assessments, or other 3 assessments rather, which are alternate assessments for ELA, math, and science, they are requesting a little bit of additional evidence, which will be submitted in the next, this summer and then summer of 2027 to fulfill those last remaining requirements. But again, these are already very positive results. So in closing, the purpose of federal peer review is to help states develop comprehensive assessment systems that provide accurate and valid information for holding districts and schools accountable for student achievement against our state standards. And achieving these positive results is very much a collaborative effort between educators, schools, and LEA staff that made it possible for us to meet this passing result for peer review. So as always, a big shout out and a thank you to the amazing educators, schools, and districts that we have in California that helped us achieve these very positive results. So I will now turn it over to Tony Albert from Smarter Balanced to present the next section of our item. Thank you.
Hello, and for the record, my name's Anthony Albert, Executive Director for Smarter Balanced. Really pleased to be here and following a presentation with such great news as well. So congratulations to the State Board and California for your success this year. That's really fantastic. So as members of the board may recall, Smarter Balanced engaged in a collaborative study of the relationship between the Smarter Balanced assessments and the California mathematics framework. And as an outgrowth of that investigation, although we found that the relationship was very robust, there were some areas of improvement that we wanted to attend to. One of those was in grade 4, but in general, augmenting our approach to mathematics with a greater emphasis on data reasoning, data visualizations, and increasing the quality of a task using student feedback. And the way we've described this is consistent with what is otherwise being called data sciences. So our approach to this new aspect of the mathematical practices, or at least new for us, was to engage in a pretty focused study that included short paper and pencil assessments that was designed to understand how students perceived this new emphasis of the mathematical practices. And as I mentioned, although they did align with our mathematics claims of communicating reasoning, data analysis, and problem solving and modeling, but they were focused more on the data sciences approach, which tends to be inclusive of asking what are the right tools, the reasoning behind using a particular tool or approach, not just whereas in our standard PTs, it's asking students to engage in the problem without that metacognition about necessarily the types of tools or their approach that they're taking using data to solve the problem. So these items were all machine scored and contained both machine scored and constructed response. The tasks were designed to test those mathematical practices, including multiple different types of stimuli, so different types of visualizations and data tables. And typically in our current PTs, performance tasks, we have a single stimuli, tends to be the more common approach. And then what was really unique for us was the incorporation of student surveys as part of our commitment and our strategic plan to receive input from students about how the assessment functions and how we can make it function better. We wanted to find out what their thoughts were about these new performance tasks. So we administered these micropilots in grades 4, 6, and 11, and as well as the student feedback survey. The findings are going to be used then to guide our future development of our specifications, which are the blueprints that we use to design tasks and items, the guidelines that we give to item writers, the training that we might provide directly to item writers or vendors, as the case may be, depending on who's owning a particular aspect of the development process, and thinking about how we integrate as a larger framework these data sciences approaches into our full suite of mathematics assessments. We anticipate that finally, after all of these revisions will take place, that we'll be doing a field test that will incorporate these concepts in spring of 2027. And then depending on the quality of data that we receive back, students would begin to see those in operational use in spring of 2029. So the results were that generally students found these tasks to be quite challenging. And while we're not quite sure exactly what the nature of the issue was, we believe that undoubtedly it was some aspect of the performance task itself, and we have got some pretty clear plans about how we're going to revise it. An error that we made, which we're going to address in the future, is we didn't ask teachers about their instruction, though. So we don't know to what extent is the instructional experience for students different, or was there some barriers that we included in the performance test itself that made those tasks more difficult than we might otherwise hope. So we'll rethink our survey approach, where we'll include some information try to include some information from teachers, maybe using some of their lessons plans as guides about how they approach their math instruction, and then potentially ask students as well about their experience of their instruction and how similar were the tasks to the activities that their teacher provided them or supported them through their math instruction. Practices were at grade level. Also having the operational skill at grade level makes it difficult to determine where's the student succeeding and where's the student needs additional support. So reusing that approach will be likely helpful in the future. We need to iterate on the context, the setup of these questions to make sure they're as simple as possible, and similarly reduce the language load again, which are lessons that we continue to learn, and we keep on trying to improve that as we're approaching these new types of tests with these new aspects, though we're incorporating new language, and so we have to revisit the language we use so that it's accessible to students, all students. So we look forward on continuing to provide progress updates and really appreciate the board's encouragement for us to innovate and really sponsor this investigation into new performance tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony and Kelly. We'll be available to see if there's any clarifying questions or discussion.
Just to check, have you reached the end of the item for now? Okay. I don't want to jump the gun. All right. So I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put the public comment slide up, and then we'll see if we have. If anyone wants to call in for public comment, they can use the phone number and the participant access code shown here. And while we're waiting, I'll ask our liaison member Roscoe Gonzalez for any comments before me, and then we'll see if there are any other clarifying questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mao, and for your presentation. Your department did an excellent job. I just want to recognize what a milestone the peer review represents for California. It doesn't always get much attention, but having every major assessment meet federal requirements says a lot about the strength and stability of our system. That kind of validation just builds trust and shows that the data we use to understand student growth is solid. The results also show encouraging momentum. We're seeing steady gains in ELA, math, and science, and students are reconnecting with grade level learning, and the supports in place are starting to show impact. It's especially meaningful to see progress amongst our underserved students, which reflects the targeted work is happening in classrooms. The interventions in the early support in literacy is key to this. The results also show this momentum, We are also continuing to look progress over time, having access to clear information, I think would also about how English learners would move forward towards reclassification. So again, having access to clear information about how English learners move towards reclassification helps educators and families understand the full picture of student growth. Lastly, I'm glad to see data science integrated in math. It's exactly where we want students headed. And continued investment in assessment literacy for teachers would make this data even more useful for improving instruction and student growth. Thank you.
All right, and I'll just add my congratulations on the federal approvals of our systems and suggest that we find a time in the future to talk more about the performance tasks and how those are unfolding. It is a new area for us to figure out how to engage students around data, what kind of tasks really do connect to their experience, and how to analyze those. So it's exciting that we're launching on it, and I think we'd love to learn more about that as we progress. Are there any other clarifying questions from folks before we go to public comment? All right, is there any public comment in the room?
There are 4 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your time to speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Regina Chagoya, Manuel Buenrostro, Raquel Morales, and Edgar Lampkin.
President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board of Education, I am Regina Chagoya from Berkeley Federation of Teachers and Berkeley Unified School District, and speaking on behalf of California Federation of Teachers, which is a union of educators and classified professionals. Regarding agenda item number 4, CFT views instruction of English learners as one of our critical important areas of service. That being said, it's difficult to know the full scope of our efforts without reinstituting the reclassifying data reporting. In the past time to resume reporting of reclassification data of our English learners, and thank you for listening.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together. We want to first acknowledge and appreciate the ongoing review of reclassification criteria. This information is fundamentally important when accurately measuring the progress for English learners in all districts and across schools across the state. We have a specific request regarding data reporting. Up until the 2020-21 school year, the California Department of Education publicly provided reclassification data disaggregated by county, district, and school. We understand that this data reporting was challenging during the heights of the pandemic, but now we request the board and Department of Education to resume reporting reclassification data for district schools and counties starting with the 2025-26 school year. Our partners frequently request this information to ensure local accountability and advocacy for English learner progress across the state. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Raquel Morales with Ed Trust West. I would like to +1 my colleague that just gave public comment, and would like to align our comments with the Equity Coalition. This year's CAPS results show proficiency rates that are finally beginning to return to pre-COVID levels, but still leave glaring unacceptable equity gaps between Native American, Black, and Latino students compared to their white and Asian peers. Schools supported only 33% of Black students to meet or exceed grade level standards in ELA, and only 20% of Black students were at or above grade level in math. For Native American students, only a third were at or above grade level in ELA, and just over 23% were at or above grade level in math. Additionally, only 39% of Latino students were supported to meet or exceed standards in ELA and 26% in math. We remain deeply concerned about achievement gaps that linger despite overall progress. We urge the board to pair public reporting of aggregate improvements with clear strategies to address persistent inequities, including targeted supports for districts demonstrating limited progress under the systems of support. Thank you.
We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Caller with the last four digits 7517. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Leilani Aguinaldo on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA commends the continued statewide progress reflected in the 24-25 CASP and LPAC results. The improvement in LPAC performance following the removal of the TK students from the testing population via legislation underscores the importance of developmentally appropriate assessments. The data showing changes in level 3 and level 1 for the LPAC results, as an example, ensures that resources are provided more appropriately to students who genuinely need the supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits 4369. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. I'm Sally Fox, calling from San Diego on behalf of the California Association for Bilingual Education, CABE. CABE is proud of its 50-plus years promoting bilingual education for California students, starting way back when Pete Chacon and George Moscone collaborated on legislation to declare bilingual education a right for English language learners. Then the state board was required to adopt regulations setting forth standards for language reclassification criteria to be adopted by school districts using multiple measures. Before I retired in 2018 as a bilingual coordinator at the San Diego County Office of Education, I frequently accessed RFEP data through the CDE website in my work. But RFEP data have not been published through DataQuest since 2021 because of difficulties related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So I agree with the other advocates who urge the board to resume their publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8256. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring from Children Now. With the release of this year's assessments results, we see marginal overall improvement, but still performance being below pre-pandemic levels, suggesting we still have work to do. In our letter, we wanted to draw the board's attention to the large and growing academic achievement gaps. For example, gaps grew for low-income students and English learners and were flat and large for foster youth. California has some of the largest achievement gaps in the country. For example, we ranked tied for worst in 8th grade math on the last NAEP test when we disaggregate by income. When we look at the LCAPs across the state, we see LEAs focusing on district-wide action despite LCAP instructions improvements that have suggested that they have to focus on closing achievement gaps. We rarely see LEAs setting differential improvement goals. So it shouldn't be surprising that we see gaps not closing. As the board approaches its work on differentiated assistance criteria and future LCAP template work, we encourage the board to signal to LEAs the need to laser focus on closing achievement gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1505. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, dear President Darlene Hammond and members of the board. My name is Mariano Lozano. I'm a high school teacher from San Diego, and I'm calling today on behalf of Californians Together to kindly request that the board resumes reporting EL reclassification data on DataQuest. Having worked as an LCAP coordinator, I understand that reclassification data not only helps the schools and districts to evaluate the effectiveness of their programs, actions, and services, but also informs decision-making and resource allocation during LCAP planning. While the dashboard currently reports the ELPI, the LPAC score is only one of several criteria used for reclassification purposes, which also include content mastery and overall academic achievement. To ensure an accountability system that effectively monitors EL progress, it is critical to have reclassification data available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 8674, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board. This is Rachel Murphy, Senior Legislative Counsel of Public Advocates and member of the LCFS Equity Coalition. We would like to align our comments with our equity partners at Trust West, Californians Together, Children Now, and CABE around the widening and persistent achievement gaps for marginalized student groups. As stated in our coalition letter and by my colleagues, we urge the board to pair public reporting of aggregate improvements with clear strategies for addressing persistent inequities, including targeted supports for districts demonstrating limited progress under the system of support. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item number 4.
All right, thank you very much. We're now open for board discussion. And I do have a question to start off with, Mel, if you can help us understand the sort of status of the reporting of reclassification data and whether there's a plan to get that restarted or where it stands.
Yes, that's a report that our accountability office used to provide, and I will take the request back. And now that our data is a little bit more stable, we could look at continuing that. And I'll work and I'll share that data, that information with Cindy Cazanas, our analysis, measurement, and reporting division, and we'll get that going.
All right, thank you.
It's really a report that we all like to have, but it's not required. So we are working on some of the more required reports, but we would love to restart that as soon as we can.
Thank you. Other? Yes, Member Escobedo?
It may not be required, but it might be important to really focus on strategy. So I think it's really, I would love to see the relationship between the LPAC data and redesignation rates and how it affects one another, because there are definite interconnection between both of those data, and it may help districts strategize, right? How to best focus their instruction on which students and what's working, what's not. I think the more we triangulate data, it definitely will help districts and teachers kind of think what's being effective or not. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Just to note, there's also a conversation going on about reclassification and what that, whether there's a more standardized way to approach it. And so it's a really important time for us to get sort of aware of and on top of the conversations around.
Especially since we invested so much time with the Optel instrument.
Yeah.
Shared, I think we're in a more clearer place in how to redesignate students utilizing, some specific factors with our teachers and parents. So.
There's also a study coming out on that from the Getting Down to Facts, group of studies that are going on across the state that'll be available early in the year. So it may be a topic that we want to sort of understand and take up generally. Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Very short. Just want to express my appreciation for the request of that information.
Terrific. Other questions, comments, discussion? Member McQuillan?
Yes, thank you for the report. I've been looking at the American Indian Alaskan scores that continue to be troublesome, although there's less who are not meeting the standard, but if there's anything we could do to strategize, there's a few LEAs around the state that have a high percent, and if there's a district that's having any success, to be able to share that out with others and zero in on what's going on with our American Indian students. So.
Thank you.
Chief Deputy Roberson, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that we're, as the California Department of Education, very committed to this data for redesignation, reclassification. So while it's not mandated and from an awareness of work scope, but definitely we are committed to getting that data out and those reports out to the field.
That's great. Thank you. Other comments, questions? All right, this is an information item, so thank you so much, Mal, for not only the report, but all the work that went into getting us a very smooth assessment season in this last year. Thank you.
Well, before we leave this item, though, I know I have the next one too. So I just want to say that you know, the peer review submission success is really due to your leadership too. I mean, having a board of this caliber to be able to understand all the complexities and be able to support all the development along the way, I mean, that's so key. No one can do that work alone, right? It takes all of us to lift our huge state to be able to get those kinds of results. And so it should be something that, you know, you all are to be commended for that and for your leadership as well, especially our leader, President Darling Hammond. I mean, we are so lucky to have you in terms of assessments overall. I mean, I think every state, when you have that kind of leadership, should get these kinds of results. But it's all of us.
Take no credit for it, but I will say it takes a village to create an assessment system. So, and Mal, you've been leading the charge, so we appreciate you. And since you have the next item, why don't we go ahead and take up item 5?
I'm going to depend on Alex to find the right one.
Let me switch it.
Okay. This is the topics related to California's assessments. This is again going to be another information item without any action needed, but we will be educated by it. And so, Mal, when you're ready, take it away.
And Mao Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division. Again, this item is for information only. I will be covering some, the following topics are, there were questions about the California assessment contract process, and then more addressing questions about the adjusted form blueprints for Smarter Balance English Language Arts, literacy or ELA, and mathematics. And there were questions about the translation tools and some issues outside of my area of expertise, assessment system, and the contracting procurement process, but we will cover it, and I will try to bring as much information as possible so this board could have more information to address the requesters or public comment that came about. So this is the little overview about the California assessment contract process. The State Board of Education members, some may have expressed a desire to ensure that the California Department of Education is including a way for prospective vendors to be able to respond to our request for submission process for the next California assessment system contract, to highlight the expertise in various areas of the contract so that the SBE can be sure that the best support and options are available for those areas. So the request for submissions or our procurement process will allow vendors to collaborate as well as respond to that procurement. And we encourage them to build teams to respond with one prime contractor for a reason, right? The prime contractor allow vendors to, again, let me just go back a little bit. When we're encouraging them to collaborate, to build off each other's strengths, to create a stronger proposal when they collaborate beyond just one. And while that designation of that prime contractor is important because it gives us that point of accountability, that point of communications and responsibilities, it really takes a lot more than one contractor to fulfill our assessment needs. And that process, again, encourages those vendors out there who identify their strengths and weaknesses ahead of time, where they can best fit, and to reach out and communicate with each other and partner with each other so that we, the CDE and the SBE, will receive proposals that are responsive and to the requirements that we need for our system to work, and to include innovative approaches and various aspects of the assessment system to meet our needs. So in the current contract, I just want to share that ETS is the prime contractor, and we share that quite a bit. But however, there are several subcontractors to ETS. And this slide highlights some of those. We have Cambium Assessment, Inc. They host and support the test delivery system. The Measurement Incorporated, they subcontract to do constructive response scoring of the Smarter Balanced summative assessments for English language arts and math. West Ed subcontracts to do trainings focused on materials for the interim assessments, how to score, and also data leadership. We have Metametrics in the last round. They provide the Lexile framework for reading and the Quantile framework for mathematics. And then we have the Sacramento County Office of Education, or SCOE, that provide educator recruitment, outreach, meeting logistics, and trainings, among other tasks. Okay. So that's, in a nutshell, about the contracting and encouragement of contractors to support in that procurement process. And then there were questions about, from the last board meeting, there was some public comment was shared regarding the reduced number of questions and the impact on the sub-scores for individual students, and the potential impact on the score precision for smaller group sizes from our Smarter Balanced adjusted blueprints. So I just want to kind of take us down a little memory lane that in November of 2020, our state board approved the adjusted blueprints, right? We were in the middle of a pandemic. And then in September of 2022, the state board approved the continued use of the adjusted form blueprints for that particular year, 2022 and 2023, and subsequent administrations. And that decision was really moved forward with the adjusted form blueprints. It was informed by feedback from many, right? From our local educational agency staff and administrators, our various interest holders and families, and they expressed support as a result of the additional benefits that accompany that decrease in testing time. When we reduced the blueprint, it also decreased the testing time. And those other benefits were that there would be increased instructional time available, there would be increased flexibility in scheduling and adequate monitoring of administrations, be decreased risk of connectivity, as well as network issues, right? So again, reduction in the potential exposure of items from the item bank as a result of the reduction of the number of items that need to be out there. So the adjusted form blueprints maintain this comparable allocation of content across the claims, as well as the same proportion of depth of knowledge across all items. So on the test results for California's assessments, that's the public website that we provide all these. We still have sub-scores. They're still available at the composite claim. That is when we combine two claims for reading and listening and writing and research for all student groups. And then at the individual claim, like reading, writing, listening, research, or inquiry, for the student groups of 30 or more. And then on the student score reports, sub-scores are available at the composite claim for all students. And we did that in this last year and continuing. So although the precision for the total score of the test will be a little bit less than the full form, by the nature of that reduction in length, overall scale scores and achievement levels are comparable to those of prior years, and they're still within industry standards. And as noted, when Dr. Kelly Bacher was talking about the peer review update, the adjusted form blueprints received federal peer review approval as being comparable to the full form and represent assessments that are valid and reliable and of high technical quality. We would not pass without that, and consistent with the nationally recognized and professional technical standards. So just wanted to address that particular concern as well. I'm kind of like zipping through many topics, so bear with me, but we'll get there. There was also questions about translation tools. These are translation resources for both the Smarter Balance assessment for mathematics, as well as the California Science Test. And it's to include translation glossaries. We also have translation glossaries in 14 languages. And accessibility resources such as read aloud, text-to-speech, and speech-to-text are also available in Spanish. Right? So the Smarter Balance summative assessment for math and the California Science Test, students who are English learners can use, can also read Spanish, can receive a full translation of each test item, each question in Spanish, as well as on-screen directions in Spanish, including menus and buttons, and using a feature called dual language stack translations. And in addition, for the grade 8 or high school California science test, a Spanish version of the periodic table and other science charts are also available. So at the September 2025 State Board meeting, there was a public comment requesting an update to the California Science Test dual language stack translation resource to allow easier use for students. I wanted to say that prior to receiving that feedback, CDE staff, we've been working with the contractor to revise the functionality to match the one that is used for the mathematics. So that Spanish stack dual language accessibility resource for the California Science Test now will use a toggle mode, right? That means like where a student can toggle between English and Spanish. And this reduces the amount of text on the screen, and it allows for more streamlined translation between English and Spanish, and easier on the eyes for the student as well. So just want to clarify that topic there. Other issues that are outside of the assessment system and the contracting procurement process, I will cover them here and hopefully provide some additional information to address the questions and concerns. There were, again, at the September 2025 meeting, there were questions raised about some members as well as the public did raise topics regarding this. And while we partner with our accountability office, AMAR, quite a bit, and the multilingual division, they did help write our responses and draft this item. The AMR team is working hard on trying to get our dashboard out, and so they're not available here in the room with us, but I'm not sure if Alicia is here. Yeah, but Alicia is here from the Multilingual Support Division. So I will cover some of these questions and the responses, and if there are additional questions I can't address, I will phone a friend. There was a question as to whether we could accelerate the release of assessment results to align the reporting of student growth data with the release of the California School Dashboard or Dashboard. This is, again, outside of the role of the assessment contract, and it would be the sole responsibility of the CDE accountability and data collection teams to evaluate and implement. So upon the close of our California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data Systems, or CalPADS, end-of-year collection, the CDE uses the demographic information to determine the accountability demographic information at the school, district, and state levels, as well as information that determines which school is continuously enrolled, right? That's a timing. And then for a state, nearly, 6 million, 5.8, 6 million students, 10,000 schools, and 2,000 local educational agencies, the CDE requires several weeks to ensure the information is accurate, right, to do the calculations. So upon the completion of all elements of the academic indicators for the dashboard, the CDE provides the current assessment contractor with the student level data file, complete the demographic information, attributed school and district codes appropriately, and the inclusion determinations. And then the current assessment contractor calculates the growth data. They help us with that. And returns the statewide data file by late November to us. And then given the size of our state and the complexity of the growth model, the fact that the calculations happen over a matter of weeks once we receive the data is quite remarkable in terms of understanding the process. So I just want to share why it has to happen a little bit later. With that, we also had, again, this is outside the assessment contract, but is a suggestion that there was a suggestion that the future assessment contractor implement certain policies related to students attending Dashboard Alternative School Status, DAS schools. It's a mouthful. The commenter requested that the SBE change this policy to also review and calculate the incorporation of students who may have recently transferred to a DAS school and their original school assessment results. Well, this level of student information is not readily available in CalPADS, right, or visible, or to share with the assessment contractor. So the CDE would have to first consult with internal and external data collection and reporting subject matter experts to determine whether the CalPADS enrollment data could be used reliably for this purpose. And then a few more slides about another public comment provided outside of the assessment contract, but was requested for standardization of the reclassification policies for English learners. And California's reclassification criteria are outlined in statute as part of a standardized exit procedures required by federal law. And state law also requires that LEAs adopt local policies to reclassify students aligned with that criteria. So local educational agencies have that flexibility to determine their measures which are approved by local policies. So in California, the reclassification is based on these 4 criteria that was mentioned earlier as well. One, the assessment of language proficiency using the state test of English language proficiency, which is the California assessment, California English language proficiency assessments for California, or the LPAC, and the summative alternate LPAC. That's for criteria 1. Teacher evaluation, including a review of the student's curriculum mastery, parent opinion and consultation, and comparison of student performance in basic skills against an empirically established range of performance in basic skills based on the performance of English proficient students of the same age. So our education code sections 313 and 6080 require the summative LPAC and summative alternate LPAC as our state approved. I mentioned assessment for reclassification, decision-making under criteria 1 for statewide threshold scores set as overall performance level 4 on the summative LPAC and overall performance level 3 on the summative alternate LPAC. However, the processes for criteria 2, 3, and 4 remain locally determined. And in response to the public comment, I will be addressing criterion 4, which is the comparison of student performance in basic skills. So to be clear, local educational agencies are not required to use the Smarter Balanced English Language Arts results for criterion 4. LEAs may use different assessments for each grade level based on their local assessment policy, a local reclassification policy, excuse me. So LEAs may choose to use any objective assessment of basic skills in English and locally determine the threshold score that English learner students must achieve to meet that requirement, the requirements of criterion 4. So this selected assessment must be one that is locally administered to all students in that grade level and not solely just for English learner students. So there is variability in how local educational agencies' reclassification processes are handled, but not in the statewide exit criteria, okay? So whichever assessment is used for criterion 4 for reclassification purposes, local educational agencies really locally determine the performance threshold required on those English language arts assessments based on the average performance of all students within their district. So I just want to clarify that piece, and with that, try to address some of the questions and concerns that were coming up, and that I will pause now for any clarifying questions. That's kind of the end of my slides.
Thank you. That was like a smorgasbord of assessment items. Let's put up the public comment slide. And any members of the public wanting to call in can use the number and access code shown on this slide. And while we're waiting, I'll ask our liaison member, Orozco Gonzalez, if she has any initial comments before me.
Thank you, Mao, for all these items that just tied into other meetings that we had in guidance. From just a classroom point of view, the shorter test forms have made a real difference. They still give us solid data, but take less time away from instruction, and that matters to teachers and students. Also, what I thought was really interesting and just so impactful will be the new Spanish translation toggles and the translation glossaries in 14 different languages are another strong improvement. These tools make testing more accessible and less overwhelming for students who are navigating two languages. And I just really appreciate the clear explanation of how reclassification continues to rely on multiple measures, from LPAC results to teacher input, which is key, and parent consultation. It helps us see the whole picture of a student progress. So thank you again for your presentation.
Thanks. I want to just add my congratulations on those accessibility advances that we have. And I will have some questions about that. I will ask one clarifying question now, which is whether the accessibility elements as well as the translation elements are readily available to all test takers, or whether they have to be pre-designated to get access to the accessibility elements.
If they are designated supports, I mean,
I'm asking, is it available to everyone without it being pre-designated to the student?
It's not a universal tool. So to access the translations, you must be an English learner who would be able to read in that other language to be able to use the tool. So in a way, it is accessible to everybody, but yes, an adult has to go in there, assign it to the students for them to use it on the test.
And that's the same thing with speech to text and text to speech.
Yes.
So I just think that, one of the things we should be thinking about as we move towards universal designs for learning is universal designs for assessment also. And I think that's a conversation we may want to put on the table at some point. Because we're still, using those in modest ways for some students.
Yeah, we would like to hope that a lot of the accessibility resources kind of mirror what students have access to in their instructional programs, that they should be able to use those on the assessment as well. So yes, I'm right there with you that if we...
It's a good time given what's happening in UDL and what's happening in technology capacities for us to be thinking about that. But I'm getting into the discussion, which is not what we're supposed to be doing now, so I'm going to try to follow my own rules and see if there are any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment. All right, let's get to see if there's any public comment in the room.
There are 3 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your turn to speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Steve McDougall, Lindsay Tornatore, and Lorraine Richards.
President Darling Hammond, and members of the State Board of Education, I am Steve McDougall from the Salinas Valley Federation of Teachers, speaking on behalf of CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals. Regarding agenda item number 5, instructional time is finite, as we only have 180 days with our students, and that's assuming they show up for all 180 days. Given this reality, CFT believes that using the Smarter Balance summative assessments short forms for both ELA and mathematics, thus reducing lost instructional time for the sake of more testing. What we currently use, in addition to other systemic components, is plenty in order to obtain the necessary data for understanding our work when improving instruction. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We appreciate the thoughtfulness of this item and the depth of analysis it provides. We'd like to comment on a few of the elements. The adjusted form blueprints, we support the continued use of the adjusted blueprints. We feel they retain performance tasks while reducing testing time, giving schools more instructional time, scheduling flexibility, and fewer connectivity challenges. Reclassification, we appreciate that California's system uses multiple carefully approved criteria, such as the LPAC, teacher input, parent feedback, and peer comparisons. We also feel that tools like the LPAC and Optel provide guidance while allowing local flexibility tied to state standards. Regarding the timing of growth data release, the perspective of county offices, this does not create a challenge for us. We are continuously engaged in data-driven discussions with our LEAs and our own programs. The lag in growth data release does not present a challenge, as we are continuing to learn how to best use this data to drive student outcomes. No recommendations at this time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teachers Association. Thank you to the State Board of Education and California Department of Education staff for including the historical context of the adjusted format blueprints for Smarter Balance English Language Arts, Literacy, and Mathematics in this item. CTA fully supports the continued use of the adjusted shorter test form. Students need adequate instruction time, and testing should not take away from instructional time. Since the approval of the adjusted form blueprints, educators and students have been able to be more focused on learning and less time focused on assessments. Thank you.
We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller ending in 8256, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Robert Manry from Children Now. I want to thank Mal and her team and board staff for this item and considering the smorgasbord of assessment questions that Children Now raised at the September board meeting as the board considers its next 5-year assessment contract. Today, I'll focus on 2 of them. First, we have concerns with the accuracy of the CAS assessment for individual students. These test results are used for high-stakes decisions for individual students like EL reclassification, special education, and course placement. And when we cut the number of multiple choice questions in half, it reduced the accuracy of those individual test scores, even while maintaining accurate data for group accountability. Second, we believe that a student growth indicator should be a cornerstone of any accountability system. We provide 3 ideas on how the state could address the timing issues that are currently keeping the growth indicator off of the accountability systems for differentiated assistance. One idea would be to align the demographic definitions of the CAS and the dashboard demographic definitions so that the CAS demographics available in the spring could be used for the growth calculation.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next caller ending in 8674, please start your public comment.
Good morning, Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates and the LCFF Equity Coalition. We'd like to elevate 2 points from our coalition letter. First, we continue to urge the board and department to prioritize the acceleration of the student growth timeline so that growth can be included in the annual release of the California School Dashboard each fall. Growth scores are the gold standard for determining which districts are or are not continuously improving, closing achievement gaps, and timing issues should not hinder improvement. As such, we recommend exploring options that would allow growth data to be released alongside differentiated assistance eligibility or be produced and validated earlier. Second, we thank the board for clarifying the current reclassification framework for English learners, but recommend that the board take action to improve transparency and consistency in the implementation of reclassification policies across districts. Doing so will help us understand whether reclassification policies are advancing equitable outcomes and supporting English learners' full participation in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8945, please start your public comment.
Hi, this is Suzanne Cooey from the Charter Schools Development Center. We appreciate the discussion about precision of scores given reduced accuracy of short-form CASP assessments. Many states post confidence intervals, and California used to. Posting confidence intervals for individual, group, and school scores supports robust data use and promotes assessment literacy. It's especially important for ELA and math growth scores because these scores are based on 2 short-form assessments, pre and post, and sometimes even a third pre-test score from 2 years before. In 2024, the dashboard tile for ELA and math growth showed possible range for all students. When the State Board approved the new items for the 2025 dashboard tile, it wasn't clear that confidence intervals would be lost. It's important to provide the student group confidence intervals for ELA and math growth tiles on the upcoming 2025 dashboard for ELA and math growth. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1385, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. Again, we want to thank Mel and the staff for being so responsive and covering so much in this item. We did want to associate our comments with the LCFF Equity Coalition and reinforce the need to not quite give up on getting the growth model incorporated into our accountability system. Understanding there are limitations with the data exchange between the contractor and the CDE and LEAs, we're hopeful that the effort to elevate growth in our support and accountability system does not stop here. One option to consider is using the demographic data from the assessment data system once it is aligned with our accountability system and dashboard, instead of waiting for CalPADS data to develop the growth measures. Alternatively, if we cannot speed up the release of the growth measure, we should wait to determine the list of differentiated assistance until growth data is available. That way, LEAs and communities would still be able to see all the available data at the earlier October deadline, but the identification of those LEAs who need the targeted support of differentiated assistance could still use growth as an indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item 5.
Right. Thank you. So we now have time for board discussion, comments, questions on the variety of issues that Mal presented. Is there any questions, any comments? Seeing none. Going. All right, I think we want to thank you, Mal, for that presentation. We appreciate it. We're now going to break for lunch. And so, we've been very efficient. So we'll stop now and come back at 12:30. Get an extra 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. We are now going to take up a very special item, item 6, which is a study session on differentiated assistance. I'm going to just sort of frame us up a little bit about what the study session is about. You'll recall that the 2025-26 budget charged the state board with updating the criteria for identifying local education agencies for differentiated assistance by July 15th, 2026. The goal is to take into account the recommendations from the 2022 WestEd evaluation, which emphasized focusing resources and support on LEAs with the greatest needs. As we all know, over the past several years, the number of LEAs identified for differentiated assistance has grown significantly, and at one point it had doubled from pre-pandemic years, in part due to the broadening eligibility criteria. We've been adding indicators, and then we've been adding subgroups to the indicators, and then the lingering effects of the pandemic as well. As the number of identified LEAs has increased. At one point, it was over 60% of our LEAs in the state. The system's capacity to provide deep and sustained and meaningful support has been stretched, and it underscored the need to revisit how we target and deliver assistance. The State Board has continued to strengthen the information offered by California's accountability system through ongoing updates to the dashboard, as I said, by including new indicators and new student subgroups. And so this study session is an opportunity to take a holistic look at our accountability system. How are we identifying LEAs for support? What kind of support do they get? And to ensure that the system is effectively serving those with the greatest needs and that differentiated assistance is truly differentiated. So we're beginning the conversation today. This is not the moment to come up with solutions. It is the moment to understand the nature of the problem. And I encourage us to think broadly about what the system could and should look like and not be constrained by the current structure. We are going to hear from folks who are part of the system in California, but also about what some other states are doing as well for supporting schools and districts. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Glover Woods to walk us through the agenda for the study session. Take it away.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. And as I get ready to introduce the speakers that will be sharing with us this afternoon, I just want to underscore President Darling Hammond's comment about not jumping to solutionitis, if you will, during this study session. What we really want to be able to do is to spend some time learning and listening to what is working well, because there are some aspects I'm sure that are working well, and also what is not working as intended. Also, Board, I just would like to lift up that it's the intent to have additional study sessions beyond today on this particular topic before we get to the point of decision making at our July 2026 board meeting. So I'm quite excited about today's conversation. We're going to have multiple opportunities, I'm sure, to hear more about the system, to be able to hear and receive feedback from our multiple educational partners throughout the state. Their voice is so critical to this particular conversation as well, and ultimately get us to that goal of establishing updated criteria for differentiated assistance that can better support those LEAs that are of the greatest need, most definitely, and also those who may not be in greatest need, but also looking at how that support might look for those who might be in need at some point, but are not quite at that level just yet. So we will have more conversation about that. So let me introduce to you who will be sharing with us this afternoon. We're first going to hear from Dr. Erica Torres from the California Department of Education and from Matt Nabo from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. What they will do is provide an overview of our statewide system of support for LEAs in need of targeted support, including what's working well, and also lifting up some of the challenges in the system at this current point. After they speak, we will hear from Dr. Kelsey Carlson from West Ed on the key findings and recommendation from their statewide evaluation of differentiated assistance, including strategies for targeting resources where they can make the most difference. After she speaks, we're going to hear from Dr. Ed Manansala from the El Dorado County Superintendent of Schools, who will provide a local perspective of how differentiated assistance is working at the local level. And lastly, we will hear from Dr. Kirsten Carlson-LaFleur from American Institutes for Research on how other states are structuring their systems of support, including examples of successful models that may be helpful as we consider California's approach. A short summary of the models was included in attachment 2 to this item. So as we jump into this conversation, I will turn it back over to President Darling Hammond. And again, quite excited, wish I was there in person to engage in this discussion with you, but I'm definitely looking forward to all of the thoughts and ideas that come from our study session. President Darling Hammond, I'll turn it back over to you.
And I'm going to turn it over to Erica Torres. So,
good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Dr. Darling Hammond, Vice President Dr. Glover Woods, members of the State Board of Education, Chief Deputy Superintendent Dr. Roberson. So honored to be with all of you today. My name is Erica Torres, and I have the honor of serving as Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction for the Student Success and Career Readiness Branch. So it's really a privilege to join all of you for this study session where we're going to take a closer look at the differentiated assistance system and how it's designed to support the continuous improvement in districts, schools, and charter schools across the state of California. And so during the first part of our presentation today, I'm going to provide an overview of the background and context of California's Differentiated Assistance System, or DA system, the key provisions under AB 121, and its mandate to update the performance criteria by July 2026, the criterion supports that are tied to DA eligibility, the levels of support that are built into the statewide system, and then we're going to transition to Matt Navo, the Executive Director of the CCEE, who will lead us through the trends, learnings, and opportunities ahead. And so, just as a reminder, differentiated assistance is part of California's statewide system of support, which is designed to ensure that every local educational agency, including districts, county offices of education, and charter schools, have access to the supports that they need in order to increase student outcomes. And so the DA system is triggered by data, but driven by collaboration, which is centered on the idea that every student group matters and that improvement should be rooted in local context, capacity building, and shared accountability. And today's session really offers all of us an opportunity to reflect on how DA is serving both as an accountability tool and a continuous improvement lever. And so just as a reminder, under Assembly Bill 121, the State Board is required to update the DA performance criteria no later than July 15th, 2026, in alignment with the findings from the state-funded evaluation of the DA system and the need to appropriately focus resources where the demonstrated needs are the greatest. And so this language was added based on concerns that the number of LEAs eligible for DA support has been consistently high. And so CCEE will be able to share some of that data in upcoming slides during our presentation. So over the years, the criteria for DA has evolved and grown with the addition of new indicators and new student subgroups. And there are questions as to whether DA in general puts a strain on the system. to adequately address the varying needs of all of our LEAs throughout the state of California. And also, does it target the resources where there is a greatest need? So we were asked to be with all of you today in this study session to just provide you with a general background of a DA and the system of support, and then my colleagues with CCEE will provide an overview of the challenges within the system when it comes to differentiated assistance. And so currently, a district or county office of education is eligible for differentiated assistance when student group performance falls below the standards in 2 or more LCFF priority areas, local indicators, or a combination of both. And so once identified, the county superintendent or CDE works in partnership with the LEA to provide targeted technical assistance for at least 2 years, which is really focused on developing capacity, addressing root causes, and improving student outcomes. And so I do want to share that charter schools follow the same criteria, except identification must occur across 2 or more years in order to qualify. In all cases, DA is meant to support improvement, to add to build systems that are responsive, that are data-driven, and focused on long-term success for every student group. And so it's also important to note that the board's work on updating the DA criteria will definitely impact the third level of support in our system, which is the direct technical assistance, or DTA. As shown in this slide, the criteria for DTA is linked to DA, or differentiated assistance, as districts and county offices of education are eligible for DTA if they have 3 or more student groups that meet the DA criteria in 3 out of 4 consecutive years. For LEAs with less than 3 student groups, all of their student groups meet the criteria for 3 out of 4 consecutive years. And so charter schools are eligible for DTA from the CCEE via 4 distinct pathways that are laid out in education code. However, of those 4 pathways, 3 pathways depend on the charter school meeting DA eligibility criteria. In this way, DTA for all LEAs, regardless of type, is closely connected to DA. And so, of course, my colleague from CCEE will delve into this in the coming slides. And so we know that we have different levels of support within our system of support. And so level 1, as we know, is universal support. And so this is support that is available statewide to all LEAs, and it includes tools and resources and professional learning. Level 2 is differentiated assistance, which, as I mentioned earlier, is triggered by data and led by the county superintendent or CDE in partnership with the district. Level 3 is intensive support, and it's really reserved for persistent multi-year challenges that really require deeper collaboration and expertise across agencies. And this tiered structure is designed to ensure that the level of support matches the level of need and that we build stronger systems through sustained relationships, ongoing learning, and shared responsibility across state and local partners. And so with that, I will now turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Matt Navo, Executive Director of the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, to walk us through the trends, the opportunities, and what we're learning from the field as we prepare for the 2026 update. Welcome, Mr. Navo.
Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, for this opportunity to share. It's a pleasure being here, and for those of you that I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, as mentioned before, Matt Navo, Executive Director of the CCEE. By way of a quick diversion, big shout out to my partner, Kim Portillo-Bronson, who we both came on the board at the same time. So I have been in that chair, but it's been some time ago, and it's a pleasure to present from this position. Also, big thank you to the CD partners and state board partners, particularly Katie and Michelle, for helping get ready for this item. This is a meaty topic. Of my colleague, Deputy Superintendent Eric Torres, did a wonderful job of laying the groundwork for me to share with you. I want to honor the fact that this is a very complicated and there's many moving parts with regards to this topic. So I'll do my best to be as clear as possible around what's happening, some of the challenges, impacts, and most notably the opportunities. This slide that you have in front of you, I'm assuming, Erica, you have the slides moving? Okay. This slide recognizes a couple of things, and there's 2 points that I think are very clear here. One, the trends of eligibility for LEAs in differentiated assistance have decreased. I want to honor the open forum comments about there is room for growth, and I think you as a board heard that. But I also think that it's very important to honor the hard work of our local practitioners, our county offices, our state agencies. Post-pandemic, the impacts on students were tremendous. And the hard work and coordination and articulation that it has taken to decrease the numbers of LEAs in need of differentiated assistance has been a monumental lift. I want to recognize that. I think you deserve, as a board, an opportunity to celebrate even the small wins that are happening in the state around these issues. As noted in the opening comments, our Madam President noted, this is a very, very complex assessment, much more complex than most states have. And I think it's notable to just recognize that and recognize the achievements. So differentiated assistance has dropped from 2022 of over 600 LEAs to now 2024, just over 400 LEAs. I think another point of particular notice here is you'll see the green line. Those are long-term English learners that have now surpassed the identification of LEAs. They have surpassed students with disabilities. Of note, Deputy Superintendent Erica Torres mentioned charters. Charters need 2 years of data to be collected before they are eligible. So they were eligible first in 2023. They will be eligible this fall for differentiated assistance in one of those 4 pathways previously mentioned. So you will see some changes to this. The trend may go up, the trend may continue to fall. All of that to be said, I think it's important to celebrate the efforts here. The trends are moving in the right directions and the adjustments are being made. However, there are challenges associated with what you see here, and I'll go into that. The next slide talks a little bit about direct technical assistance specific to CCEE. And there's a story behind this that I think tells a much broader story of what's happening across the state. But I'll flag a couple of key components for you. You'll notice that there are 54 districts in what the system of support calls Tier 3. So the system of support is divided into universal, targeted, and intensive. It has been on a 3-year phased journey of coordination, collaboration, and integration. And CCEE sits in the most intensive part of that 3-tiered support with state agencies and local practitioners and county offices. In 2021, 7 districts were identified for direct technical assistance, and today you have 54. Of those 54, 23-24, 15 LEAs moved out of eligibility for direct technical assistance, and 15 new districts came in. So you'll notice there that 39 districts stayed in the services of direct technical assistance. Within direct technical assistance, these 54 LEAs have 54 different stories and 54 different unique needs, of which county offices, there are 26, as you see on the map, represented in this collaborative structure. The note here is that they are also tiered into a level of support of collaborative planning, collaborative facilitation, and embedded partnership being the most intensive support that agencies can provide. Of those DTA student groups, you'll see below that the largest student groups triggering direct technical assistance for this 24-25 students with disabilities, homeless, foster, and African American students. I think of note here, something to point out is that current ed code requires a deep collaboration and consultation amongst agencies that are serving the LEAs eligible for the most intensive tier of support. What that means is it is constrained by time. It is also constrained by simply LEAs who do not qualify to be identified for differentiated assistance or direct technical assistance, but who may need support. And I'm going to talk about that in the subsequent slides. I think something that is connected to this consultation is that in our current time frame, you identify LEAs who are eligible for direct technical assistance in the fall. The coordination of agencies to determine what the current plan of support has been, to ascertain if there's a deeper level of support that is needed, occurs then after November, between December and March. Because of the volume of districts in direct technical assistance and in differentiated assistance, it is taking the counties, 58 counties and CCEE, CDE, and other partners within the statewide system of support that are needed, huge amounts of time to coordinate, collaborate, and determine the level of support. By the time you determine the level of support, you're in March. You are now heading into state testing for the new year. That gives you then summer and fall to implement, of which some of those districts will come immediately out of direct technical assistance and new ones will come in. So you can see the dilemma in time frame. We have too many LEAs in need of technical assistance. And as a result of that, I would use the analogy, you have too many in the emergency room from a heart condition to a broken arm, and the system is being stretched a mile wide and an inch deep on its ability to counter some of the deep-rooted issues in the districts that are in need of differentiated assistance and technical assistance. So that being said, I'll go to the challenges. I'm not going to go through every bullet here. I know you can read these, but I'm going to highlight just a couple of bullets for the sake of time. Madam Chair, I want to honor the opportunity for you to be in dialogue. On the challenges, I'll honor the first two bullets. The current driver criteria for DA has identified approximately 3/4 of all school districts. That being said, LEAs are being triggered on an annual dashboard, which creates a level of unpredictability. Noted, I identified that in the DTA, 15 in and 15 out, of which they are required, technical assistance providers, to provide some level of support to them. And as I noted in the previous slide, the time span is short. So what we need to think about here is some way to mitigate the number of districts that actually require the intensive support, or at least allow the system to be able to identify those districts and to target the issues around improving teaching and learning within the short amount of time that they have, or I would argue within a longer time of support that is needed. Even though we have stretched the county office ability to support for 2 years, those of you that know the intensive detail it requires to dive into teaching and learning to support math or language arts, it requires a much more intensive amount of time and support to prioritize resources and personnel in that. Second, lack of reciprocal accountability across LEAs and TA providers, county offices, and GEO leads. There's a lack of time for LEAs to address the deep-rooted areas that are required. And because of that, it mitigates the opportunity to create a reciprocal accountability that has the ability to address the deep-rooted issues. And I'm not referring to accountability that has a connotation around just standardized test scores. There are issues with our partners, our local partners, that require the system to address leadership dysfunction, governance structures, fiscal structures, community issues. Those issues that impact the ability to improve teaching and learning prevent the system from developing the time, the trust, and the vulnerability that is dependent on reciprocal accountability, meaning that when I show up into this space to support you as an LEA, I share that responsibility as much as you do. And given the constraints that I just outlined in the previous slides around some of these the meetings and coordination that is required, it sometimes delays and prevents that clarity and coherence from being achieved around a shared vision of improving teaching and learning. The next slide I'll go to, I'll talk a little bit about, as a result of that, you have some impacts on the system. And of these 4 bullets, I'm going to hit the first bullet and the second bullet, or in the third bullet. LEAs, as you as a board have discussed, are overloaded by numerous priorities and plans and initiatives. As a result of this, it fragments the mindsets around a compliance-driven get out of support mindset. The vision of the board, and I happen to have been on the board when we developed some of the structures, so this is not a referendum on state leadership. I was part of the opportunity to do that, but I think that this opportunity presents us with what the board had envisioned, which was a continuous improvement methodology around getting better at getting better. And so this gives us an opportunity to take stock of what has happened as a result of the impacts, the decisions we made, and what those impacts are. But in this particular, with this particular impact on the system, because of the numerous initiatives, priorities, and plans that LEAs are focused to write, particularly I will call out small county offices that need to support LEAs with large geographic spread, or small LEAs who are dependent on 1 or 2 personnel to address all of these. The mindset they can't get to a mindset around continuous improvement because they're driven by a mindset to get out of compliance so they can begin to address the issues that are so important to them. LEAs then become a mile wide and an inch deep on school improvement, and technical assistance providers are trying to be sensitive to that issue, and they also are a mile wide and an inch deep. So the system needs more time here, and that's what that bullet identifies. The third bullet, a lack of authority and mechanisms. This is a particularly challenging issue for the system of support. Districts with the greatest needs are not always identified. The LEAs with small N sizes run into current situations where they may require deep assistance, yet are not identified in our current structure as in need. This also creates a situation where, when you're using CAS performance as a proxy for academic performance, it seems to present a level of inconsistency for differentiated assistance and identification. In one example, here in the Central Valley, you have an LEA who, quite frankly, their special education population is outperforming the general education population with a sister LEA in the same county. And that district outperforms the state average on ELA and math. And that district is identified for differentiated assistance, yet the district whose special education or general education population is not achieving as high as the special education population in another district is not identified. And what that does is, it doesn't mean that county offices aren't aware of it, but the current structure forces the county offices and the technical assistance providers to collaborate around a district who's outperforming the state average to determine a level of support for a district who's outperforming the state average in ELA and math, and yet there are no resources to be able to provide the flexibility or the need around the district who may need it more. And so that is an issue that the system is challenged with. And there's no better example of this, and Deputy Superintendent Erica Torres can speak to this, than Inglewood. Inglewood is a district that has every major technical assistance provider within it: FICMAT, CDE, County Office, CCEE, and others. They have been in that level of support for over a decade. And the dilemma to coordinate resources to determine the types of need that Inglewood needs. They need a coordinated support effort, yet there are other districts in the county who may be performing lower, and resources are there in Inglewood. And it's not that they shouldn't, it's just an identification that the technical systems are required to be there. And in some cases, there are LEAs who are in need of greater support in those counties. So lastly, the opportunities. I think there's great opportunity, and what I'll say here is in bullet 1 and 2, the opportunities, these are being moved within the system of support through the energy of the technical systems providers, county offices, geographic leads. They are already working to address these opportunities and to improve the outcomes for students. But I'll just hit these briefly. The first bullet is establish a more precise criteria. We need to think about at least how do we identify the districts with the greatest need for for targeted and intensive, so that county offices and CCEE and CDE can focus on those who need it most. In the example I provided of 2 districts, the district who is outperforming the state average in ELA and math yet finds itself in differentiated assistance, it's probably not the best use of resources. So how do we figure out how to identify a structure that pinpoints to the district that really needs it? A clear decision-making authority, this is something that's happening within the LEAs already, but when you think about roles and responsibilities, you have a convergence of resources, and we should celebrate that as a state, but you have a convergence of resources on an LEA, and Inglewood is a good example. CCEE, CDE, FICMAT, county offices, and geographic leads. And there could be some flexibility within EdCode that allows those systems to determine how best to collaborate and coordinate, because currently each of them has an education code defined objective, certain responsibilities and outcomes. And currently what's happening is they're trying to align those responsibilities together to make sense for the LEA. But if you think of it from the LEA's perspective, there are many, many support partners in districts, and particularly for small and rural, that becomes incredibly overwhelming. So the system is working right now to try to align and streamline that those compliance obligations so that LEAs are set up better for success. And last but not least, strengthen high quality technical assistance. This is our current structure. We have a DA funding model that currently is funding a wait to fail. So county offices are funded by the number of LEAs that qualify for differentiated assistance. We need to provide stability and flexibility in how we fund county offices so that they can focus on the early intervention and prevention needs and enhance the universal supports for all LEAs in their county, as opposed to being funded to say, you are funded to serve these LEAs who are in greatest need. And they feel that their obligation to meet state expectations is very important. And so in doing so, we're missing some of those LEAs who are most in need. So Madam Chair, I will pause. Welcome to questions. I know this is a very complex issue. I want to be sensitive to answering any clarifying questions or wonderings, but also don't want to slow you all down from what you need to attend to.
That's very, very helpful. We do have a lot of presentations, but this was a very meaty one, so I do want to take time for clarifying questions if there are any, maybe about 5 minutes or so before we move on to the next presentation. So I've got like a page of notes, which we'll come back to, but are there clarifying questions for Matt before he leaves us? Yes, Member Olken.
Thank you. This is super helpful. Thank you both so much for laying out so clearly what exists and what the challenges and opportunities are. So I have 2 probably silly questions, but the first one—
This is a silly question.
I didn't call it a dumb question. So The first one was in one of the slides, which now I've moved past, you talked about an LEA being dual eligible both for differentiated assistance and direct technical support, DTD, yeah.
DA and DTA?
How does, I'm not sure based on what I read, I understand how that's possible.
Is that for Matt or for Erica?
Whoever can answer.
Erica, did you want to take it?
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. I'm going to invite my colleague, Anissa Sonnenberg, who is our manager of our System of Support Office. To
could you repeat the question?
So one of the slides referred to LEAs that could be eligible both for differentiated assistance and direct technical. Yep. And I wasn't sure how you would be eligible for both at the same time.
The reason why is because the criteria for the direct technical assistant is reliant upon the criteria of the actual differentiated assistance. So in typical cases, it is an LEA that has been eligible or met that criteria for eligibility for 3 out of 4 consecutive years. So when we do what's called the LCFF assistance file that shows the type of assistance that an LEA is eligible for, which could be general assistance or differentiated assistance, that's done first. And then our AMAR division then looks at those LEAs that have met that criteria for the DTA, and so they become eligible for both.
So are all LEAs who are eligible for DTA therefore eligible for both?
Correct, unless, there may be a case in which out of the 4 years, in the 4th year, they were not eligible, but out of the previous 3 years they would meet that eligibility for DTA. So you may see something like year 2 for direct technical assistance. They didn't meet the DA for that year, but they still met the criteria for direct technical assistance.
Great, thank you. Okay, so that was my first clarifying question.
I don't know if you should go away yet.
I think this one's different. My second one was related to the comment about funding for county offices of education related to the number of LEAs who are in DA. I guess my question is that one of many funding streams?
Thank you. It's part of the principal apportionment. So there is a formula that is calculated. So first, all 58 county offices of education receive a $300,000 base funding as part of their principal apportionment so that they can, in effect, participate in any differentiated assistance activities in their county or even providing it to maybe another LEA outside their county. And then based on the eligibility list for differentiated assistance, county offices receive additional funding as part of that formula. So for each small district, which is 1 to 2,999 students, they receive an additional $100,000. For a mid-sized district, which goes up to 9,999 students, is $200,000 for each of those. And then for every large district, 10,000 students or more, they receive an additional $300,000. So I believe in the last principal apportionment, it was about $115 million that was going out to county offices of education for differentiated assistance.
Gotcha. And can I ask one follow-up to my follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, then I'm done, I promise. So those funding streams related to DA, those are for 2 years because, no.
It's for each year they meet the eligibility. So if a district is in what we call year 2, meaning they didn't meet the criteria for DA again, but they remain eligible for the support because the support cycle is 2 years. It doesn't trigger additional money. However, they still have that base funding that is there to help keep the county office engaged with some type of funding to help support that funding. Also, I probably should add charter schools. They county offices also receive $100,000 per charter school eligible for DA.
Thank you.
I think Vice President Glover Woods, did you have your hand up? For
Yes, I did. I had my virtual hand up.
Yes.
I shall lower my virtual hand. Thank you. Just a clarifying question. I recall in reading the item that we have LEAs that have been eligible more than once, if you will. So my clarifying question is, in those instances where LEA has been eligible for differentiated assistance more than once, are they eligible for the same priority areas and or student groups, or does that vary as well?
That varies with the dashboard every year, right? You could go into DA with 2 student groups one year and a different student groups another year. It might be in math, it might be in science, a different year. It's not stable.
That was my guess. Thank you for giving voice to it, President Darling Hammond. And I am done, but reserve the right to raise my virtual hand later on.
And I do want to move us along because there's a lot in this study session, but I don't want to, cut off important information that you need. So if there are other quick clarifying questions at this juncture, we can, is there anybody, because this is a complicated system, how it gets triggered and all of that. And you can begin to see, and you'll see more throughout the session, why we're taking a look at it. Any other quick clarifying questions at this point? All right. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Member Patillo-Bronson.
On the opportunities slide, the first bullet, I think, combines 2 categories that I think of as somewhat different. One is around criteria for identification, which is obviously a very wide net at this point. And then the other is around identifying sort of who gets resources. Part of what I'm wondering is if it's possible to disaggregate those 2, because there seems to be a function of identification, which is about communication and sort of data as flashlight to put people and LEAs on alert as to there is something that needs to be addressed, right? As distinct from a sorting and prioritization exercise, which says even among a cohort of LEAs who have needs to address, this is what rises to the top and is most urgent. So maybe the first question is, does it seem plausible for you all to disaggregate those 2? And then secondly, among LEAs who aren't getting a lot of resources, are you seeing that data as flashlight, early warning alert system being an effective means of prompting action, introspection, and change within?
Yeah. So thank you so much for the question. So if it's okay, we'll get back to you. We do have to connect with our colleagues who support with providing the data that's used for differentiated assistance and respond once we're able to consult. Thank you.
I think we can thank you very much for this part of the presentation and move on to our next presenter at this point. Thank you so much. Our next person is Dr. Kelsey Crossan from WestEd, one of the authors of the report that we have referenced that flags some of the considerations for the differentiated assistance program. So Kelsey, please begin.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and to the board for inviting me to speak today about WestEd's 2022 evaluation of differentiated assistance. So just really quickly, I'm going to talk a little bit about the purpose of the evaluation, our research approach, key findings, recommendations, and then a little bit of time for questions. Okay, I think as was mentioned earlier, the evaluation was funded through the 2021 budget bill, we were coming up on 5 years since implementation of the system of support and coming out of the pandemic, so really an important time to be looking at the state's infrastructure for supporting improvement in the state. And the budget bill outlined 5 areas of focus for the evaluation, and I'm going to give you sort of an abbreviated version of our findings and recommendations across these 5 elements. Importantly, the evaluation was of just DA, not the system of support as a whole. It was also a statewide evaluation. We didn't evaluate individual counties or districts as part of the evaluation. And the evaluation called for really broad input from interest holders who are involved in the work of the system of support and DA specifically. So that really helped create the foundation for our research approach and data collection efforts. Our team took an assets-based approach to the evaluation, so we really wanted to identify not just, what wasn't working in the system where there was areas for improvement, but also really what was working in DA at the time. So we took a mixed methods approach to the research. We conducted an impact analysis to understand whether or not identification or eligibility for DA was making an impact on student outcomes. We did some descriptive analyses, document review, survey, focus groups. You can see some of the groups that were involved there. We interviewed about 80 participants through focus groups and interviews, and we administered 3 surveys. And with the help of some of our state membership organizations, we're able to get a really robust response and representative response to the 3 surveys that we administered. Okay, the findings. So first I'm going to focus on impact and delivery of support. Although the results weren't consistent from year to year, the impact analysis did find that DA had a positive impact on student outcomes and the likelihood of eligibility for DA in subsequent years. There were limitations to those data. We were just coming out of the pandemic. We only had 2 years of data, but nonetheless showed some impact there. We also learned from our interviews and surveys that counties and districts generally had a really positive view of DA, but there was also variation in the quality of DA, including a gap between county offices of ed perceptions of the quality of DA and districts' perceptions of the quality of DA. And we found that 1 in 10 districts reported either low or very low quality of support. So an important element of any accountability and support system is making sure that we are identifying those schools serving students with the greatest need, and then targeting resources, this is a repeating theme, to those schools to support students. And so additionally, that means that we have to limit the number of LEAs that are identified, because by nature our DA providers are also limited. And so so one of the things that we heard from districts as we were approaching release of the 2022 dashboard was concern about the number of districts that would be identified after the pandemic with really spiking rates of chronic absenteeism and other factors, that there would be this large spike in the number of districts identified and that it would overwhelm the system, and that there was a need to really think about the sustainability of the accountability system under the current identification criteria. And I'm going to go into a couple of additional areas in which the identification criteria came up in our interviews and through our research related to the application in alternative schools and county-run schools and districts serving groups of students with small N sizes, which I know has come up already. So we heard from many of our county-run school leaders, as well as we've heard from other alternative schools, that in some contexts, the data on the dashboard just shows very little change from year to year and may not actually be appropriate for measuring student performance. And in some cases, even when students were making large gains, that still wouldn't, the LEA would still remain eligible for differentiated assistance. And in some cases, in some of these schools, students may attend the school for just part of the year, a few weeks, a few months. And so it's challenging for the County Office of Education or the school leaders to really have a meaningful impact on those student outcomes. And so leaders voiced concerns that their LEAs may be eligible for DA in perpetuity. As Matt mentioned also, the size of a student group size in an LEA is important for whether or not there's a possibility of eligibility for DA. Student group performance only generates a dashboard color if it's more than 30, with the exception of foster youth, homeless, and LTELs. And we did a just descriptive analysis looking at student group LEAs with smaller student groups. And what we found is across California, the vast majority of students do attend LEAs where their student group does generate a dashboard color. And there are a number of student groups, students with smaller or more dispersed populations based on enrollment size or just this dispersion of a particular student group across the state, where they're less likely to generate a dashboard color and then less likely to become eligible for DA and therefore access the set of services that are attached and supports that are attached to DA. So here there's this example around only 30 to 40% of districts receive a dashboard color for African American students' performance. The third element in the study, we looked at the alignment between DA and the dashboard and the LCAP. I won't spend a lot of time on this. The dashboard is the foundation for DA eligibility. We heard from our system leaders that generally there was a lot of alignment here. I think this is just important to know this was an area of focus for the state back in 21, 22, and an important thing to attend to, in adjusting any elements of the system that alignment continues. We also looked at alignment between the state and federal accountability systems. And what we found is that there was a high degree of duplication in eligibility. So 81% of districts that were eligible for DA were also eligible for school-level assistance under ESSA. And those and system leaders shared with us that those each came with their own separate reporting requirements, processes, improvement processes as well. Notably also, 40% of districts with at least one school that was eligible through the federal accountability system were not eligible for DA. So that's some indication that there are schools within districts that are demonstrating substantial need that are not getting offered the supports through DA. Okay, the last element was around challenges and opportunities. We heard from system leaders just the incredible limits on staff time, concerns about inconsistent staffing when there was lots of turnover at the district level, when districts were identified for multiple years for DA and the counties one year were working with one set of leaders, the next year a different set of leaders, and some of the challenges that came with that. And even though this was not a question that we asked about, it came up over and over with our leaders, just the overwhelming and increasing administrative burden and a desire to repurpose that time to focus on improvement work and more strategic efforts. And then finally, we heard that some DA-eligible county offices and districts were unwilling or reluctant to engage in DA, and some still viewed it as punitive. Okay. So all of the recommendations come directly out of those findings. We did recommend revising eligibility criteria for some context, with a focus on those alternative schools and LEAs with student groups the N sizes are too small to be eligible. We also recommended studying the implications of migrating to a single method of identifying LEAs for support to address that lack of alignment between federal and state accountability systems, reducing administrative burden, evaluating local capacity to provide DA given the variability in support. Incorporating opportunities for peer learning. That was something we heard from many districts, a desire that DA would involve opportunities to learn from other districts, and an opportunity for LEAs to access the DA provider that best meets their needs, and helping support CDE's capacity to provide DA. And then the last slide here has the set of recommendations that have either been enacted or are already in progress. So it's very satisfying as a research to see your work actually be put into action. With that, I'll take questions.
While we're asking questions here, maybe we could go ahead and reboot the Zoom for Cynthia, right? We have to, for a moment, take it offline so that, oh, I see Cynthia moving. Oh, okay. We need to reboot the Zoom so that everything is working properly technologically. So we'll take a couple minutes for that. Can we continue with clarification questions while we're doing that? Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break. Talk amongst yourselves. But not about board business. Thank you for your attention. Here we go. I think the Zoom should be working. I don't see Cynthia or Matt on it. Do we need to wait for them to pop up here? There's Cynthia, okay. All right, we're good? Okay, so are there any clarifying questions for Kelsey is where we are. That was a very clear presentation. We appreciated it. It was good to revisit the report. Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Just a quick clarifying question. On one of your slides, it talked about who you surveyed or who you spoke to in your mixed method survey, and it said district leaders and charter school leaders. Can you clarify what types of positions of folks did you speak to in districts and charter schools?
He spoke to superintendents and school leaders for the most part. In the case of the CO, we also spoke to, for eligible county offices of education, we spoke to those who were involved in DA as a recipient for the county-run schools. So that was the exception. And we just spoke to a limited number of charter schools because they weren't actually receiving DA at the time of the study.
All right, any other clarifying questions? Yes, Member Escobedo.
I was just curious I'm not understanding your findings where you said that the results were not statistically significant, yet there was a positive impact. Just sounds like it's a contradiction. So I'm just.
It was statistically significant for one of the years that were studied. So, and I can look back. I focused on the qualitative component of the study, but it was statistically significant for 1 year to the next. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that was misleading.
Thank you.
And that was back when there were about 300 districts rather than the 600 we had after the pandemic, yeah. Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
For the recommendation slide 16, the eligibility criteria bullet around basically lifting out LEAs with too small of N sizes makes sort of a lot of sense on its face. I'm wondering how that would, or if at all, interact with the other finding on slide 11 around African American student performance already being underrepresented by dashboard colors. Would that exacerbate that? How do you see those two interacting?
An attempt to address that issue so that that students in districts that don't have enough students of a single student group to be eligible, there would be a pathway to eligibility or support. So for example, you could reduce the N size would be like I think all of this is work that would need to be modeled into the system, but so if the N size was reduced, students who are now in a district serving 15 African American students may then, it would be possible for them to be eligible for support.
So you would see the eligibility criteria bullet as expanding, not reducing eligibility?
So I think the recommendation isn't around expanding or reducing the number of LEAs, but more around ensuring that schools and districts serving students with the greatest needs are getting access to the supports available through DA.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I'd love to move us along, if we can, to the next speaker. We have a local perspective from Dr. Ed Manansala, who is our El Dorado County Superintendent of Schools. Ed, there he is. Thank you for being here. And do we have his slides queued up? I guess they're coming. All right.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you, President Dr. Darling Hammond, and of course, Vice President Cynthia Glover Woods, and members of the State Board of Education. It's a privilege to be with you to partner with you and, of course, CDE, CCEE, and all of the other important partners that make up the statewide system of support. It's a privilege to be able to articulate this body of work from policy to practice, and specifically focusing on our county, El Dorado County. So as already has been noted, the statewide system of support was a significant shift for county offices of education, and I would say the field as a whole. This is my 10th year as the county superintendent in El Dorado County, and I entered the county office in 2013 at the time of the inception of LCFF. So this idea of focusing on continuous improvement, capacity building, and coherence and system alignment was a shift in mindset, in practice, and approach, not only for the county office, but even our partnering districts. So one example would be any time a district is eligible for differentiated assistance, I am making a personal call to each of those superintendents and sharing them, again, what the approach is, because as you can imagine, receiving a call that you're eligible, this is a shift in practice and approach, especially when we're looking at it from a partnership vantage point. Just want to highlight the reminder of the statutory requirements and then our approach as a county office looking at systems, and in particular looking at the Tier 1 supports and differentiated assistance. I know there's been a lot of explanation of what that is, but just acknowledging our statutory role. So let's dive into our journey, really looking at how differentiated assistance unfolded for our county, specifically since 2017 to present. But I want to give you a sense of who we are. So if you have not been to South Lake Tahoe before, if you're just traveling east on Highway 50, you leave Sacramento County, you enter the west side of El Dorado County, and if you drive all the way to the South Shore, you've cut across our entire county. We're made up of 15 school districts, 67 schools, 25,000+ students, but I want to acknowledge that there's a high level of trust and collaboration amongst the superintendents in our county, and we do really honor the autonomy and of each local school district, but we also recognize we are interdependent. And what do I mean by that? There are 12 TK8 districts that feed into one high school district and 2 unified districts in El Dorado County. So this is when we're thinking of systems, either from a classroom to a school to a district, we're also looking at it from a countywide perspective. In 2016, 2017, we as leaders, superintendents, and some of our superintendents are superintendent principals, we meet monthly, we retreat one day in the fall, actually tomorrow, and we retreat 2 days in the spring. And in 2017, in the unfolding of the statewide system of support in the context of LCFF, we committed to focus on instruction and learning. Like, we will have a laser focus on that, still appreciating and not minimizing all of the indicators of the dashboard. But again, I want you to anchor in that idea with us as I share the story. Just to give you a sense of the rotating number of districts in DA in our county starting from 2017 to 2024. You see the increase of districts being eligible for DA, and in 2022, when we had 400+ districts in DA, you see that spike even in El Dorado County, primarily because of chronic absenteeism. What were the areas of focus? Again, just acknowledging while there are 14 student groups and the multiple priorities, here are 3 themes that continue to emerge: chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and academic performance. Even looking at students with disabilities in particular in respect to ELA and math are just examples to, again, demystify of what it looks like in one county. Let me give you a sense of our DA journey. In 2017-18, we were really focusing on our continuous improvement methodology. It was just a real deep dive. But what we began to recognize, as has already been stated, districts coming in for 1 year, unfortunately now we're providing a level of support for 2 years. There's just this rotating identification. We are just acknowledging that change takes time. In actual practice, with limited time frames, create challenges. And while root cause analysis identifies the why, we needed time to look at the entire system. For example, in December, our early implementation, we would receive the dashboard results. We'd be meeting with our districts in January, March through May. There would be short time frames with limited opportunity to engage our districts. And again, made it difficult to really approach changes within the system. And our district leaders were held accountable for indicators that were shifting annually. And of course, we wanted to really push evidence-based strategies and improvement, but in that context, it was difficult. So there were challenges on our journey, and it was just the rotating indicators, but we wanted to keep our eye on instruction and learning. As a gentle reminder, while we were focusing on the implementation and what we would describe as moving targets year to year, there were other compounding challenges, just giving you a sense of what was occurring at the local level. We were dealing with public health issues with COVID, equity issues, even in the context of COVID, access to technology, housing issues, and even just access to basic needs. Climate changes. In 2022, we in El Dorado County dealt with a 220,000 acre fire, closed 6 districts and 20 schools, all in the context of differentiated assistance. Of course, we are constantly dealing with school safety and belonging issues. Even today, as we know, we're dealing with advanced technology like AI and addressing that, and of course, teacher and staffing shortages. Again, just creating an appreciation of what's occurring in the local level that I know you're already aware of. On our DA journey, we started to recognize a need to focus on foundational strengths and gaps and really look at a systems level approach, focusing more on tier 1 supports. And we wanted to be proactive and not reactive. The system currently is designed to be a reactive approach. We go into the districts when indicators arise. So our shift began, let me go back, I'm sorry. Our shift began with recognizing that true change requires systems level thinking and not isolated interventions. We moved from reacting to problems towards building proactive, sustainable structures of support. We focused, as I was sharing, on strengthening Tier 1, the universal level of support that reaches all schools and students. We emphasized collaboration across departments within our county, as well as working with our districts to promote coherence and shared learning. And this approach positioned EDCO as a proactive partner in district improvement. Let me give you a sense of our theory of action that we are identifying in our experiences with DA. We provide strong, coherent Tier 1 system level supports, if we do, and districts scale high leverage strategies in identified areas of focus that could be mathematics or ELA. Then we embed coaching for teachers and leaders. This will build sustainable district capacity for improved outcomes, and as a result, outcomes for students will improve. So this theory connects every strand of our work, from coaching and data to leadership development. It emphasizes alignment between strategy, implementation, and evaluation. This clarity helps maintain focus, ensuring that our actions consistently reinforce our core purpose, improving teaching and learning. It reflects a mindset shift from isolated activities to sustained capacity building work. So let me give you an example of what Tier 1 system level of supports look like for us. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but some examples. We anchor our work in 4 interconnected pillars: instructional practices, coaching, leadership, and data. High leverage instructional practices ensure classroom consistency and quality instruction across schools. Coaching for implementation supports educators in transferring professional learning into daily practice with fidelity. To some extent, we are in early implementation, and yet, again, just trying to be explicitly clear in terms of what we're focusing on. Building leadership capacity ensures sustainability and empowers site and district leaders to create change and build upon their systems. And data and progress monitoring keep our focus on continuous improvement and accountability at every level. I want to acknowledge just a body of work. We've been partnering with California Ed partners in this area of systems work and focusing on mathematics across our county. As a county office, we want to build capacity to provide supports to our districts and yet at the same time honor partners who have been doing good work in this space and adding value to our LEAs. So again, you'll see us engage in partnerships with other entities while we're providing direct support. So on this slide, you see Tier 1 supports establish clear expectations and align effective practice across districts. We prioritize ongoing professional learning and coaching to build teacher and administrator capacity. It's not about come to our county office or we're going to you to provide 1 day of professional development. It is not that. We're actually looking at building the system over time. Progress is monitored through data analysis and shared accountability structures. And this work promotes consistency in instructional quality, leading to stronger outcomes countywide. And our ultimate goal is coherence from system to classroom, ensuring every student benefits from a unified approach. Let's bring it down to a very local level and highlight Sierra House Elementary in Lake Tahoe Unified. At Sierra House Elementary in Lake Tahoe Unified, we're looking at this body of work within system level work that's translating directly to student success. Teachers engage in continuous professional learning for math instruction and implementation high leverage practices over multiple years. A PACE study found these students improved faster than their district peers overall, and we're seeing achievement even gained even throughout our county. This example demonstrates how adult learning and system coherence accelerate student growth. It reinforces the central idea: improving systems leads to better teaching, which leads to better learning. I think in particular too, one area that we're seeing and working with Sierra House is the need to provide consistent support and leadership capacity around the principal and the teacher leaders. It's just an emerging and consistent need. So closing thoughts. Teaching and learning are at the heart of DEA in our county, and I would say across our colleagues across the state. Our focus remains squarely on instructional improvement, and as a County Office of Education, we're uniquely positioned to lead capacity building. We're situated close to our districts for the long term, and we recognize that while there are highlights and challenges, just giving you a glimpse of our body of work. The DA process is about cultivating sustainable systemic growth. And EDCO's journey exemplifies how collaboration and coherence can drive continuous improvement. Tomorrow, we're going to meet with our county superintendents for a one-day retreat. We're going to open up. We're going to be focusing in the context of the systems that I just articulated to you, just emerging needs, not only that are identified in the DA process, but we're seeing just different challenging behaviors at varying levels of the system, and we're looking at how do we provide those comprehensive supports. We'll pivot in the afternoon just to look at being anticipative, a learner-centered system, and anticipating all of the challenges. That's why we're looking at just a profile of a graduate, as the State Board has been speaking to, bringing individuals who've been really leaning into that space statewide, nationally, even globally. And just, again, looking at who we are as a system. Again, we are one county of 58. I would almost describe it as a Venn diagram. I think that there are many components of DEA that would harmonize and be fully aligned with what we're experiencing. And then there will be other unique stories in other counties and how they're approaching DA. But that is the intent of LCFF, to honor and develop our systems in a responsive way at the local level. Thank you.
Don't go away yet. Thank you. Very helpful. Are there any clarifying questions for Ed? I think it paints a good picture of where one might want to be heading. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. You're a good teacher. Everybody understood everything you had to say. All right, so our last presentation is from Kirsten Carlson LaFloche, who is from the AIR, American Institutes of Research. And she's going to talk to us about what is happening in some other states that have successful models.
Good afternoon. Anyone hear me well?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Slides.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Flock.
LaFloche. Thank you.
So at any rate, yes, I'm Kirsten LaFloche. I'm with the American Institutes for Research, and I'd like to extend my thanks to the board president and vice president and the esteemed members of the board to have an opportunity to talk to you in the context of this really interesting study session about differentiated accountability in California. I'm going to be talking about not California, but two different states, Massachusetts and Michigan, both of which also focus on districts as the unit of change and the driver of the improvement process. So very quickly, I'm going to talk about a few features of statewide systems of support, getting sort of the national view almost, and highlighting some challenges for statewide systems of support. And then I'm going to showcase these two states, Massachusetts and Michigan. So first, I want to situate this conversation in a broader theory of action of accountability. So accountability certainly has multiple steps, from the performance, measuring performance, identifying schools and districts based on that performance, all the way down to, ultimately, we hope, changing behavior at the local level and improving student outcomes. We've heard a little bit in some of the other presentations about measurement and identification of districts. And I'm going to be focusing in on this part in green, which is really about the provision of supports and resources to the districts most in need. So I'm going to drill down a little bit more and taking a look at statewide systems of support, which states have had in place for several decades now, sometimes with mixed results. These are generally anchored by a state's own theory of action of change, which it is in turn informed by the state context, including the state history, resources, local policies. Federal policies often influence this as well. But the provision of support often has three key components looking across multiple states. First among these is the human capital component, individuals or teams who provide direct support to districts and schools in need. States may engage members of their own state education agency, intermediate agencies such as the county offices of education here in California. States may have a vendor list where there are approved contractors that districts can then contract with to provide the support. Quite often these individuals, when they are under contract with the SCA or with the district, are retired teachers, retired administrators. So that imposes some constraints on the pool of people who actually engage in this type of work. In complement to that human capital component, there are systems, tools, processes that the states establish to anchor and guide the improvement process at the local level. And finally, there are fiscal resources. Generally, there are funds, grants that are intended to support the change process. Across the board, the intent is that these resources will drive a continuous improvement process, and states actually vary quite little in how they frame that continuous improvement process. And these collectively should be driving, we hope, improved student outcomes. Now, I'd like to point to one challenge that some states grapple with, which is how to interact with the persistently very lowest performing districts in their states. And sometimes states feel that they need to enact more directive interventions in these very lowest performing districts. And I'll be talking about that a little bit in the context of Massachusetts. But there are some other challenges that states face, and I've heard these alluded to in the conversations that preceded my presentation. These could be challenges related to quality, especially in the context where there is a large number of districts that are identified, or schools in some cases. Resources are spread too thin. That can compromise the intensity of the support, the span of support over time, the fit between the expertise of the support providers and the school needs, and the development of trust. And I think one of the previous presenters said, developing that trusting relationship and allowing the districts to be vulnerable is an important important facet of the quality of support that's provided. All right, let me turn to Massachusetts. So since 2009, Massachusetts has really put the district at the center of the change process to stimulate continuous improvement. At present, Massachusetts identifies both districts and schools for support, two broad categories, one of which is schools and districts not requiring assistance or intervention, and those requiring assistance and intervention. In the case of districts, right now in Massachusetts, there are 27 districts that are identified for focused and targeted support, and 2 districts identified for broad and comprehensive support, and they are classified as such based on the discretion of the board. And districts are classified in Massachusetts by aggregating all of the results within the district, so it's not just looking at individual schools, but across all of the district data. To provide a little context for the number of districts that you see on the slide here, there are about 500 districts in Massachusetts, so they are really identifying a fairly small percentage for support. All right, I want to talk a little bit about some principles underlying the Massachusetts approach. The first is that of an instructional priority. So one of the first tasks of these districts that are targeted for support is to identify 1 or 2 discrete instructional priorities on which they will focus and will anchor their and structure the support that they receive. Coaching for equity is another important feature of the Massachusetts approach. The intent is to center equity in every conversation and to encourage what they call brave conversations at the local level. Now, Massachusetts is divided into 2 regions for the purpose of support, and these 2 regional support teams provide support anchored around the instructional priority and coaching for equity. A third component is progress monitoring, and Massachusetts really leans into the monitoring piece. Each year, there are external monitors who track the progress of the districts that receive support to ensure that they are on track with their action steps. However, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the district reviews, quality reviews in Massachusetts, and this is actually part of state statute, that each year a subset of the districts have a deep dive by an external organization that shares formative feedback about the processes ongoing in the district based on statewide district standards. And the purpose is not only to provide this formative feedback, but to accumulate longitudinal data on local practices in Massachusetts. So I wanted to mention that because this monitoring component is an important part of Massachusetts' approach. All right, so I'm not going to dwell on this slide, but it's again to underscore that the Massachusetts approach is grounded in the instructional priority, and there's a sequential process that's mapped out in terms of prioritizing, planning, implementing with a partnership between the district leadership team and external supports. So I had mentioned that states may grapple with what should they do with the very persistently underperforming districts. This was the case in Massachusetts, particularly Lawrence Public Schools, which was placed into state receivership in 2012. It's been the subject of a great deal of research. On balance, the scorecard is that there have been some gains in Lawrence, but certainly with numerous challenges as well. However, Massachusetts tried to replicate the Lawrence approach in 2 other districts, Holyoke and Southbridge, with less success than they saw in Lawrence, and tried a slightly different approach in Springfield through an empowerment zone, and that has seen some initial gains in academic growth and student achievement. All right, let me move to Michigan, which has what they call a partnership district model. Now, in Michigan, partnership districts are identified based on the presence of CSI schools. So the schools identified for comprehensive support and improvement. So first, Michigan Department of Education identifies CSI schools. They adjust the count. Not every CSI school counts for the purposes of partnership districts. And then they issue partnership agreements with the districts, sort of a documented agreement between the various partners who support the districts. At present, in fall of 2022, there were 51 districts that were involved in the partnership model. I think the number is now 45 districts. Again, close to 500 districts in Michigan, so not a huge percentage of schools that are districts that are identified. There are a number of partners who support the partnership model, the first among them being the Michigan Department of Education, which acts as a liaison but also a grant-making entity. Michigan has independent school districts, somewhat analogous to the county offices of education. They provide more of the hands-on support, professional development, coaching, training. But the community is also considered to be a partner in the change process in partnership districts. This is not only to provide expertise, in-kind supports, but actually financial resources in some cases as well. So collectively, these entities work together to drive the change process, with district really being at the center of this, identifying their goals, turnaround strategies, and partners. The EPIC group at Michigan State University has been conducting an evaluation of the partnership model in Michigan since its inception. They have identified some gains, particularly in math in some of the earlier years. They've also seen some improved attendance and resulting lower chronic absenteeism rates. There are still some statewide challenges. Student outcomes are not where one would hope they would be. Serious human capital issues with regard to recruitment and retention of teachers in Michigan as well. And so those are some persistent challenges which have not been remediated by the partnership approach. All right, so in closing, I wanted to share a few common themes across Massachusetts and Michigan. In both, the district is really at the center of the change process. I could argue that Massachusetts has a bit more of a structure around their processes, and including the improvement plan. They have a statewide framework of district indicators. There's a little bit more autonomy in Michigan with regard to the district's decision-making authority in this process. I think neither state would say, both states would say that they do have a structure for guiding the process and they do extend local autonomy, so it's a question of nuance in this. However, the human capital piece is more central to the change process in Michigan because that is such a persistent challenge for their state. It's less prominent in the Massachusetts approach. However, Massachusetts, as I said, does really lean into the monitoring, external monitoring of both districts and schools. There's also a monitoring piece in Michigan, but it's a little bit more collaborative, less structure, and not that external lens. And in Massachusetts, they've kept this option of state receivership on the table for the very lowest performing districts. They're backing away from it a little bit, but it is still a policy lever available to them, whereas Michigan does not do so. At one point, they had experimented with an alternate governance approach in Detroit, but they abandoned that quite a long time ago and have not really revisited that since. One more common theme in closing is that both states have chosen to focus on a relatively small percentage of districts. And for example, in the case of Michigan, with the teams that provide support, it's on balance a caseload of 7 districts for each team to which they need to provide support throughout the year. So 7 districts per team seems like a manageable number, I think, to really understand the local context. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions for Kristen? Yes.
Back on, I think it was the Massachusetts model, I think you described that part of the improvement plans was driving towards a more manageable set of goals. Was
Yes, instructional priorities.
Does Michigan have that as a parallel as well?
They do, but I think there are fewer guardrails around that process. So the districts in Michigan that have been successful in this have been pretty focused. Like Saginaw School District, for example, focused really closely on math, and they've seen some improvement in that. However, there's, I think, less of a drive to have a focused, coherent process. Massachusetts also has something they call their coherence guidebook. And so they said, I guess, just a little bit more structure around the process, and they explicitly say 1 or 2 instructional priorities. There are districts in Michigan that focus on far more, and I think it's not a surprise to know that lack of coherence in a change process is a challenge that it's well documented in research as well.
And I have one other question. Between the Massachusetts and Michigan models, do you see one versus the other having larger impacts on student outcomes? Obviously, there's a lot in that second to last slide around the different processes and the how, but the what of impact is sort of the extra box that I was.
Yeah, I know. That's an empirical question, which is really tricky to answer, and the researcher in me doesn't want to just say anything off the cuff, because the studies that have been conducted are not necessarily directly comparable. However, if we look at the big picture, Massachusetts is consistently among the various high performing in the country. And I think one could potentially attribute that to the fact that they have a very systematic approach in many of the things that they do. We see a lot more variation in Michigan. So I think maybe the Michigan system has a little bit more to overcome in terms of the supports that they're providing to districts. Something else I should point out about the Michigan context is that they do allow families to transfer their students to almost any other school district in the state, as long as they can provide transportation to their children, which is sort of interesting context. So that's a really different dynamic than you have in Massachusetts. So it does in some ways create an uphill climb for some of the districts in Michigan.
Thank you, and super helpful presentation.
One more clarifying question from me, and then I'll go to Member Olken. Was there anybody else who wanted to? So you mentioned that the empowerment zone was looking like it was producing some good outcomes, and I wondered if you knew anything about what they were doing in the empowerment zone.
Yes, so I wish I could tell you with a lot more detail than I can. However, I know that Lawrence is still undergoing some form of district receivership. Holyoke and Southbridge didn't see the same level of success. In part, it was they had less local autonomy in Holyoke and Southbridge. There was also less buy-in and a little bit more state control. So I think in Springfield, they tried to find some of the equilibrium that they previously did in Lawrence, extending more autonomy to the school level, and it's also a smaller set of schools within Springfield that were participating. It wasn't the entire school district, it was this empowerment zone, and it was a specific collaboration between Springfield Public Schools, the Springfield Teachers Union, and the support providers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I've seen some of the data from Springfield around that, which was promising.
Yes.
Member Olken.
You didn't talk a lot about the how schools were or how districts were identified for these assistants, which is fine. But I'm curious how long LEAs or how long districts would receive this type of support, or they would be part of the program.
Sure. So in Michigan, they're identified on 3-year cycles in conjunction with the identification of CSI schools. In Massachusetts, they are identified annually, with the exception of with like an asterisk for the districts that receive the most comprehensive support, which is at the board discretion. And for example, Lawrence has been receiving support since 2012.
And Vice President Glover Woods, I think, has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. One of my questions had to do with the empowerment zone, and that has been responded to. One other question related to the Massachusetts model, actually 2 questions. The first is, as far as the instructional priority that's identified by the district, are the instructional priorities solely academic in nature, meaning language arts, mathematics, or another academic subject, or other aspects that relate to the education of students, such as absenteeism or suspension? So that's my first question. I can hold for that answer, and then I have one other.
Okay, sure, I can answer that quickly. They are potentially, they're often academic in nature, early literacy, focusing on long-term English learners, for example, but they could also be related to attendance or other more, or suspension rates, student discipline. They're not constrained in that regard.
Thank you. And my other question is in relation also for Massachusetts, in relation to the progress monitoring aspect. Could you provide a little bit more detail on what that progress monitoring looks like, as well as the district review aspect? I know you touched on it briefly, but could you provide a little bit more detail on what that looks like?
Sure. So the progress monitoring is associated with the districts that have been identified for support, and it's explicitly to determine the extent to which that they are following through on their action steps. The quality reviews are a deeper dive into a more intense look at the different processes within the districts. And the quality reviews is not linked to the accountability system or the provision of supports. It is something that is mandated that a subset of Massachusetts each year will undergo this deep dive. In both cases, it's an external organization that will go in and actually collect on-site data, conducting classroom observations, conversations, teacher surveys, in addition to looking at extant data on student outcomes. And there's a resulting report from each of these.
It's kind of like a school quality review that they, yeah.
Excuse me?
It's like a school quality review that
Yes,
they do.
and they also do school monitoring in Massachusetts as well, but I'm just focusing on districts right now.
Thank you. Okay, I think that we have exhausted our clarifying questions for the moment. We're going to have board discussion. Thank you so much for the presentation. We're going to put up the public comment slide, and those who want to call in with public comments can use the phone number and the public access code that will be soon visible on our monitor. There it is. And then before that, Vice President Glover Woods and I, as liaisons, will offer a few comments to cue us up. Vice President Glover Woods, do you want to go first?
I can follow you, President Darling-Hammond. Thank you.
So, you know, we've got this. This all began because there was an instinct in California as the federal system was changing to be sure that we were keeping districts in the loop. But originally, you know, the federal government requires that 5% of schools be identified, you know, for comprehensive school improvement on a regular basis. And the idea was that, you know, somehow we would bring a district perspective to that. And in fact, the first criterion in the statute for differentiated assistance was to be the any two subgroups that would, you know, perform in the red, so to speak. But the second one is any schools, any districts that have schools in CSI for 4 or more years. So we're actually coming up on that. So that will be yet another piece of this. But the idea was to have a goal to really support sort of root cause analysis and district engagement and a strong improvement process. And we have ended up with a system that right now does not really allow us to achieve that goal. It doesn't allow us necessarily to identify and serve the districts in greatest need well. And so we're trying to, that is kind of the unpacking. As I took notes throughout the presentations, you know, there's several challenges that we have to face. One is how districts become eligible. There's the idea that it's, you know, two subgroups in the red. It doesn't end up identifying districts with small subgroups, small N sizes, but it may identify other districts for the wrong reasons, and I'll come back around to that. And it isn't tied to areas of work like math achievement or science achievement or English language arts or so on. So we saw in Ed's slide the little whack-a-mole that, you know, every year you could be popping up or districts for different reasons, so it lacks that coherence that we were hearing about. There's also the fact that We know that, for example, the English learner subcategory and the long-term English learner subcategory can produce dysfunctional incentives. If you want to get out of the red, you just stop reclassifying students so that your highest performing students are still in the data, right? So we have pieces like that that are not what we're trying actually to accomplish. If you might be putting districts in the red for the wrong reasons and letting districts out for the wrong reasons, et cetera. It's not as coherent as we would want it to be. We also saw that when we had the chronic absenteeism spike during the pandemic, that some of that chronic absenteeism was because kids were out for COVID and RSV and other things, and you wouldn't necessarily want to incentivize districts to have sick kids at school. They were in the red for reasons that didn't have to do with their behavior, but with the environment. We're also seeing that now with climate events, as we saw in Los Angeles with the fires and so on, where they may have chronic absenteeism, but it's not something that's amenable to differentiated assistance. It's amenable to the weather that we're experiencing and the ways in which we handle that. So we have some challenges with our indicators. We've heard that there are too many districts in and out of differentiated assistance to keep track of them and to do good work with and for them. And then there's the point that there's churn. The annual identification from the dashboard on sometimes grounds that are important grounds and sometimes grounds that are not the right ones. And then you have the churn. And I was really struck by the point that Matt made that you have the identification happens around November, and then you have sort of until March to even catch up with all the districts and find out what's going on and try to figure out how to support them, and then you're in testing season. So there's really not much time, and it's unpredictable in this very short time frame and this kind of churn of districts in and out for reasons that are a little bit mysterious each year. The other piece that we heard was that, it can be very bureaucratic. We have a lot of paperwork, that has to be conducted for this, a lot of reporting, numerous programs and plans. It's a broader problem that we have right now. We have sort of a geological dig of legislation and policies that require all kinds of reports and so on from our districts, and we've heard a lot about that lately. This is another set of those, whether it's LCAP, DA, DTA, CSI. You could go on and on. Every program has an acronym, and every acronym has paperwork associated with it. So that's another piece of it, that for some districts, this just ends up being part of the paperwork burden, the bureaucratic burden, because it's not tied to a serious process that would let them get better. Our systems are not coordinated or coherent between and across those things. We heard about that. And then the funding is both unpredictable and a little problematic, because there's more money if you get more districts in differentiated assistance, but hardly any time to do something serious with any single district. So lots of churn, but not much leverage. So those are just the issues that came to me as we were listening to all the presentations. We also heard about some other strategies, which I appreciated hearing from Dr. Manansala and from Kirsten LaFlock, that there are approaches that one could consider that are more investment in a continuous tier one approach that builds the time, the trust, the capacity, and the interventions that might be tied to specific priorities that you could pursue over time. And we heard something about that from Massachusetts and Michigan. So there are other ways to do this. We are not at a point of identifying exactly what's the right way for California, but I think we have a sense now of what the challenges are, and then how we might begin to think about what will work for our original goals. And with that, I'm going to turn it to Vice President Glover Woods to add other thoughts.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and I won't be repetitive, but I will share with the board. Um, Differentiated assistance, as you all know, is extremely complicated, and having served on the side of providing support to districts that were eligible for differentiated assistance and speaking with many, as most of you have, um, it's just a very difficult system to understand. However, it's what we've done, I think, is very positive, which is we are looking at multiple ways to determine how the instructional program is, as we think about the 10 state priorities, 8 for districts, 10 for county offices. And we're also really doubling down on every student succeeding as we think about our 14 student groups. But in that has created a level of complexity, and I won't, again, rehash everything that President Darling Hammond said, but there's definitely a need to look at how the system can better serve, ultimately, the students of our state through the support of the LEAs. So as I'm thinking about our conversation today and the presentations we've had, I'm almost putting them in buckets to the degree that I can. One being looking at the identification, really looking at how do we ensure that we are identifying those LEAs with the greatest need and utilizing the priority areas and the indicators within those priority areas to do so. The second really centers around the support for those districts that are eligible, but also, as we've heard in our presentations, not doing the wait to fail model, but looking at how we can provide support and resources that are more proactive than reactive, and along that lens of prevention and intervention. And then the third bucket, if you will, is once that support is in place, how do we, what type of things need to be in place as it relates to plans and reporting that are streamlined, but are still accurate and transparent to the communities that the district serves, as well as others. So again, a very complicated conversation. I'm very confident we'll be able to get where we need to in July. But I just encourage us as we can to try to think about it in those 3 areas as we move forward. And again, I echo everything that President Darling Hammond said about the challenges. And as I said, I was not going to be repetitive and repeat the same things, but I'll just say ditto, ditto, ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the other things that occurs to me as we get ready to get into public comment and discussion is that we do have some success stories here in California, not necessarily always tied to the DA process, but I think about the fact that, for example, Compton for the last several years used to be in state receivership years ago and is now scoring at or above, the state averages, is back to pre-pandemic levels of performance and has done a number of things. Inglewood has been making steady progress. We saw fast improvements for a few years in a row in Oakland that have been, so we don't know nothing in California about how to do this. We know some things, and we may want to really take some time in a future session to reflect on what has happened in districts that have had substantial improvements and how to learn from and benefit from what we have experienced here as well. You want to add something to that? Yes.
That is interesting. That was kind of my thought process. One of the challenges that was mentioned was the variances in quality of technical assistance, how it differs widely depending on county and leading to inequitable experiences. And I'm thinking what you similarly said about tracking outcomes by technical assistance centers that have had positive with coaching, data analysis, family engagement, to learn which strategies are the most impactful. And by tracking that data, how we can utilize that and replicate it. So what you mentioned about Compton Unified and seeing what works, when we had that study session in the past, it actually sparked a lot of interest in strategies that they were doing to get their students to achieve at a higher level and raising that graduation rate. And when I was thinking of that, it kind of tied into what you just said.
Yeah. So we're probably edging into discussion, but it's a great point, and we do want to get some public comment on the table. I think to your point, too, that's the question of how long do you give people to engage in these kinds of processes, right? It's what and how and all of those things. So going to public comment, do we have any public comment in the room?
There are 10 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record before you speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Regina Chagoya, Lucy Salcido Carter, Raquel Morales, Edgar Lampkin, and Lindsay Tornatore.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. I'm Regina Chagoya with California Federation of Teachers. Regarding item number 6, CFT would like to express that differentiated assistance, while often packaged as well as intended continuous cycles of improvement for our schools, should not be regulated to as what has occurred in some past instances, as in successful bodies of research belonging to PhD candidates or those belonging to recent defended dissertations. Please, when Sacramento recommends differentiated assistance, authorize local stakeholder support bodies of research for our schools. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. Lucy Salcido Carter with the Alameda County Office of Education. We provide differentiated assistance to 12 of our 18 districts and several charters. We're grateful to President Darling Hammond and the board for your focus on this topic. We appreciate that DA's emphasis on outcomes for vulnerable student groups is equity-driven. That vision aligns with our mission to serve our most vulnerable students. Greater clarity is needed on how the system of support will operate to serve all school districts and charters. This understanding is essential to determine if proposed funding models are sufficient. In addition, we want to validate the need for multi-year support to have time to address system barriers. On the recipient side, we believe anyone providing DA to COEs must be an expert in high-quality court and community schools. We welcome the opportunity to provide whatever information will be helpful to your deliberations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Raquel Morales with EdTrust West. We would like to align our comments with the Equity Coalition letter on this agenda item. We appreciate the board engaging in this study session to surface the opportunities to improve the system of support holistically and the role of DA identification criteria and improving the system more broadly. We urge the board to consider the following guidance principles as you redefine the DA identification criteria and the system of support. 1, as you consider the eligibility for Tier 2 support, we urge you to determine changes necessary to the full SOS that drive improvement in all LEAs, not just those in Tier 2 or Tier 3. Number 2, the SOS should maintain and deepen the focus on closing inequitable gaps in student outcomes that negatively impact students of color and multilingual learners. Number 3, to deepen the impact of SOS on improving student outcomes, there should be a stronger incorporation of parents, students, and communities in the district's improvement process. DA identification criteria should weigh academic outcomes more heavily, incorporate the growth measure while maintaining multiple measures. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Natalie Shin with Californians Together. We are highly encouraged by the board's focus on evaluating and improving the DA system. We share the hope that this will result in a stronger, more targeted system of support that truly meets the needs of our state's highest need students, especially English learners. As you deliberate, we urge you to keep 2 core principles in mind. First, the improved DA system must sharpen its focus on closing achievement gaps. We believe DA can be significantly strengthened to better identify and support LEAs that are struggling to accelerate progress for English learners and other historically undeserved student groups. Second, the mechanism for identifying LEAs for assistance is this California School Dashboard. We hope that the desire to improve DA does not result in lowering the criteria for performance levels on the dashboard itself. Maintaining high, rigorous standards is essential for driving equity and ensuring that true areas of need are not masked. Thank you for your leadership on this critical issue.
Hello, I am Dr. Edgar Lampkin, CEO of CABE, the California Association for Bilingual Education, former school superintendent, director of English Learner Services at the county level, curriculum and instruction director, pupil services director at the district level, school principal, and bilingual teacher. I would like to speak to the issue of lowering the dashboard criteria in item 6. We have heard that for this last year, it was the first time that many districts provided intentional support for their long-term English learners, and this was one of the subgroups triggering differentiated assistance. With that in mind, I'd like to urge you not to lower the dashboard criteria in the process for amending differentiated assistance. As a method for identifying LEAs for differentiated assistance, we hope that this does not result in lowering the criteria for performance levels in the dashboard. There are other ways to be able to address
Thank you,
that
Speaker.
DA
Your time is
challenge.
up.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. As stated in our coalition letter with management and equity, we appreciate today's study session as a first step and commend the board's commitment to a transparent public process. County offices of education bring a unique perspective as both providers and recipients of DA. We thank Superintendent Manzala for sharing the El Dorado story, an example of policy to practice whose lessons resonate across all 58 counties. From our experience, the system works best when it's proactive. At its core, DA is about teaching and learning, and county offices are positioned to support and build their LEA's instructional capacity. The system's evolution shaped by the hard work and thoughtful design of those who built it, and the journey the board is about to embark on today reflects continuous improvement in action, bringing us to a pivotal moment to reflect, learn, and strengthen our shared commitment to improving outcomes for all California students. Thank you.
Will the following people please line up at the microphone? Lorraine Richards, Leilani Aguinaldo, and Karen Shea.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing California Teachers Association. When discussing differentiated instruction and the statewide system of support, it is important to remember who it is we are trying to support. How much of the funds are actually seen at the schools? Lastly, how much direct support are schools, educators, and students receiving as a result of differentiated assistance? CTA urges the State Board of Education to reevaluate our differentiated assistance system to better support the schools in need. Thank you.
Hello, Leilani Aguinaldo on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA supports efforts to evaluate and strengthen DA criteria. We believe this is an opportune time to ensure that the DA system effectively identifies and supports the LEAs most in need, while maintaining its intended focus on assistance rather than discipline. ACSA also appreciates the comprehensive review of DA eligibility, especially the consideration of variables such as the student growth model and science assessments. We hope this holistic approach avoids piecemeal adjustments in the future, as fragmented changes can disrupt local planning and undermine long-term improvement efforts. Finally, ACSA strongly believes that any significant updates to our accountability system should align with the established 3-year LCAP cycle. Districts rely on the LCAP as a guiding framework to plan, implement, and measure long-term strategies for student success, and major changes made outside of this cycle disrupt that process. ACSA intends to share additional insights from our educational leaders in the coming months. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and also grateful for the state of California's special focus on special education and education. My name is Karen Shea. I'm with FASD now. We think there's a priority needed for proper assessments and proper interventions for people with FASD, because frequently they have learning challenges, they have challenges to remember things, they are perceived of having behavioral issues, just dovetailing with other speakers here. The CDC reports 2 to 5% of the general population has an FASD. This is higher than autism. I'll say it again, it's higher than autism, the prevalence. A few years ago, the FASD Now folks were able to work with Senator Portantino, to get on an IEP, FASD as a named condition.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
We would really like to talk meet with the official here at this department or have an agenda item because we have a strong coalition of like Juby Judge, professionals,
Time is
doctors,
concluded.
etc.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits 4155. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. This is Dina Wilson, Director of Accountability, Support, and Monitoring at the Los Angeles County Office of Education. I'm calling today on behalf of the California County Superintendent's Curricular and Improvement Support Committee, CISC, a partner in the statewide system of support. As differentiated systems providers and partners in the California's Accountability and Improvement System, county offices of education work closely with districts and charter schools to build local capacity and improve student outcomes. In Los Angeles County, we have seen gains across our county and are proud that with our support, student outcomes have improved, including achievement rates in ELA and math, which have not only recovered, but in many areas exceeded pre-pandemic levels across our LEAs. We acknowledge that such meaningful change takes time. However, the current eligibility criteria and length of support cycles are not quite aligned to this reality, nor are they aligned amongst types of LEAs. This lack of aligned eligibility criteria and length of support cycles has often caused confusion and less coordinated support.
Thank you.
Aligned policies, which recognize the limitations. Thank you very much for your time to speak today. We look forward to future engagement on this topic.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4369. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. Sally Fox here, calling on behalf of CABE. I was sometimes asked to support leadership teams providing DA when I worked at SDCOE as a bilingual coordinator because my focus included ELD as a certified trainer for Project GLAD. CABE agrees with other advocacy organizations that a focus on gap closure would result in improved outcomes for all the various high-need students. In addition, we recommend professional learning opportunities for county office staff to be most effective in supporting their local districts. Also, please consider how the universal support tier for districts that are not identified for DA could be clarified and specified for COE staff. CABE is greatly appreciative of the important work the State Board of Education has accomplished historically and continues to accomplish on behalf of our students in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8937. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. This is Cristina Salazar with the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input today. In Riverside County, we've taken a proactive approach by conducting 2 self-study reports to inform and strengthen our DA efforts. These studies help identify bright spots, including the advantages of cross-departmental communication, which were highlighted in the 2024 WestEd Promising Practices Report. At the same time, we identified challenges, both of which have been part of today's conversation, such as a burden of compliance-heavy reporting, and another is the use of single dashboard year for determining DA eligibility. For example, based on current estimates, 21 out of 22 districts currently or previously eligible for DA will be shifting eligibility status, creating a constantly moving target. We recognize this session is the beginning of an important conversation, and we're committed to being thoughtful partners. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2277. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. This is Dr. Stephen Bean, County Superintendent of Schools, and I want to thank you for your important work you are doing here today. In Orange County, I am proud to be carrying forward the work of my predecessor, Dr. Maharas, who helped shape California's MTSF framework and modeled how a coherent, prevention-oriented system can transform opportunities for all students, including being a critical component for a strong DA structure. My colleague, Mary Sakuma at Butte County Superintendent of Schools, and I submitted a letter to the board to share information and reinforce our commitment as the state leads for California MTSS. As an immigrant and a person with a disability, I've personally experienced how UDL, with a strong MTSS framework, can dramatically change the trajectory for a child. These are not just strategies, but rather the structure that makes access and achievement possible for students like me. In your consideration of how to strengthen DA and the system of support, I urge you to ground it in the same framework. When MTSS guides DA, supports are proactive rather than reactive. Resources are used efficiently, and every initiative within an LEA works in coherence rather than isolation. A strong DA system is how we ensure California's system. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 6200, you may begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Karen Lewis, and I'm representing the Curricular Improvement and Support Committee as the current chair for CISC. We would like to express our appreciation to the board for taking the time to better understand some of the strengths and challenges within the current system, and for engaging in thoughtful consideration around the potential for refinement. As mentioned in earlier comments, over the years, county offices of education have begun to strategically shift toward an integrated approach of level 1 and level 2 supports. This type of a proactive approach, through a multi-tiered system of supports, has the potential to strengthen continuous improvement processes and allow local teams to align customized support options. We welcome the opportunity to share valuable lessons learned and to continue providing input as the state works toward greater equity and coherence from policy to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8674, you may begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates and the LCFS Equity Coalition. We appreciate the board's and staff's focus on improving the overall system of support as you consider changes to differentiated assistance identification criteria. We would like to highlight a few of the guiding principles we referenced in our letter, including 1, to foster a broad culture of continuous improvement among the districts who are not eligible for DA under the revised rules, but still remain in need of significant improvement. We urge the board and the state to take this opportunity to require greater levels of transparency, self-reflection, and community conversation around needed local actions. 2, for districts in DA, we urge improvements be made to increase student, family, and community engagement in the differentiated assistance process. And 3, we urge the continued use of multiple measures and inclusion of a growth measure to better identify which districts are in most need of DA support. We look forward to this ongoing discussion and the opportunity to ensure differentiated assistance leads to measurable improvement in student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1204, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Cano, calling from Los Angeles, speaking on behalf of the Alliance for a Better Community, ABC, a co-chair of the Consortium for Multilingual Learner Success, a regional collective committed to advancing the full implementation of the California English Learner Roadmap. ABC and the consortium would like to express its appreciation for the state board's deliberation on how to improve California's differentiated assistance system. Your conclusions will have a ripple effect in LA County, which serves nearly 210,000 English learners, including 35,662 long-term English learners, according to 2024-25 data quest information. Given that LTALs are now a subgroup triggering critical DA for more districts, we hope that any DA system improvement effort does not result in lowering the criteria for performance levels in the dashboard for this important subgroup. Thank you for your leadership on this important amendment.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8256, you may begin your public comment.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring from Children Now. Children Now, in partnership with the California County Superintendent, has convened a working group of school equity and management groups to study the DA criteria, our accountability system, and the system of support, recognizing all the complexities that today's presentations have shown. This group stands ready to partner with the board as this process moves forward. In our letter, Children Now raises some initial thoughts. 1, focus on closing achievement gaps. We need a sense of urgency for change. We are over a decade into LCFF and still haven't seen the transformational change that will close achievement gaps. 2, align the level of support to the level of need. We should be triaging districts using multiple measures to focus the most intensive supports for LEAs with the greatest needs. Differentiated assistance should truly be differentiated across districts. 3, value student growth in the DA criteria. And 4, don't lower performance standards on the dashboard indicators because they are already too low for many dashboard indicators like the LP. Thank you for your work today in this study session.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8945, please begin your public comment. Oh, looks like they dropped. That concludes public comment for item number 6.
Right. Lots to think about. I want to open up the floor for discussion. I would love for us to be reflecting on what we think our goals and principles for differentiated assistance might be. Like, what are the things that seem most important for us to be leaning in on as we think about any changes to the system? And then are there any things that we've heard today that give us some directionality that we think we ought to be exploring further as potential solutions or strategies, without feeling a need to jump to anything specific at this point? Who would like to kick us off? Member Lewis, you look like you're... Yeah, what are the things, what are the principles and goals that we really ought to set for ourselves?
Some of the letters we received and the public comment that we have, I think one of the some of the issues that are brought up is the frequency of identification and not enough time to adequately provide support to the districts in need. And also with the identification process, I love the comment about triage the districts to really highlight the districts that need the greatest support. I've got a long list here. I'm just trying to point out the most. Don't lower the dashboard standards. That was something that was brought out. And I think just multi-year support is needed. I'm going to stop with my list. So
That's great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Member Escobedo, you were about to lean in also.
Yeah, I gravitated with some of the Massachusetts thoughts about looking at one or two areas, but going in very deep. I think that's really critical. That guacamole picture that I saw there really captivated me. You know, I mean, I love that we have multiple ways of looking at schools, but are there one or two facets that we really need to focus on? The others can attribute to that one or two, but just curious about going into great depth, right? The whole district review aspect, would like to know a little bit more about that, because I wonder if they look at, for example, board cohesiveness, governance, which I mean, we know a lot about school reformation, but district cohesion is critical. There's many facets of it as well. So I would love to know a little bit more about, are there district review, or is there, you know, I know the Wallace Foundation is doing a lot of study on district leadership and how to move from a compliance to a real supportive role in how does the district support our teachers in the classroom? I think that shift is so important. So those are a couple of thoughts.
Okay, I'll get to Member Olkin, and then I know Member Glover Woods, and then I saw Member Yoshimoto Tauri, and I think I saw, Member Batillo Bronson and Member Orozco Gonzalez. And if I missed you, just keep waving at me. Remember, we'll go along the line. Go ahead.
So I really appreciate what we've already heard. I just want to and all that we've heard. And a few words that keep coming to mind for me are proactive, cohesive, and sustained. Those are 3 words that if you sort of got to what you asked the question, what are some goals? Mm-hmm. And those 3 words came up in lots of different ways for me. And I could go into all the description, but I think that's a good start for now.
Perfect. Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you.
Along that line of goals and priorities, I think one of the key areas that we need to really hone in on and come to decision on is how we define LEA of the greatest need. That phrase has been used multiple times during our study session, and we need to be very clear on what defines that. When we say an LEA of the greatest need, how is that defined? We know that we have student groups, we know we have priority areas, and I'm just going to bounce out questions as far as looking at the priority areas. Do all priority areas serve as a trigger, if you will, for differentiated assistance eligibility? I wouldn't advocate that all student groups would not, because I think we do need to look at all student groups. But again, just kind of looking, but really spending some time to identify LEAs of the greatest need. And then after we can get clear on eligibility criteria, start to talk about the support that's needed for those that are eligible. I really think as a goal and priority that it would be helpful for us to separate the two conversations in order to really be very clear.
All right, thank you. Member Yoshimoto Tari, I think you're next.
Thank you. I just wanted to uplift, there were 3 words that came out of the evaluation that was shared earlier. They were trust, fit, and expertise. And I think there could be several districts that present with the same need or the same indicators that resulted in DA or the need for DA, but the root cause analysis of why they're in DA could be 10 different reasons or 20 different reasons. So I think the support needed, therefore, would be different as well. And so I think whether it's the LE as a county office or a district, I think really focusing on what is the right fit, what is the actual need to close the opportunity, their achievement gap in particular. And some of that is making sure that there's coherence. I think coming from the local level, it's easy. There are actually a number of ways districts tried to also provide their own technical assistance in addition to the official differentiated assistance. And sometimes that can result in the need to really focus on how do we build coherence and not just more and more and more different kinds of solutions and trying to find them, but how do we streamline?
Member Roscoe Gonzalez, and then Member Pachillo Bronson, and then is there anybody else down there? Member McQuillan? Anybody else who wants to go, we'll just go down this line.
I was just thinking of the lack of reciprocal accountability between LEAs and technical assistant providers. That was one of the challenges that was mentioned. The problem currently is that current relationships can feel one-directional. Counties and GL leads provide support, but there's little mechanisms to evaluate the quality or impact of that support. So include teacher voice in evaluating whether assistance actually changes classroom practice, perhaps through district-level teacher advisory teams. From a classroom perspective, I think the conversation matters most when we ask whether the support that is designed to reach our most struggling schools and student groups is actually reaching the students and teachers who need it most. So I think that sometimes we overlook the necessity to capacity build with our teachers and to have our teachers lead and give voice to what really is needed in their classrooms, because the practitioner in the classroom really truly doesn't know if that strategy or that support is being effective.
So I'll name that I think the strategy of narrowing who gets the most intensive supports by also at the same time sort of offering the broad-based universal supports, but that are not as time-intensive or expensive, is something that resonates. I think the prioritizing and sequencing of what to address first also seemed to be a consistent theme. I very much resonate to the idea of pick your top 2 to concentrate on rather than having a district or school try and do and launch 10 simultaneous initiatives of improvement at the same time. The caveat that occurred to me as we were looking at the data from Massachusetts and Michigan is a little bit of scale. So Massachusetts is 7 million people, Michigan is 10. That's about the size of LA County, and California is 40 million, right? So some of it, I think we just need to make sure that we can sort of narrow the funnel, and even a California narrowed funnel will still be pretty big, just to set expectations. The other piece that I just want to make sure that we don't lose, even if we're not offering the most intensive supports to LEAs that meet this definition of highest need LEAs, I do still think there is a role of communicating when someone flashes as red based on data. And there's definitely some tweaking and work to do to make sure we're not over-identifying who's an LEA and of highest need. And I think however we can prompt self-reflection, because there are a lot of in-district or in-county Office of Ed supports that are also available on a complementary basis. The other thing I just wanted to connect us back to from our presentations this morning is to think about how to incorporate student voice in this process. I've had some conversations with students who have school districts that are facing receivership, and that does have a toll. And thinking about what uncertainty and instability that broadcasts to students, some of which is about fiscal health and just needs to have a track to proceed, and student voice in that process, I think, is actually warranted. The last thing I'll name is the multi-year support. I think the timeline that Matt named is so very aggressive and short, and I have to imagine really frustrating for people who want to accomplish good things and have plans to get there. I think the likelihood that anyone solves an intractable problem in a November to March swing is a pretty tough thing to imagine. Thanks.
Member Rodriguez, did you want to add anything at this point? No? Yes?
All the comments have been said. Thank you.
Okay. Member GK, do you want to add anything at this point? Okay. Member McQuillan?
I just heard a lot ditto on there. And something that stood out for me in the presentation from the other states is that scale, also comparison of scale, that seemed like a small percent of the LEAs in those other states.
10% in each of those states.
We're getting the DA assistance compared to what we're trying to do, much larger, a larger percent. So that needs to be looked at. So anyway, a lot of good comments. Thank you.
So maybe just to sum up a little bit so that we can kind of focus on our, would you like to add anything, Chief Deputy Roberson?
Appreciate that. I think this is a really important conversation, and as someone who was a teacher in San Francisco Unified and Oakland Unified, I remember a time under No Child Left Behind where we only focused on English language arts and math, and it got really reductive and it got really punitive, and we were reconstituting schools based on those two items. So I really commend us in California for having a much more holistic approach for looking at the whole child. We've spent a lot on community schools. That really brings in the student voice, the community voice, and right now that is incredibly important as we really need to have a sense of safety and belonging for all of our students at this time. We're really seeing it, hearing about it. So I just think that's something we want to keep in mind. Like, we've been in a place before where we've gotten really narrow, so I would really caution us in that. And also in this process, definitely wanted to hear from providers. I was someone who did DA while I was at Alameda County Office of Ed, as well as DTA while I was at CCEE. But really, we need to be listening to our schools and our districts, and most importantly, to our students and our teachers in this process. So just making sure we're really bringing in that voice and centering those voices.
Thank you. So I've been taking notes. So here's what I have heard. Much consensus around more time, sufficient time and duration to actually do the work. Depth and focus and coherence in that work. The idea of being proactive, providing adequate tier 1 support so that, in fact, you are using time and coherence and focus in that way, while also triaging or identifying the LEAs with the greatest need that we need to figure out how to do. And then the notion of getting from compliance to productive support, and the ideas that have been surfaced again around coherent and sustained support with trust and expertise, the right kind of expertise brought to the table, the right fit, the trust, teacher voice, student voice, school voice, district voice, in other words, the clients actually being in the mix, not just the vendors and the providers, is, I think, another important piece of getting to coherence over time. So those are important pieces there. I heard, I can't remember who said this now, but the notion that we want to be sure, maybe it was Member Padilla Brownson, self-reflection, being sure that there are ways that district continue to self-reflect based on dashboard indicators. We do want the indicators to be causing that. We have a lot of requirements for that in the LCAP. And so we also be thinking, we heard about more ideas for improving the LCAP this morning, which is now hundreds of pages and very difficult for people to manage and use and get value out of. But we have layered a lot on there about what people are expected to do with all the indicators and the state priorities and so on. But ultimately, these things ought to be fitting together in some way, are ways of helping people reflect and then getting supports and building a system. And they came about independently at different moments in time with different pieces of legislation and different add-ons. And some of it has also grown with various lawsuits that have led to more provisions and actions and so on. So I don't want to make this job undoable or too big, but we should be keeping a view of the whole system because it has grown like topsy. We're putting a lot of money and effort into it. Districts are, schools are, county offices are, and it's overwhelming in the way it is now landing on schools, and we need to figure out a way to make it coherent and sustainable and productive and supportive. So with that even more ambitious goal, I think we're going to close out this session. We're going to continue to study this. I think we're hearing some consensus about some directions and some goals. I heard you, Member Escobedo, to say it would be interesting to learn more about whole district review as a part of this, which is one of the ways you get a strategic direction and a plan that's sustainable and coherent. So, and I think we've acknowledged that we have some places in California that have substantially improved, and understanding those places and their strategies might help us figure out what will work elsewhere as well. So I commend all of you and all of our speakers for leading us through this very intense and thought-provoking study session. You've been very attentive. So I think we deserve a break, and we will come back in 15 minutes and take up the rest of our agenda. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for that very thoughtful study session. We are now going to go to our consent agenda. We need the public comment slide. And we're going to take up regular consent items 7 through 14. Member Escobedo is recusing himself. And we will now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 7 through 14. Members of the public wishing to call in to provide comment can do so by using the phone number and the participant access code shown on this slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are no people signed up for in-person public comment.
All right, we'll give it a few seconds at least of wait time to see if there's anybody on the phone. Do we have any callers on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue. Oh, sorry, someone just popped up.
They want to talk about this.
Just in time. Caller ending in 5018, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Rosenberg from the Law Offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. I'm counsel for Napa Foundation, lead petitioner from Mayacamas Charter Middle School. I'd like to underscore my written comments to the State Board on item number 14, that while we appreciate that compliance with the court's order requires the State Board to vacate its 2022 decision, that's not the end of the process. By vacating the 2022 action, it remains that the State Board's next step is to rehear Napa Foundation's appeal, taking into account the court's rulings. That's the standard sequence of events in writ litigation. The court did not decide that there were no facts under which the State Board could approve the charter petition on appeal after hearing again, but instead the court held that the findings that the State Board made on the spot in 2022 were insufficient to support the State Board's action. We believe the State Board can cure this and issue more comprehensive findings that would address the court's issues. We ask that the State Board ensure that a hearing is scheduled for January so that the State Board may consider the appeal again at that time and provide Napa Foundation with the procedural rights it is due under the Education Code. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for consent items 7 through 14.
All right. Hearing no more comment, do I have a motion to adopt the CDE recommendations on items 7 through 14? Member Rodriguez?
Yes, I move to adopt the items, CDE recommendations.
And a second from Member Roscoe Gonzalez. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Will, so this is on the motion to adopt CD recommendation on items 7 through 14. Member Ajike.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo is abstained. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We're going to take up item 16, which is the proposed criteria and guidance for the selection or development of literacy professional development programs. And the California Department of Education recommends that we approve the proposed criteria and guidance. And this item will be presented by Deputy Superintendent Will McGee, Dr. Bonnie Garcia, Monique McWayne, and Eve Fabiaschi of the CDE. Will, good to see you. Please begin.
Thank you, and it's good to be on this side of the podium this afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. President Dr. Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, board members, Chief Deputy Superintendent Roberson, and community. My name is William McGee, and I am the Deputy Superintendent of the Building Educational Together branch here at the Department of Education. Today we have our great team who will be presenting on the criteria and guidance for selection of the development of literacy professional development programs for your approval. We're happy to be here today, and we're happy to engage in the presentation. Our recommendation today is the State Board of Education approve the proposed criteria and guidance for the selection or development of literacy professional development programs. I'll now hand it over to Dr. Bonnie Garcia, our statewide literacy co-director, who will take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Will.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Superintendent Roberson, and members of the board. I am Dr. Bonnie Garcia, Statewide Literacy Co-Director with the California Department of Education. I would like to begin by acknowledging members of the State Board of Education, including Aline, Allison, Zaria, and Rigel Massaro for their collaboration on this effort. Assembly Bill Education 121, Education Code 33319.6, and say that 5 times really fast, it's really fun. It directs the state board to approve and for the CDE to post criteria and guidance for the selection and development of in-service professional development programs for effective means of teaching literacy in TK through grade 5 with a list of in-service programs that have been deemed to meet that criteria by September 30th of 2026. The legislation also provides $200 million for local education agencies, LEAs, to provide this training focusing on educators who have not been prepared to assess against, who have not been prepared or assessed against the new teaching performance expectation standards in literacy. LEAs may expend these funds between 26 and 27 through 29-30, so beginning next year. The CDE will make these funds available to LEAs so they can begin providing professional development to their staff that aligns to the approved criteria and guidance. These funds will be apportioned to districts in equal amounts per full-time equivalent certificated staff who teach students TK through grade 5 using the October 2025 CalPADS data submitted. Approval of this criteria and guidance now, prior to the statutory deadline of September 30th, 2026, will really allow districts to plan for the 26-27 school year using the criteria and guidance to either refine or develop internal PD or to select a program during this year so they can begin implementation next year. It will also allow for PD providers that are intending to submit their programs to begin to prepare their materials in accordance to the criteria and guidance that are prepared. The program, the criteria and the guidance that is approved now will also allow the program review committee that will be established to conduct a calibrated review process before going on to recommend programs to the state board for approval September 2026. And we will be bringing a recommended list to the board in September for approval. And here's a high-level literacy PD guidance as well as program approval timeline, beginning with the PD program submission period that we anticipate going from November 2025 all the way to February 2026. There will be a technical assistance webinar that will take place as soon as the invitation to submit is released. We will then have a review committee application period between December 2025 to January 2026. There will be a technical assistance webinar in January for districts who are planning to use a criteria and guidance to support, during the 25-26 year, to support either the refinement, development, or selection of professional development programs that they will implement in the 26-27 school year. The application deadline will be February 13th of 2026. Thereafter, we will have the committee review the submissions and also hold deliberations between March through May of 2026. The program recommendations will be posted to our website in June, and public comment will be collected through July of 2026. Following that, the CD will provide the final recommended list for approval of the PD programs at the September board meeting. The CDE will then post per statute the final approved list on by September 30th, 2026. There will be another technical assistance webinar that will be held for districts soon after the final list is posted to our website. You can refer to the California Department of Ed's Literacy PD program webpage for the full updated timeline. Last month, the CDE collected interest holder input. The CDE posted the draft criteria and the guidance and received feedback from 64 respondents that represented 52 entities. And you can refer to the attachment 2 that has a summary of the trends that we saw from the comments, as well as the counts of the respondents and the affiliations for which they came from. We'd like to take a moment to thank the members from the public who provided their input and who engaged with us in this process. Their input was really valuable, and we appreciated the information that they provided. We'd like to note that the respondents indicated appreciation that the document aligned with our ELA-ELD framework, our California dyslexia guidelines, the quality professional learning standards, as well as the statute. They also noted that the document was concise, clearly written, and had logical sequencing and defined sections. Lastly, they noted that the questions that were included for consideration were helpful and clarified the guidance. I am now going to hand it over to E. Fabiashi, Education Programs Consultant in the Professional Learning Support Division, who will provide an overview of the document, including the revisions that were made according to public input.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Roberson, and members of the board. My name is Eve Fabiashi. I'm an Education Programs Consultant in the Professional Learning Support Division at CDE. So to go over the areas of the criteria section is organized into 3 parts, and here is a brief overview of each. Area 1, Professional Development Model and Delivery. In-service PD follows the precepts of effective evidence-based PD aligned to the SBE-approved Quality Professional Learning Standards, or the QPLS. Area 2, Effective Means of Teaching Literacy. In-service PD is aligned to evidence-based practices and state-adopted documents and standards for universal comprehensive literacy instruction in TK-5, including the English Language Arts, English Language Development, or ELA-ELD framework, and the California Dyslexia Guidelines. Area 3, Optional Criterion. PD has evidence of a positive impact on student and/or educator outcomes. Areas 1 and 2 each include a description followed by a bulleted list of specific criteria which derive directly from the statute. And we'd like to note that the optional criterion refers to providers demonstrating evidence of previous impact of their programs. Based on interest holder input, the guidance was enhanced to also include measuring impact at the LEA level. We would like to note that respondents indicated appreciation that the criteria demonstrate a solid understanding of what constitutes effective PD, include interactive, collaborative professional learning, include adequate time and structures for reflection, coaching, and periodic checks, include foundational skills as well as oral language development, vocabulary, background knowledge, comprehension, and writing, support early intervention, and support the needs of English learner students and English language development. Based on the trends identified in public comments, the CDE made targeted revisions to the criteria, which are represented in bold italics in Attachment 1. Revisions to the criteria based on public input include adding language to the introduction to clarify the intention of Tier 1 universal support and that the term professional development also encompasses professional learning. And in Area 1, adding evidence-based to professional development and to models of effective instructional practices. While requests to include the specific term science of reading is beyond the scope of EC 33319.6, references to evidence-based practices and explicit and systematic instruction are included to ensure that instructional practices are in alignment with the research. And in Area 2, adding universal to comprehensive literacy instruction, explicit and systematic instruction per EC 44259, and comprehensive and designated and integrated to English language development, or ELD. Requests to include specific strategies for ELD are subsumed by the requirement for alignment to the ELA-ELD framework in conjunction with this change. And also expanding the heading from optional criterion to optional criterion for the selection of professional development programs to indicate that the criterion is specific to the selection rather than the development of PD programs. The guidance is intended to support LEAs as they develop or select an in-service literacy PD program. LEAs are encouraged to consider local context, including student backgrounds and needs, ensuring assets-based and culturally sustaining instructional practices per English Learner Roadmap Principle 1. Educator, school district, and state level needs, as well as local initiatives and program type, for example, English medium programs and multilingual programs, should also be considered. The guidance covers the following topics, including statutory requirements and questions for LEA consideration. 1, which staff will participate in literacy PD? 2, process for selection or development. 3, literacy PD considerations. 4, reporting requirements. And 5, continuous improvement. Respondents indicated appreciation that the guidance allows for LEA flexibility in the process for selection or development of literacy PD programs, includes suggestions for convening a literacy team, includes leadership participation and onboarding, demonstrates commitment to ensuring that professional learning and literacy is intentional, well-planned, and tied to evidence-based practices, clearly states reporting requirements, attends to continuous improvement, and calls for the use of both qualitative and quantitative data. Revisions to the draft guidance based on public comment include adding statements to the introduction about funding allocation and timing, as well as consideration of local context, including student backgrounds and needs, ensuring assets-based and culturally sustaining practices per English Learner Roadmap Principle 1, and educator, school district, and state level needs, as well as local initiatives and program types, for example, English medium programs and multilingual programs. And also providing additional considerations for LEAs in the section which staff will participate in literacy PD, including would teachers benefit from different types of training, for example, training specific to multilingual contexts, and a note that LEAs can consider teachers of students in grades other than TK to 5, for example, teachers of 4-year-old preschool children who are eligible for TK but are enrolled in other California state preschool programs, and also providing additional examples of LEA literacy team members in the process for selection or development, including other roles based on LEA needs, such as multilingual and ELD educators, teachers on special assignment focused on literacy and ELD, and teacher librarians. Also, revising the literacy PD considerations to include resources in addition to time, and adding the following questions for LEA consideration. How and when will follow-up support and coaching occur? How will PD support connections between training content and locally adopted materials? How will PD support TK educators with alignment to the California Preschool Transitional Kindergarten Learning Foundations? How will PD support educators with considerations specific to dual language settings? And also, restructuring the continuous improvement section to consolidate the information into a series of 3 practices to improve clarity and to reduce redundancy, and adding the following questions for LEA consideration. How will ongoing literacy PD be sustained? How will the literacy PD be aligned with other district initiatives to ensure coordination? How will evidence of literacy PD program impact be measured at the local level? How will ongoing structured opportunities for data analysis and educator reflection be provided? We would like to note that while including criteria specific to PD for biliteracy and dual language settings was not directed by the legislation, these considerations were incorporated into the guidance to support LEAs in addressing these needs according to local context. There were comments specific to funding, reporting, and program review that may inform and support future processes and communication. Questions specific to funding and reporting will be clarified on the CDE webpage closer to the funding allocation and to the reporting process. In terms of the rubric and reviewer calibration process, comments specific to the interpretation of the optional criterion on evidence of positive impact may help frame the rubric and the calibration process. This criterion is intentionally open-ended and optional to allow for flexibility based on available data. We also wanted to address some additional trends and interest holder input. Various models were proposed to define precepts of effective professional development. The SB-approved QPLS are referenced in the criteria for this purpose. In addition, the term evidence-based has been added as a qualifier preceding the term professional development. Addressing how grouping of educators will be handled will depend on programs selected or developed, as well as local need and context. The following questions from the guidance may support LEAs in this purpose. Would teachers benefit from different types of training? For example, training specific to multilingual contexts? Which components are to be completed whole group, individually, and with a smaller group of colleagues or a coach? What onboarding and support will be needed for LEA and school leaders to ensure successful implementation of the in-service literacy professional development? Interpretation of which roles are included in certificated and classified staff who support any teacher who provides literacy instruction to students TK to 5 is dependent upon local context and structures. The current phrasing does not specify roles in order to allow for LEA flexibility. And I will now hand it over to my Division Director, Monique McLean.
I think we need to reset the Zoom because it has frozen for our remote participant. So if you can hang on for 1 second, Monique, we'll just reset the Zoom.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. I think we got the go-ahead to proceed. So Monique, please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Roberson, Superintendent Roberson. So I am Monique McWayne, and I'm happy to bring this presentation to a close. So as Eve described, the California Department of Education made targeted revisions to the criteria and guidance appropriate to the scope of the professional development program, covering the breadth of topics named in the statute. These additions, as mentioned earlier, are represented in bold italics in attachment 1. The final document reflects statutory compliance, interest holder, and expert input, and the flexibility for local educational agencies to meet the complex literacy needs of our state's diverse students. So the next steps. Once the criteria and guidance are approved, the California Department of Education will post this document to the Literacy Professional Development Program's webpage and release an invitation for professional development program submissions, which will include an evaluation rubric. And to stay informed, we have our information on the slide, which is the California Department of Education link to the Literacy Professional Development Program's webpage, as well as our email address. And just as a reminder, our recommendation, so the California Department of Education recommends that the State Board of Education approve the proposed criteria and guidance for the selection or development of literacy professional development programs. And as part of this recommendation, we suggest delegating authority to the State Board of Education and California Department of Education staff to make any necessary revisions, including any need for clarity and accuracy as the document is professionally edited and prepared for publication. And with that, I hand this back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While we're waiting, first of all, let's put up the public comment slide. Thank you. Members of the public who wish to comment on this item can call the phone number and use the participant access code shown on this slide. And while we're waiting, I want to thank the CDE for the very quick work to prepare and receive public comments on this item while also providing an informational memorandum to the board, which was posted in October. The statute did lay out clear direction, and I want to commend the department for thoughtfully integrating the input from many interest holders given the depth and breadth of the comments received. They have been working on this item on a timeline that would allow districts to actually tap this resource and offer this professional development in the next school year. And I know that, puts us on a very rapid time frame, but we do want this work to be going forward in the field, and we really appreciate the department's willingness to expedite this process. So that said, are there any comments in the room?
There are 8 people signed up for in-person public comment. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Regina Chagala, Steve McDougall, McLean Rosansky, Andrea Ball, Lindsay Tornatori, and Angela Stigall.
Good evening. My name is Regina Chagoya with California Federation of Teachers. For item 16, please consider adding it's been a long day, everyone. Please consider adding terminology that includes biliteracy throughout the criteria and guidance, because it reads as if monolingualism is the goal. CFT would appreciate considering for small LEAs with limited staff when delivering professional development in this space. There are a number of moving pieces with this work, and the tasks are varied. CFT also has concerns regarding the lack of practitioner voice during the public input period. Perhaps systematic outreach to practitioner representatives would be more effective. So CFT is willing to keep the lines of communication between CDE staff and practitioners open, so please let's talk. Thank you. No Steve. Yeah, you're good.
Good afternoon. I'm McLean Rosansky. I'm a policy analyst at the Alameda County Office of Education. Thank you to President Darling Hammond and Vice President Dr. Glover Woods, as well as members, for the opportunity to speak today. We did not have a chance to submit written feedback on the proposed literacy PD criteria and guidance, but we reviewed the feedback and revisions and want to thank CDE staff for all the changes that they made in response to the feedback. We agree with much of this feedback as well as the edits that were made. We particularly appreciate the balanced approach to literacy development and the references to the state's roadmap, which is an important guiding document in ASUE's work on culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy. We support an even greater prioritization of dual language immersion programs and pedagogies that are reflected in the current drafts, including recommended assessment benchmarks for multilingual learning. Overall, however, we believe this draft supports the state's goals and hope future actions continue to highlight the specific needs of dual language learners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Shin with Californians Together. We support the development of strong criteria and propose several additions to ensure that all professional learning effectively serves English learners and promotes biliteracy across all instructional settings. Our recommendations center on 3 key areas. First, we urge the board to strengthen the criteria by ensuring professional development is culturally and linguistically responsive. Under Area 1, we ask for an explicit point requiring PD to be responsive to individual student needs, their cultural and linguistic backgrounds, and the specific program context, including both English medium and bilingual classrooms. Second, we must prioritize biliteracy and program differentiation. Under Area 2, we ask to include literacy/biliteracy when referencing literacy, and under the considerations, we ask for explicit questions on how PD will address the development of language and literacy in 2 languages, and how it will be differentiated for all program models, including dual language and special ed. Finally, we must measure what matters. Under continuous improvement, we request that all quantitative and qualitative data gathered to assess PD effectiveness be disaggregated by language of instruction and student proficiency levels. This is essential to
Thank you,
ensure true
Speaker. Your time
coordination
is
and
up.
alignment with the English Learner Roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea Ball, here on behalf of the California School Library Association and the California Association of Suburban School Districts, President Darling Hammond, board members, Chief Deputy. We thank you and the department, really thank you for all the work that went into developing this criteria. We are in support and we appreciate it. We think the resources accompanying this from the administration and all the work that was done on the legislation, President Darling Hammond referenced earlier today, AB 1454, really brought together a diverse coalition for the benefit of students, for professional development, that will recognize the diversity of our students, many of whom are English language learners, multilingual learners. And again, to paraphrase or echo President Darling Hammond's comments, we appreciate the work of the department, the outreach you did, and taking in public comment, addressing it, revising it in the professional development criteria is going to make it even more valuable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We support the CD's recommendation to approve the proposed criteria and guidance for selecting the professional development programs. We would like to add to the chorus of applause and appreciation to the CDE for a job well done. We know it's not an easy lift. It's quite a big one to be so nimble and so responsive to all of the public comments. So really appreciated the analysis of how it was incorporated into the criteria. So thank you. This action, we believe, is an important step for LEAs to ultimately select the PD that is most appropriate for their local context. And we know change happens at the local level, and we know how critical it is for all of California's teachers to feel supported and have access to the resources that they know will benefit their students best. Thank you.
Angela Stegall. I'm a classroom teacher representing the 310,000 educators of the California Teachers Association. CTA believes in order for professional development to be successful, teachers must be primarily involved in determining what content will be delivered and by whom, when, and how. We are extremely disappointed with the very limited educator voice included in the feedback process. After reviewing the feedback survey, which was only open for 9 days, and realizing that only 64 responses were submitted, with less than 10% of those being from TK-12 educators, more should have been done and could still be done to elicit educator feedback. Teacher voice is crucial to any conversation regarding PD programs, and more must be done to ensure their voice is valued and heard. We would also like to see union representation in the LEA literacy team. Local unions have the right to consult and the right to bargain the impacts of those decisions. Including labor representation on the LEA literacy team is necessary for the selection and implementation of literacy PD programs. Thank you.
Will the following person please line up? Leilani Aguinaldo.
Hello, Leilani Aguinaldo on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACCESS supports the proposed criteria and guidance, and we believe this effort represents an important step toward addressing California's ongoing literacy challenges by ensuring that educators and school leaders have access to high-quality, evidence-based means of teaching foundational reading skills that supports effective reading instruction. Implementing this guidance will help equip educators with the tools and strategies they need to help all students become confident, proficient readers. Thank you.
We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1014, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Pedro Molina with the First Day Foundation, a nonprofit that provides school supplies and learning resources to low-income students across the Inland Empire, San Bernardino area. We believe that education programs should include the proven partners like the Institute for Multisensory Education, which has trained thousands of California teachers and delivered high-quality materials that improve classrooms learning. IMSE Updated OG Plus course offers strong support for English learners through Spanish language assessments, family letters, and tools that build connections between languages, helping all students grow in their ability to read and write. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4369, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon again. This is Sally Fox on behalf of CABE. CABE is supportive of the work that CDE and SBE have accomplished already related to this important item, which aligns to the ELA/ELD framework's 5 themes. To ensure PD meets the needs of English learners and learners in multilingual programs, it must emphasize responsiveness to individual student needs, cultural and linguistic backgrounds, and instructional context, all English or one of several bilingual biliteracy models, such as two-way dual language immersion or developmental bilingual programs. When literacy PD takes place, peer interaction with groups of colleagues or a coach should take into account the language of instruction and the language used for professional development. This models respect for biliteracy programs in multiple languages through professional use of the academic register of the target language. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2157, please begin your public comment.
Good morning. Hello, President and members. My name is Isabel Solis, a 32-year educator and president of Los Amigos de la Comunidad, a nonprofit serving underserved families across California, including Imperial County. We are in strong support of the State Board's leadership in establishing evidence-based literacy professional development standards. As advocates for students of low-income communities, we urge that implementation include participation from organizations with a proven record of success, such as the Institute for Multisensory Education, which has trained California teachers. These efforts are already making a measurable difference in students in the communities we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9490, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Dora Mendivil, representing Mr. Marco Lizárraga with the farm worker nonprofit La Cooperativa Campesina de California. Here in strong support of the State Board's leadership in setting evidence-based literacy professional development standards. As advocate for low-income communities and students, we want to ensure implementation allows participation by organizations with a proven record of success, like the Institute for Multisensory Education, which has trained over 15,000 of California teachers so far and proved high-quality materials aligned with state standards. In the rural low-income communities like Fresno and Bakersfield that we serve, the Institute for Multisensory Education's efforts have already helped thousands of students. IMSE updated Auden Hill Hem Plus course strengthens English learner support through cross-linguistic connections, cognitive charts, and family letters in Spanish that build homeschool partnership. It also includes Spanish language assessments to measure progress in students' native language, ensuring students are equipped to accelerate literacy growth for learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5992, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Chanmi Chun, and I'm currently a literacy specialist TOSA in Franklin McKinley School District in East San Jose and a Teach Plus California policy alumna. In my 27 years of experience as a teacher and literacy specialist, I know literacy is the foundation for academic success. We appreciate the speed with which the staff has developed this criteria and guidance for the selection of literacy professional development programs, which will transform instructional practices. I was burdened with just-in-time support, translating theory into practical application through modeling and feedback. This ensures teachers can focus on the critical task of rewiring a child's brain to read. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5302, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominique Tenay with Ed Voice Institute. President Darling Hammond and board members, thank you for your continued commitment to improving literacy instruction across California. The revised professional development guidance is a strong step forward. We're encouraged to see explicit and systematic instruction in foundational skills called out clearly. This ensures PD aligns with evidence-based literacy practices. The new emphasis on coherence between PD and locally adopted materials will help districts implement with consistency and purpose. We're also glad to see the inclusion of ELD and special education teachers in LEA literacy planning and the addition of coaching and resource considerations to sustain learning over time. These revisions reflect a thoughtful, collaborative approach that will strengthen both teacher prep and student outcomes statewide. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide feedback and for continuing to move this work forward.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 0696, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Brian Monroy. I'm the policy manager with Teach Plus California. We appreciate the speed with which staff has developed this criteria and guidance for the selection of literacy professional development programs. We believe this is incredibly important work to transform instructional practices and to improve instruction. Teachers need ongoing, job-embedded, data-driven, hands-on professional development and coaching that is differentiated for their student population and the teacher's existing knowledge of structured literacy instruction. While we shared a number of specific recommendations in our letter, I wanted to uplift one specific recommendation that the state also connects the selection of professional development to the robust guidance for the ELA-ELD follow-up adoption and provides guidance for how recipients of the literacy coaches and reading specialists grant program can coordinate their use of coaches with the implementation of their selected professional development. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item 16.
Great, thank you so much. We're now open for board discussion. Yes, Member Enrique.
Hi, thank you so much again for the presentation. I just have a little clarifying question specifically about the committee review application process. So is there going to be, or do you think that there's going to be a student that's going to be on the committee review selection? Because if not, I think that'd be an excellent opportunity to have. And echoing a public comment I think that we received, where they mentioned like specific organizations that they wanted to be on it. I was wondering, do you guys have like any preset qualifications or like a set amount of members that you think are going to be serving on the committee review selection committee? And yeah.
Those are excellent questions.
And before you answer them, I'm really sorry to say this, but the Zoom has dropped again. Okay. Hold that thought. Don't forget what you asked and what you're going to answer. I think we need to get the tech folks to call back into the Zoom.
to respond to your questions, and please refresh my memory if I do not respond to your whole question. But we will, for the review process, we normally will do a call for reviewers, and we will request a variety of different types of expertise. So in this case, we would want professional development expertise, literacy expertise. I feel that we could have if student, normally we don't have a student apply, but we would welcome students to apply to be on the review committee. And the number of reviewers that we anticipate and will request often is based on the number of applications or submissions that we receive for the program. So we could, for this particular project, we would anticipate having a robust number of reviewers to review the application submissions, which we will be accepting December through January. So thank you. Any follow-up? Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Member Rodriguez.
I just wanted to follow up on, I believe it was the CTA speaker who talked about the short window. I was looking at who reviewed, it seemed like there was a variety of people and a few were members of unions, but I was just wondering about that short window for public comment.
So we're working under a very tight timeline in order to make sure that we're able to implement, and local educational agencies will have the maximum time possible. We did open the window for the maximum amount of time we had available. Is that the ideal timeline to open it? Of course, we would have welcomed a longer timeline, but unfortunately that was the timeline that we had to.
Just to add to that, we would have had to wait until the next board meeting, and then we would have missed the beginning of the school year for people to be able to access the professional development. So appreciate the alacrity with which the department was able to do that. And I do hope that there will be teacher input and union input at the local level as these professional development programs are being adopted. Member Patillo Brownson, I think I saw your hand go up a minute ago.
Yes, if we could go back to slide 7, it's listed as an optional criteria of positive impact on student or educator outcomes. And similar to the study session previously, I feel like evidence-based is one of those terms of art that means different things to different people, and it can mean that it's reflected in academic literature, it can mean that it's outcomes-based. And if you can just talk a little bit more about how you're defining that, but also as to why Area 3 was determined to be better as an optional criteria.
So criterion 3 was not directed by the legislation. This was something that we had conversations with SBE staff about including, and the reason why it was determined to be optional is dependent upon what data may be available by those submitting PD programs. So this is specific, the optional criterion, the full title is actually not there. So we did get a lot of questions about this in our input survey. And so this was expanded to be optional criterion for the selection of PD programs. So this is specifically looking at PD programs that are already in operation and may be able to show in whatever ways they can positive impact either on students or on educator outcomes. Being a new process is part of that as well, to see what kind of data the PD providers are able to submit on this criterion. Many of the comments that we received through the survey were specifically looking at this criterion for more specific information that the programs are having a positive impact. And so a lot of these suggestions were able to be incorporated into the guidance. So when LEAs are actually implementing the PD programs, they would be looking for that evidence of positive impact and be able to adjust course.
So I realize the language of the legislation references evidence-based, and I think it's not a far stretch to think of evidence-based as outcomes as a valid and reliable indicator. I just wonder if there's a way that we can structure it to enable credit for organizations and models that actually do have an evidence base, but without boxing out more innovative sort of methods that don't necessarily have an RCT associated with it. The thing that I know is sort of available is just to sort of enable it as a plus factor. But it strikes me as odd if we know there is an evidence base for some methods that we wouldn't include it. Seems like we are hamstringing ourselves unnecessarily. I don't want to put any newer programs at a deficit, because I think that's oftentimes where innovation comes from. And if there's evidence, I think we should use it.
I think the anticipation would be that once the rubric is created and once the review process happens, that would be taken into account for there to be credit for having that evidence without, like you said, putting, newer programs at a disadvantage. So having it be kind of extra bonus, I think that was kind of the intention of that wording. I do want to emphasize, though, that evidence-based is absolutely part of Area 1 and 2. So those evidence-based strategies for both PD and for literacy instruction do need to be included and do need to be supported by the program.
And the way that the statute includes and defines that evidence-based practice, and it also aligns it to what was included in for like the literacy standards, for example, for that were set in place via SB 488. But it notes that it has to be so it notes evidence-based approaches as well as components for teaching effective literacy. So explicit systematic instruction in foundational skills, including print concepts, phonological awareness, word recognition, fluency, oral written language, vocabulary, background knowledge, reading comprehension, for example. So that's the way that it defines that in the statute as far as what they're considering and what we're considering also in the criteria as evidence-based.
To make it concrete, I think maybe rather than describing it as optional, maybe it's just to the extent if available, because some of these models are going to be able to say, yeah, we have an RCT, and we know this has driven student outcomes or educator confidence in working in those domains. And I think that should be important. And I think I'm getting dinged by someone's chimes. No? or a phone. Yeah.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing is that if people have that evidence, they are invited to submit it. And so I think that's the intention, and maybe we want to make that clear in the.
Yes. Thank you for that. And I think we will definitely take that back and work with the state board staff and possibly making some revisions around that.
Make it clear enough. Was there somebody else on, were you waiting? Member Roscoe Gonzalez, yeah?
I think it was already said about including teacher voice, but I think I also want to do like a mix of educators in your local literacy teams. Of course, they're just suggestions that it would include teachers from bilingual programs, intervention settings, and of course, local union representatives, because as we know, this will help take root and maintain consistency with these implementations.
Any other, did you have anything you wanted to respond on that?
Thank you for that. And it is definitely a consideration. As we were putting this together, we definitely wanted to include examples of who could be included in the literacy team, for example, but definitely didn't want to limit any local education agency according to their context from including others who they felt would be important in their process. But definitely something that we will take back to see if there's others that we should include within those examples.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion? Member Rodriguez? Yes. Member Roscoe Gonzalez?
Sorry.
All right. All right, thank you very much. All right, and Brooks, can you please call the roll?
I can. Member Yoshimo Toweri. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And with that, I thank you, Monique and team. We really appreciate it, both the presentation and all the work that went into getting us here. And we are going to continue the meeting and end today's session at 4:30 p.m. As a reminder, we begin tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. All right.
Thank you.